And we're live. Let me resize the window here. Hello, everybody. Welcome. And make you guys a little bit bigger and stretch this over here. There we go. Welcome, everyone, all 106 of you, to the very first Wes Johnson Day. You know, thank you all for joining us here today, for hanging out. I spoke with Wes on the phone yesterday. If anyone hasn't seen updates or didn't donate to the GoFundMe or keep checking the GoFundMe, Wes is speaking. He's being very Wes-like. He slipped into some Sheogorath. He was tired, but it was there. As soon as he slipped into characters, I knew he was going to be okay. Both he and Kim and their entire family are just overwhelmed with the emotional outpouring from this community. And one of the things, I'm not going to do it. One of the things that he and I talked about is all too often in life, when you do so much for other people, we don't say enough about how much they mean to us or know the full capacity of the lives that they've touched throughout their life. We don't always get that opportunity. And he said he felt very thankful and blessed, not only that he's still here to see all of that, but to really know. That's tough. You know, he's someone who does a lot for charity. The people who you're going to see today, we have about 32 people who will be coming in and coming out all afternoon here, just to turn out some love and send him some well wishes and build some awareness of the GoFundMe, which to date, now since we started this, between the gaming community and the CAPS community, $174,653 raised to help Wes and his family. That is just an astounding amount of money. He's really thankful. He recorded something special that he wanted me to play for everyone here, as well as for all of you at home. But I'm going to wait a little bit before I play that until some more of us pop in. I've kept them waiting long enough. I wanted to introduce our first three visitors today. We'll go in order here, so I'll start top left, very Brady Bunch style. Would you like to introduce yourselves, John Patrick Lowry and Ellen McLean?
Well, you just did. We're John Patrick Lowry and Ellen McLean. Yeah, I'm the voice of the sniper in TF2 and a bunch of stuff. I mean, I've done like 30 video games, and we're married to each other. And I will let Ellen take over for her.
And I'm the voice of GLaDOS in the Portal games and Gypsy Danger and Pacific Rim, and the Administrator in Team Fortress 2. And we love Wes Johnson. We love Wes Johnson. He's sort of a younger brother. He's 9 years younger than John and I, and just the most loving person in the whole world. So we are happy to be here to support Wes.
And I only have one thing to say directly to Wes, is that he's just been intubated and extubated. I was intubated and extubated last March. So the one thing I have to say to Wes is, quit copying me.
Get an original act. And just to your right, would you like to introduce yourself, sir?
Is it me?
It is
it Casey?
It's different. It's different on my Zoom, so I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea yet. But I'll go. Sure, I can go. So I'm Rich Lambert. I am the game director on Elder Scrolls Online, and I've been fortunate enough to work with Wes a number of times over the years, including in the way back days on also Oblivion and whatnot. So,
Wow.
yeah, Wes, like John and Lauren said, are huge. He's just a huge part of the family. He does so much for everybody, and we are very glad that he is on the mend And it was very, very scary. So yeah, happy to be here. Happy to support him in any way we can.
Well said. And next up, Casey Manillo.
Hi there, Casey Modulo. I just am a voice actor. That's and a friend of Wes's, and I'm just here to show my support. I'm Shinji Ikari in Neon Genesis Evangelion, Chill Chuck and Delicious and Dungeon if you watch anime and games and stuff. I worked on Starfield, Elder Scrolls Online, Red Dead Redemption, which I know is one of Wes Johnson's favorite games. And we love Wes, and I just had to just be here and just love you, dude, if you're watching, and just we're here for you, dude. And I'm glad to see there's so many people in the chat already just showing Wes so much love. This is pretty cool.
I just realized that for like 3 years now, I've been mispronouncing your last name, and not once has somebody corrected me.
It's,
No.
it's okay. It's all right.
Before we actually switch to some other things, I wanted, because now that we're talking to you, Casey, you have a really great story about how much Wes shaped your life that you've talked about before on one of our streams that I think people here should definitely know.
So I guess the way Wes and I first talked was, this is when I was kind of starting out doing this stuff before I lived in Los Angeles. And obviously played a lot of video games and love Oblivion, and Wes is just a huge part of that game. You're hearing him nonstop, his characters, and he's just, so much of him is in the game, and so much of it you just take in, and it's just a lot of fun Wes stuff. So his characters, when Skyrim came out, we were Facebook friends because I was just like a dumb kid being like, oh, I'm going to add him as a friend on Facebook. And he accepted. He was like, wow, that's cool. And I was like, hey, it'd be really cool. I think he posted something like, what would you like for Christmas to everybody? And I'm like, all I want for Christmas is to hear you say the arrow in the knee meme as the Oblivion Guard voice. So he did it. He put it on YouTube. It's still there. If you look up Oblivion Guard takes an arrow in the meme. That was how we first like talked. And then we started to talk a little bit back and forth. It was really sweet and just really like small little interaction. But we started talking about voice acting, and that was like kind of what I was getting into at the time. And he just gave me a lot of encouragement and even more so once we reconnected during the Starfield stream. It was such a big deal to be part of Starfield, but also getting to be part of a game with him, like just somebody who's been so supportive and just so kind to me, and just getting to share a virtual stage with him was just like such an honor that I can't even begin to describe. I mean, any of you guys who have played these games, these Bethesda games, and you hear him, and it's just such a big part of the experience and the journey. But then like getting to sort of incorporate that like with what you do, that's just such an honor. And yeah, so we went from like buddies to like, wow, he's really cool. Can we be Facebook friends? To like, oh my God, we're in games together. This is insane. So that's kind of how we.
Such a Wes story too.
Yeah,
Like, you
yeah.
see that
Oh, yeah.
everywhere you go, every
Yeah.
event that he's ever come to for us, that's what he does, and it's amazing. So that's a really cool story.
He just takes you in, and it just makes you feel just so like everything's gonna be okay. Like the worst things can happen, and when you talk to him, he's just got such a warm personality, and of course that warm voice just really helps seal the deal. Just like, wow, everything's gonna be okay, and that's just Wes. That is him.
What about you, John and Ellen? I don't think I've ever actually heard that story, how you both met Wes and started working with him. And
Right. Well, basically, when we met Wes, our life was going great and everything was fine. And then we met Wes and everything just tanked. It was completely destroyed. No. The first time we met Wes was at a MagFest, which is a con in DC. And we were, voice actor guests there, and he was a voice actor guest there. And he put together a thing called Voiceapalooza, which is, and I don't know if you've followed Wes's career through his charity work, but he does a lot of these online where he gets a bunch of voice actors together to do a scene from a Star Wars movie or some other big movie only in our video game character voices. So that's just totally stupid. And we'd improv a video game in front of a room full of people, and just all kinds of crazy stuff. And so and we did that the first time. Then of course we had to be involved with it wherever we met him. Whenever he and us were at the same con, then we'd have to put together a Voice of Palooza. But he's just been we became great pals at that first MagFest, and he took us to a Caps game, so we got to hear him announce that.
We got to sit in the penalty booth.
That's
Oh.
without even committing a penalty. So it was great. So yeah, so we just become great pals from the first time that we got together, because I think we're the three of us are goofy in the same insane way, and we just resonate really well, and we just really like each other. So that's that.
Yes, and I also remember that when we did the NotCon cruise that
Right.
John St. John put together.
Yeah.
Wes was on that cruise with us. And again, of course, we did a Voice of Palooza kind of things. But what I remember is we were on what island, honey, in the Bahamas?
Oh, the main one.
Nassau?
Yeah, Nassau.
Nassau.
Right.
And Wes put together a tour of the island and invited us. And I was so touched, because here we were in this big van with, other voice actors and Wes, and this wonderful, wonderful man who took us around the island to all sorts of unusual spots. And it was a really bonding experience for me. We already liked Wes and everything, but he was so gracious and inclusive. And here we were, touring a spot where none of us had ever visited, and Wes and eating at restaurants and laughing and talking, and
Oh, and this guy was wild. He was a Bahamian, and he had like 3 different wives on 3 different islands or something like that. I mean, just this completely different. And it was all kind of fine. He was just talking about it, and he
lots of children.
lots of children and stuff like that. And
It's like a
it was
magical
a
mystery tour.
hilarious day. It was a hilarious day.
What about you, Rich? Did you play some of the earlier games, or did you know Wes's voice before you started working with him?
I definitely knew his voice, but I didn't actually. So when I worked on Oblivion, I didn't actually get a chance to work with him. And so it wasn't until later on Elder Scrolls Online where we were able to work with him. And I'll never forget the first time in Vegas. We did an event there for, I think it was Greymore. And we invited Wes out. He came, and the amount of energy that guy has is unbelievable. Like, they're exhausting events. You go to them, you're in person, there's lots of, rehearsals and talks, and you're talking with, the players and the fans and whatnot. And we had to drag Wes out of there at the end of the day because he was so he was so on, and he was just there for the people that were there. Like, he went out of his way to include everybody, like John was saying. And like, players just loved him, and it was genuine. Like, that's just Wes. You can kind of tell when, people are kind of acting that or whatnot. And no, it was just Wes. And then again, in Amsterdam, we got to see him again and do that. And it was the exact same thing. Like, he was just one of the coolest people I have ever met. And just so down to earth and so inclusive. And it's just awesome. So yeah, it was great to work with him then, and it's still great working with him now.
Yeah, it's sorry, I'm just catching up on the amount of love pouring in here in chat is amazing. Sword Wizard, I got a birthday cameo from Emma Sheo. He's so lovely, it's contagious. Yeah, he does tons and tons of messages through his cameo, which actually that's kind of sort of the start of how we met. So we did some interviews on the Fallout Hub podcasts that we were doing at the time. I worked with him on QuakeCon, and it was my 40th birthday. The community had put together a birthday party for me, and Wes had recorded a cameo. And then not too long after we worked on the first Fallout for Hope fundraising for St. Jude, the very, very start, when I'd reached out and said, hey, would you like to play some games with us and support, we're fundraising for St. Jude. He said, whatever you need. And then before I know it, he started picking up the phone and calling voice actors and introducing me to people. And this fundraiser and the amount of money that this community has raised would not have been possible if not for Wes. His enthusiasm, his support, his coaching, and just introducing us to everybody, really, it exists because of him. He's been a huge part of this fundraising community that's kind of blown up and has been such a big part of that. Few people don't know also that he teaches classes. So he does a really wonderful voice acting class that I've taken twice over. He's someone that, it's weird when you grow up hearing someone's voice, the voice of someone, their characters, you get to know them. And then you cross that line and they become a teacher. And then they become a mentor, and then they become a close friend. And you get to see what they're like when the mic is off and the performance stops. And some people are different. Wes is not. Wes is genuinely one of the most authentic people I have ever met in my life. And I think in various degrees, what everyone else said here is he has a unique way of making you feel seen and heard and welcome in a way that is a very rare thing as well. He just makes you feel comfortable and at home.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of his gifts. We've got a few people waiting in the wings too. Some of the people on the Fallout for Hope staff, fundraisers in the community, who also wanted to just pop on and add some quick thoughts here. Let me grab.
Sure.
I'm going to grab Veda Phoenix. Veda Phoenix, you are live.
Hi, how are you? I'm sending you so many big hugs right now.
Thank you.
I've narrowed it down to 3 things that I wanted to mention about, moments where I just absolutely saw Wes shine through and be Wes. He's been such a huge inspiration in my life, and I need to take his class again like you did. I took it the one time, and I really feel like now that I've come out of my shell and he's pushed me into doing great things and everything, that I would really benefit a lot more from his class now than I did when I was being really shy.
Yeah. Yep.
But the last night of his class, and he is the most amazing instructor and mentor that you could ever ask for in video game voice acting. And I highly recommend that class to everyone. It is so worth it. We were saying goodbye, and I looked at him and I was like, I have to say, you remind me and look like my brother so much, it's uncanny. And then he looked into his webcam with this very serious look on his face, and he said, Veda Phoenix, I am your brother. It was absolutely not the reaction I thought I was going to get, but I just about fell out of my chair laughing when he said that. He is just hilarious. And yeah, I'll never forget that moment, but he's definitely my brother from another mother. And And then last March, I actually made the trek up to DC. It's not too far from me because I'm in North Carolina, but I wanted to see him in person and hang out. And so I was walking down the street from my hotel to go to the convention center, and I stopped and I looked at my right, and there was Wes just standing out on the street next to me. And I was like, Wes! And he was like, Veda? And there was Wes just standing out. And so we walked to the convention center together and took a few photos outside being silly and stuff. And then he snuck me in a back way into the building. And thankfully there was a really nice security guard who was like, yeah, it's fine. She can come in this way. Really nice. And even though I had to go pick up my badge at the front later, I still felt like a ninja. I was getting snuck in the back door and all sneaky and everything. And then later I met up with another one of his alumni, and we actually went back and talked to Wes and took more photos and had a really wonderful conversation before his Voice of Palooza event on the main stage. And the last thing was that I was so lucky to have been able to participate in the Mod Jam last year during his Alzheimer's charity, which is confusingly also called Voice of Palooza, like the main stage show was in the AwesomeCon. But I was absolutely delighted to be able to work with him on Shady Motives. And it's the only mod he's ever been able to actually voice in with special permission for Fallout 4. And I thoroughly enjoyed doing that. We streamed all weekend working on that mod, where everyone who was doing different jobs was streaming, and you could go and watch and at the same time raise money for Alzheimer's, which is a near and dear thing for a lot of us. And at the end, Gopher streamed a playthrough with Wes and King Gath on voice chat. And at the end, King Gath was going through all of the list of the crew and the people who voice acted. And when he got to my name, Wes just went into a flurry of compliments. And he was just like, oh, I love Veda Phoenix, and so on. And you have no idea how much that just absolutely warmed my heart to hear him say that in front of so many people. He's just absolutely a breath of fresh air, and I love that guy to death. And this has been really rough on a lot of us I'm sorry, I'm crying.
No, don't apologize. You have no idea how much I've been doing that this week.
He's pushed me, and now I don't, I've gotten into doing casting and voice direction, sometimes even for pay. And it's just like, I never thought I would see myself in this position ever. And it's all because of him. He's just the inspirational motivator for me, and I can't pay him back. It's just, it shows you what kind of person he is to everyone, to see this community gathering around and just absolutely supporting him like this.
He has a gift to bring out the best in everybody.
He absolutely does.
Yeah.
And shortly around that time period, I actually made it my life goal to be the good.
Good.
And I really hope everyone else can be the good in somebody's life. You see somebody random compliment them.
Yeah. Because
you never know how bad of a day that person might be having. And they might really need that compliment or that random friendly conversation. It really helps. It really helps. So I love you, Wes. I don't mean to take up all the time on your stream.
No, you're okay. Green
but
Voxel,
yeah.
What about you?
Well, I would be probably more talking less than Veda, because English being not my first language. But Wes has been a voice that I've heard in so many games. I cannot recall the first game I've heard him. But not only that, he's, in French we say Rayon Soleil, which is ray of sun, because he's always happy, motivated, and he really brings everybody to good causes. And Veda talked about the Voice of Palooza Mod Jam, and also extraordinary event. And what was really positive and really show how much it was important for everybody, was the important and immense mobilization during this week. And it means a lot to everybody, and I hope it knows that, and I hope it when sometimes in French we say quand on sourit au soleil, le soleil nous sourit. When you smile to the sun smiles at you.
Yep.
That's the spirit. I think it's important. Yeah.
K-Pow XD, thank you for the massive raid. Welcome in, everybody.
Oh, whoops. I just banned one of those people without a raid command. I'm so sorry. I will unban you right away. That's a raid thing. I thought you were being bot raided.
No. Let me kick you guys backstage.
Okay, yeah, kick me out.
Thank
I'm bad.
you.
I just banned
No,
somebody by accident.
Yeah, thank you both very much. Yeah, and we'll take some more call-ins from the Discord here in a little bit. Yeah, thank you all raiders for joining us. If you're joining us now, we're here with John Patrick Lowry, Rich Lampert from The Elder Scrolls Online, and Casey. Sorry, pronounce your. I'm gonna get this right. Oh no, you're muted.
I was just testing you. Mangelo.
Mangelo. Okay, I got it.
It
Yeah,
means
we're
to
having-
eat in Italian, which is something I really need to do.
So maybe I can get a little tech support here. We're having a problem since we're open on the podcast, the Twitch page.
Yeah.
But if we're not muted, we get a feedback loop from the Twitch page to us. And then if we,
Yeah.
and so right now I have to mute the Twitch page so that I can talk to you without creating. So is there any way that I can get around that?
If
Does anybody know?
there isn't, because you don't have anything that's like isolating the audio from your computer into headphones.
Oh, right.
Or if your mic has a noise gate, it can also like filter out if you're watching the stream. But
Well, we
that's
can
okay.
just go back and forth. That's
Yeah,
fine.
or like when we take calls like that, you can just mute your mic here. That
Right,
way it doesn't
right.
come through. But we're joined
okay,
also, welcome in our next surprise guest, Alex Cazares. How are you? Oh no, you're muted. Wait, why can't we hear you? Oh, no, you're not muted.
No, not muted.
I think it's the input. Checking.
Uh-oh.
You got this.
Nothing.
Let's check those Windows inputs.
2 settings.
No.
And beyond.
Windows inputs.
Every time Windows updates, the audio settings change.
Yeah,
right? Like
that-
every single time.
Yeah, every time I keep having to check my Streamlabs thing because it did that where I just realized that you got this. You got this, Alex.
Nothing yet, but we believe in you. Keep trying.
Alex
got
is now
this.
going to do interpretive mime as our first performance of the day. Perfect.
Aw.
We'll see it if you're fine, Alex. She's gonna come back. Welcome in
Godspeed.
streamers. Thank you very much. Right at the top here, if you can, any amount matters. So right now we've got $175,563. So that's up over $1,000 raised. Here comes Alex again. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about a little bit.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh.
Oh wait, there we go. Yay, there's Alex.
Woo, hey guys.
Hello.
Alex, do you want to introduce yourself to everyone here and everybody at home?
Hi, I'm Alex Cazares. I also played Rose on Fallout, giving you all your shitty quests. We're here because we love West. Go West! Woo! Yeah, team! Woo! That's all I got, Ken.
That's all the time we have. Thanks for coming by, Alex.
Right,
We'll see you again.
right.
No, one of the things I wanted to mention here, when we talk about GoFundMe's, a few things. If you're not in the United States, our healthcare system is a mystery. But one of the things that
It's
I wanted to, yes, one of the things
It's a
I wanted
mystery if
to-
you are here too. So
Yeah.
it's even if you have health insurance, you first the deductibles are insane, and secondly, there's a lot of things that insurance companies will fight, not pay for, and it's just kind of a nightmare scenario. It's a mess. The Wes has been battling whatever this mysterious thing is for a few years now. It's something that they didn't want to talk about publicly, but obviously people know that with this, there's been a problem that they've been trying to figure out. All of that takes its toll, and I'm no stranger to the pain of medical debt and trying to keep up with that. So the amount of this not only helps them what has been a really ongoing burden for he and his wife Kim, but it also is recovery, right? His voice is his living. It is their living. So there's going to be recovery time. So not only does this help take the pressure off in terms of the debt that they've had, but this outpouring of support also gives him time to heal, which is really, really important. It's your instrument.
Kenneth,
Yeah.
I want to agree with you because the health insurance situation in this country is abysmal.
Yes.
It is abysmal. And particularly if you're under the age of retirement, which
Yes.
Wes is.
Yep.
And there is no help. And as someone, one of my sisters had to declare bankruptcy years ago because she needed open heart surgery and she was under the age of retirement, and it put her in, irredeemable debt. So I want to thank everyone who is contributing to Wes, the GoFundMe page for Wes, because it's exorbitant amounts of money that Wes is going to be responsible for.
Yeah. A lot. Yeah. And it's, oh, Alex, I can see you getting emotional.
No, I'm not, Ken.
It's tough. This is a man who has been kind of struggling with this kind of in the background, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating when you don't have any answers. As of this morning, they still don't have an answer. That's both scary and frustrating. That it's one thing, I guess, when you get some kind of answer, whether it's good news, medium news, or bad news, at least you kind of know. The worst thing is that, it's still trying to figure out just what's going on. That can be the most frustrating thing. Mike Rawson, is that you? Mike Rawson has joined us, I believe. Just has to turn on his mic. And we have a
This is
microphone.
Mike's brother, Al.
Hey, Al, how are you?
Good. Hello from California.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, Al's hopping on here. Do you want to talk a little bit about how you got to know Wes and how you met Wes?
Wes and I go back almost 40 years now. My first job in animation was at a place called the Animation House in Alexandria, Virginia. And when we started on a project, this would be 1986. Wes was he came in and was working on inking and painting and cracking everybody up while he was doing it. So we just kept in touch from there. I mean, excuse me. It's just been, it seems like yesterday. But what a guy, And my brother Mike went with me when the Animation House was getting started and I was trying to find out about it. And I guess those connections have continued. with Wes through the years. Mike probably has had more time working with Wes and than I have just because of the distance. But I'm so glad he's doing better.
God, yes. Yeah.
And I just jumped on when you were talking about you're trying to, trying to get some more information. What's his condition? What's going on? And so there's nothing
as of-
new yet, right?
There's not much you can do.
Yeah. But is he's joking around and
Oh yeah, he's Wes being Wes.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow. How did you meet Wes, and what's that story?
Yeah, I talked about that a little bit. I met him, well, first through the games, and then later when we started fundraising and some of the fundraising that we started doing with Bethesda. They reached out and I started doing some things kind of officially in the background, helping out with stuff on the Fallout side for community event planning and things like that, working with QuakeCon and Fallout Day. That's kind of how we met, and we got to a point where, I mean, we talk once a week until we didn't, and then if anything, when I saw Monday, someone in our Discord had posted the GoFundMe and asked, "Is this real?" And we live in a weird era where you see something and you're like, "Is this real or not real?"
Yeah, exactly.
So I read it, and then I sent a text and I said, "Please God, answer me." And then I called and and Kim picked up the phone, and she was just very scared, and we talked for a little bit, but she had to get back to the doctors, and that first day was I don't ever want to feel like that again.
Yeah.
It's you don't really appreciate the depth that someone means to you until something like this happens, and then you're trying to regain your footing. That's I'm sure we all felt
Sound
that.
comes out from underneath
Yeah,
of you.
I'm sure we all felt like
It's
that.
like a free fall.
Yeah. And then I talked to Miss Jan, and we joked our way through it. Jan John's joining us. Hi, dear.
Hey, I'm hugging everybody. Oh, hi. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, dude, everyone's here. Oh, this is cool. Oh, let's see.
How you doing?
Oh
dear?
gosh. Oh, hey, January's been the longest year.
You.
What a
said it,
year.
sister.
It's been pretty crazy. I brought my dog here because she sometimes likes to sing with a harmonica. But then I'm worried about everybody's levels, so I don't know. But
We want to hear. We want to
Yeah.
hear.
I was thinking I
Yeah.
could do like the stupid human dog tricks portion of
Oh no.
things, but I don't know if it would be. How is that? Is that too loud for you guys?
I
No.
think it actually went
Okay.
past the microphone. So
It did.
yeah, we're all very lucky.
Yeah, let me see if I can get her to come up. Hold on.
No.
The mic
Let's see.
picked up like 5% of that, so it's all good.
Daisy, come on, you got it.
Oh, this
Let's
is
see.
amazing.
Oh,
We are literally
Okay.
getting a variety hour here.
All right. This is Daisy.
This is already amazing.
Let's see if she'll sing for us. Hold on.
It's just, that is amazing.
There it is. Oh.
I picture somebody next door reading the paper being like, "That goddamn Jan John's."
and John just digging with the dog again.
Jan, you told me a story when we were talking on the phone this week about how you met Wes.
Yeah, it was in prison. He actually looks good in orange, unlike myself, which is weird. Let me get here. You got it. There you go. Good job. Good job. So I met Wes when I worked at first when I worked at a recording studio, and then we became friends. And then as you guys, I'm sure all can attest, like Wes was like, "Hey, there's this thing, you should do it," or "Hey, this is audition, you should do it." And then it was Bethesda. It was for Fallout 3, and I had no idea, and I had never really done any video game jobs or auditions at that point. And that guy coached me through my audition the night before, and he narrated the entire experience of what it's going to be like, even down to the very detail of what the room would be like and what the person I'd be auditioning for would be like. And yeah, I mean, who does that? Wes Johnson does. That's who. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was really cool of him. The person that was training me was like, "Good luck. You'll figure it out when you get there."
Yeah, it's very lucky. And you know, it's because of him that I got into games at all, you know, and explained to me the most important part, of course, the acting, but the storytelling, you know, and why it's so important to give real connected performances. You know, it's not just a bunch of noise, you know. So
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
And just on that,
Didn't know
like
that.
it is really magical. Like as a game developer, you know, you write words and you hear the words because you write them, and then somebody that's supremely talented comes in and gives actual meaning to those words. It completely changes the dynamic of what you've written, and it's magic, right? Like it's absolute magic when we hear something going from. We do a lot of RoboVO, you know, to do, you know, initial timings and things like that, so we can script things in and whatnot, and then we get the audio back from the voice actors, and it is unbelievable, and it just completely changes things. So, yeah. Kudos to all of you, and obviously kudos to Wes for pushing so many people to, or guiding so many people towards this. It makes a huge difference in games.
uh,
And you know,
So-
it's a story that he's told a few times before, because it speaks perfectly to what you said there, Rich. A lot of times, the voice that the voice actors find is nowhere near what the developers imagine. And a few times in the earlier games, I can't remember if it was for Hermaeus Mora or if it was for Sheogorath, but he came up with something. And at the time, he said Todd was voice directing him on it directly, which I think would have been Oblivion or Morrowind. I can't remember which
It was
one.
probably Morrowind,
Okay.
like
Probably
in the
Morrowind,
early
yeah.
days. Yeah.
Yeah, but he came up with something, and Todd's like, you think about that. And then he thought about it, and it's like, all right, yeah, I get it. But yeah, it's interesting, the process. Are there any quests? I just noticed, are there any quests that you wrote that we'd know? You mean Wes or Rich?
I mean, I over the years have written a lot of quests, you know, but I think the thing for me with kind of Wes and whatnot is just how easy he is to kind of direct and take feedback. A lot of our writers, they'll sit in on the actual voiceover sessions to kind of help guide and whatnot. And there's stage direction and whatnot in that kind of stuff. But oftentimes it's like, here's the scenario, go. And some actors are really, really good at it. Wes obviously is very, very good at that and can just go and go and go and go. And oftentimes it's like, okay, we got enough. Good. Right. Awesome. So yeah, it's really interesting kind of being part of that process and kind of on the side, listening in and watching the talent kind of work.
What do you think, John? I think we have enough people here that we could maybe pull out a script.
Sure. Okay. Kind of. So this script is from oh, wait a minute, wrong one. Sorry. Just a second.
We've got.
Are we gonna read them on the Zoom? Or are you guys gonna send it?
Yeah, that was my question.
Right,
We're
I'm-
gonna
I'm-
link it.
I'm putting it in chat. now in our little chat, not in the Twitter chat or in the Twitch chat. Can people see that there?
I see
wait a minute, I'll send
nothing
it.
yet.
It's loading.
see.
Should be
There it is.
There we go.
okay. And this is a script from a show that we're doing that my company is producing called Murder in the Murdochs. And it's basically the main characters are a mother and daughter team. The mother basically abandoned the daughter and left her with her father when she was little. And then when she grew up, her father passed away and her mother decided that it was time to get back into her daughter's life. The mother is an absolute top drawer, knows everybody, knows where all the bodies are buried, private detective. And her daughter is a total slacker that she has set up with her own private detective agency. And basically there's, so I'm thinking that Jan would be great as Maxine Murdoch. And,
Okay. Maxine Murdoch.
and that's the mom. And Alex would be great as Piper.
Are you
Who-
calling me a slacker?
Obviously.
Thanks, John.
I'm obviously calling you a wonderful actor because
I'm
you are so industrious that you can act like a slacker. That you are not, in fact, a moral, ethical wasteland, but in fact, a good, upstanding human being.
That you know of. Thanks, John.
We also, just one second, John. We just were joined also by DB Cooper. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, great. Okay,
Hey
so
everybody, it sure is good to see some familiar faces in here. I love you all. Hi Kenneth, how you doing?
Good.
Thanks for making it possible.
yeah.
Yeah.
Back at you.
Hey Casey.
Hi.
Great.
We're back at you.
Hey Alex. Yeah.
So DB, let's just throw you into the deep end. I just put a script up in chat,
Okay.
and you will be playing Dr. Natasha Hampton.
Can you throw it again because I'm late? I didn't
yeah.
receive it.
Fine.
It doesn't just I know, sorry. It doesn't persist.
Here you go. It should be coming at you now.
Brilliant. I'll let you know when it lands. There it is. Ooh, Murder in the Murdochs.
And chat, a little later on, we'll be, when we have some more people on, we're going to be playing some games where we're going to be taking some prompts from you all. So that should be chaotic and interesting.
Okay, and Casey, I think you would be good as Barry Grosscup.
That's a name. Let's check it out. Professional programmer. Okay. All right.
And let's see. Al, if you're in the mood, I'd love for you to play Cameron Bissell.
Am I on the television?
You are on the television.
And then I guess I'll jump in and play Larry Sherbert. So just so you know, ahead of time, this story involves a bunch of Elvis impersonators. So there will be at one point where we'll all need to, and anybody, including people who aren't actors, just anybody hop in and do your best Elvis impersonation because there's a whole mob of Elvis impersonators. So to help the people out whose characters actually have a history, Maxine Murdoch is really a very, very top-notch, knows where all the bodies are buried, can call Barack Obama, can call, Jeff Bezos, everybody owes her favors and stuff like that. And then her daughter's this slacker who just, thinks she sucks. Right. And so, but you're trying.
But the daughter has great instincts.
Well, right. The daughter's just as intelligent as the mom, but because her mom abandoned her and because her mom has basically set her up in an East Side New York apartment and set her up with her own business, that she hasn't been doing anything with her life for the last several years until you came back into it and tried to get her to actually do stuff.
So do you identify with that at all, Alex?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, a lot of this is going to just be swimming around in the deep end of the pool, and I'll be laughing at all of you, just so you know.
Oh gosh.
But basically, every show is, a possible client or a victim shows up and says, "There's this problem, and please help us out." And then the two of them have to do it because Max is saying, "Piper, it's time for you to grow up and do your job." And so,
And on the first page, you can insert your own real names instead of Cynthia Lauren Tweez
and Andy,
Okay.
of Love Boat fame.
Right.
And Andy
And just before we get started, we also were just joined by Steve French.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Welcome, Steve. Thank you for joining us.
Wes, I don't have any Caps gear, but this is my Washington Commanders hat. I know you've covered them years and years and years ago.
Close
I was
enough.
born in Silver Spring, Maryland. This is the best I could do. All right, so I'll play.
I was born in Silver Spring, Maryland.
You were?
Nice.
Yes, in 1952. Everybody
Okay.
thinks I was born in Nashville, Tennessee, but no.
So Steve, this is great. So I would like to throw you into the deep end too, and have you play Larry Sherbert, so that I can just laugh at all of you. And let me know if can you see the script in chat, or do I need to send it
Nope,
one more
we
time?
just have to link it one more time because he can't.
Great, okay.
So Steve, it'll
I
pop
have
open in chat here.
One
Right.
question.
Yeah.
So I have to be out by 1:20, latest 1:30. I have a doctor's appointment. So
This
do you
is
think...
like a 25-minute script.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I just didn't
Okay.
want to mess it up. That's all.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to mess it up, but I'll find my own way. So yeah.
Great. I appreciate the creativity.
Okay. Yeah.
I
This
just
is
got
fine.
the script. What is my character's name?
Let's see.
Cameron Bissell.
Cameron, was it Cameron Bissell?
Yeah, Cameron Bissell.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So does everybody know who they're playing, and everybody have their script? Okay, great.
Yes.
So find your own truth. It's a farce, so no one needs to be contemplative.
Okay.
That's all I'll say. Okay. So
Okay.
and if I feel like it, I'll throw in some sound effects with my mouth, or if I don't feel like it, then I won't.
That's awesome.
Okay. So boom, go.
It's Murder and the Murdochs.
That was you too, Alex.
It's Murder in the
Murdochs. Starring Jan Johns.
and Andy Albert.
Tonight's episode.
Barry has left the building. Great to be back at JFK. Of all the Beatles, he was my favorite.
JFK was not in the Beatles.
Fine, the Monkees. Was he the one with the hat?
What do you mean back at JFK? You never go anywhere, Piper.
True, but when I found out my own mom put a bunch of trackers inside me, I came here and asked the security guys if they could run me through the x-ray machine 5 or 6 times to shut them off. It was a tight fit, but I managed it.
Honey, those trackers were not inside of your body. They were in your possessions, all of which you've since lost. If I try to trace you now, it looks like pieces of you are scattered across the United States.
That's pretty much how I was told I'd wind up the last time I had... That's pretty much how I was... That's pretty much how I was told I'd wind up the last time I had my tarot read, so that's a weight off. Man. Man, this pumpkin spice Red Bull just ain't doing it. Who thought that was a good idea anyway? It's not even fall.
Don't just drop it.
Well, there's no trash cans around. What am I supposed to do? Keep hold of it, take it home, and recycle it like a responsible adult?
You know, I would love it if you would just repeat what you just said, and this time actually listen to the words coming out of your mouth. But I can see our client waiting at the bar, so now just pick up your trash, okay?
Wait a second. Do I know that guy?
You're drunk, sir.
Thank you very much. Hey, mind the laptop. I need that.
Sorry.
Can I get you two ladies anything?
Do they have pumpkin spiced Red Bull here? I think I'm developing a taste for it.
We're fine, thank you.
So, Mr. Gross Cup?
Casey Gross Cup. That's me.
My mom says
Bear
you're a
Gross Cup. That's me.
My mom says you're a Lord of the Rings cosplayer.
No, I didn't.
You said he was dressed elvish.
I said he was dressed like Elvis.
And that's not the same thing.
No, not the same thing.
Oh, I did wonder if there was a lot of rhinestone-covered white cat suits in Tolkien. Probably more of a Wheel of Time thing, huh?
I have thought about doing Lord of the Rings cosplay, but Elvis impersonation is where my talents really lie. That and my programming.
Programming? Are you a network executive or are you in a cult?
Oh, there's a difference.
Computer programming. Well, once I was a hacker, now I check for bugs and fix them. Math-based security, stuff like that. It's part of my plea bargain.
You mean all this time I've been paying fines like a sucker?
I just finished my last patch job today, and then I was supposed to fly to Poland for singing lessons.
Hold on, you're an Elvis impersonator, but you don't know how to sing?
Yeah, well, I also don't move very well. My hips are very static, and it's all about the hips. I mean, you've seen his videos.
I sure have. Of what specifically?
Elvis.
Elvis.
Presley.
Oh, got it.
And you're on your way to Poland to learn how to sing and dance like him?
That's where all the greats go.
All the great what?
Elvis impersonators. Charlie Vigg, Dirk Walker Simpson, Tina Shepard, even the Link Bronwyn himself.
Holy crap. I wasn't taking this seriously at first, but then you played the Link Bronwyn card and wow.
I know, right? Here, let me show you their website.
Ooh. Ah. You're sure the
Right?
bars are You're sure the bar's okay with you leeching off their broadband?
Have you seen what they charge for a Shasta Black Cherry? Elvis's favorite soft drink. They're stealing from me. I steal from them. There it is. That's where I'm going to school in Poland.
Let's face the music and dance?
Oh, catchy.
Why not pick an Elvis song for their name if that's what they're famous for?
We recorded surprisingly few songs with the word dance in them, and I guess the wordplay was just too delicious. Once I've completed my course, it's back to the States, and then... You know, I never really felt like I belonged anywhere. That's probably why I spent so much of my life online. But the Elvises, they make you feel welcome no matter what your level of experience. They're a real family, and they're everywhere. Especially
So you're a computer hacker who wants to be Elvis, but you possess no transferable skills at all.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, no, ma'am. Hip hop hoops.
I feel like I've learned a lot today. Not one bit of it useful, but I like it.
And what particular aspect of your life requires the services of a detective exactly?
And are we going to have to dress like you in order to solve your case? Because I would be into that.
I would not.
Well, now I'm into it 1,000% more.
This is going to sound weird,
Oh, I love it already.
but I don't even know how I got here.
Well, none of us really know how we got here, but it was the same way for all of us, I guess.
In your case, there's videotape.
You videotape my delivery?
Nope.
So, what? You videotape my... Oh, that is messed up. That is so messed up. What a messed up thing to tell your own daughter. Dad was so shy. How did you even talk him into that?
What makes you think he knew anything about it?
Mom, you are a stone cold freak, and that is literally the only thing you and me have in common.
No, I mean, I don't know how I got here to the airport. What time is it?
The time's right here for your laptop, 4:46.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. Was that your Elvis again? I mean, because honestly, it needs work.
That wasn't my Elvis. That was my, me. Look, I checked the time and I left my apartment, even allowing for the cab ride. I don't remember a cab ride. It should be an hour earlier than it is. Easy.
If this case is anything to do with daylight savings, you're gonna have to ask my mom.
There's a gap in your memory. Is that right, Barry?
Right. I just flagged down a cab, which, believe me, is tough to do just like this.
So maybe don't always dress like that, huh?
This is who I am, ma'am. I'm the king. Through and through.
What king?
No, what a hound dog.
What
Honey,
king?
The king, Elvis.
Parsley?
Presley, yes. Not parsley.
Don't you dare disrespect the king.
I usually try to avoid relationships with guys who want me to call them king. But sometimes it's unavoidable.
How can it be possibly unavoidable?
Don't judge me.
Can I mean, I was about halfway through a thing.
Sorry, King. We're legally obliged to do a certain amount of shtick. You were saying?
I was saying the next thing I know, I'm here at JFK, just as they're about to call my flight. Only got delayed. So I sat here, and then it came to me that the flight was earlier than I expected. I checked the time on the laptop, and I knew something was wrong.
Missing time.
Exactly.
I don't want to come across like the guy with the crazy hair and the memes, but I'm just going to put it out there. Aliens.
And the first commercial. Okay, and we're back in the airport.
I mean, we're all thinking aliens, right? You saw that program about the pyramids?
I can assure you nobody is thinking aliens.
I was thinking a little bit.
Then stop. It's not aliens.
You know, Elvis had a horse called Star Trek.
What's that got to do with anything, Barry?
I just thought it was interesting.
Star Trek is an objectively terrible name for a horse.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
Well, Elvis chose it, so I think it's great.
Oh, so suddenly the guy can do no wrong?
I think so.
You obviously never saw Stay Away Joe.
Well, I want to check his online history before I go nominating him for sainthood.
He wasn't a saint, he was the king. And he's dead.
He is? Is that related to the case?
No. I mean, I don't think so, is it?
Let's cut to the cheese here, Barry. The last thing you remember is flagging down a cab, correct?
Yeah, it stopped and I was about to get in, and I remember feeling a little prick.
Well, you know, the size doesn't really matter.
No.
Fine! Describe your prick in detail, Mr. Gross Cup. Please.
So the prick, at first, I just assumed I'd been staying.
Stang?
Yeah, staying. The past tense of stung.
Stung is the past tense.
Of what?
Sting.
I like stang better.
Me too.
Well, there's what you like, and there's what the dictionary says is correct. I want to see the back of your neck, Barry. Can you fold your collar back, please? Okay. A little more?
Okay, yeah.
A little more. Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Okay,
it.
okay.
That's it. Okay,
How's this?
fine.
Ooh, yeah, you got stang, all right.
Is it bad?
More likely you were injected.
With what?
It's the cure for a disease created in a lab, the exact composition of which only exists on a laptop.
We already did that.
Is there a rule that says we can't do it twice?
It's not that.
Suits me. I don't want to get shot again.
Oh, you got shot? I almost forgot because you haven't mentioned it in a half an hour.
It's not a half hour yet. I have an alarm set on my phone.
You were drugged, Barry. You were drugged. Then you were taken somewhere. Something was done to you. And once it was done, you were deposited here. You would have made your flight. And when you finally got to Poland, you wouldn't have noticed the missing hour.
Because of the time difference.
And yet you don't understand daylight savings time.
Or Tenet. Tenet?
Tenet.
Tenet? Oh. Or Tenet. I paid attention for the first couple of hours, and after that, I just gave into the madness.
What do they do to me?
I think it's a safe guess. It has something to do with your work as a programmer.
Unless someone's systematically abducting Elvis lookalikes.
No, I checked the Reddit groups. They're all fine.
Even Link Brownwin. Please say Link
Brownwin.
Okay.
Don't disrespect the king's impersonator. It's also like
Barry,
a king to me.
what was the job you completed before you headed out to the airport?
It's I can't really talk about it.
Beep, 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 beep.
And that's a half hour. Did I mention I got shot one time?
Barry, your life might depend on it.
Not if it means breaching the terms of my NDA. All I can tell you is... No, wait a second. I can't tell you that. It was a job for a big banking firm, checking whether their mutating algorithmic security code would be cracked.
Can it?
Well...
Do we look like the sort of people who understand a word you said about Al Gore's rhythms?
Oh my gosh.
Fine. Yes, there were some weaknesses, but I wrote some additional code, so I strengthened their defenses.
The internet's incredible, am I right? And this, and all this. The internet's incredible, am I right? All this, and you can watch porn on it.
Check your work.
Right now?
Nobody here is going to understand it. Just check your work.
Fine.
So, listen, Mom, are we good?
It's a process. I mean, we're not where I'd like us to be.
No, I mean those seraphim guys. Are we safe from, like, assassination and stuff?
They're all either dead or in jail. Okay, well, most of them are dead. It was a whole Kill Bill thing.
Did you pull Daryl Hannah's eye out?
Funny story. The guy's name was actually Daryl.
I don't believe it.
No, I swear. His name was Daryl.
What? No, I mean, I didn't write this line of code right here. I mean, it seems like I did write it. I just don't have any recollection of it. Huh.
My God, it's not aliens.
See, I'm in a box here. Obviously, I want to be in the Gillian Anderson of this relationship because she's a goddess, but she's also the one who doesn't believe in stuff. So she never gets the good scenes.
What are you talking about?
The X-Files, the redhead, you know.
I don't know what that is.
Did you hear me? At some point during that missing hour, I put additional code in my patch for the bank. But I don't know what it does.
Could it be serious?
I mean, possibly.
Were you the only one working on this?
I doubt it. They usually have a bunch of guys working on a project like this. We never meet each other.
So if all you were induced to make alterations to your work.
Between us, we could create a back door for someone to just walk in and take everything. Oh my God.
A heist! I love it! It's the one thing we haven't done so far. But so far as I can see, stopping it is going to be close to impossible.
Actually, it's going to be super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Oh, really? Oh.
What are you two talking about?
And change of scene.
Have I been out here before?
We don't have time to discuss past life experiences, Piper.
No, I mean, oh, I'm not out. I'm in. No, I mean in this office.
How would I know?
Well, it looks familiar, that's all.
You know what this office looks like to me?
What?
Lots of other offices.
Well, how do you even know this person?
She's an expert in the field of hypnotic therapy. If anyone can find out if someone implanted an instruction in Barry's subconscious, it's her.
I don't know, Mom. This sounds like the graspingest grasping at straws that we could have ever grasped.
Wow, beautifully put.
How do we know she's not a quack?
Toboggan.
I love you, Mom.
Thank you, honey. I love you too.
Wow. That was weird. Let's not do it again.
The door opens. You are muted, DB. You are muted, DB.
Being a good dog here. Mr. Grosscup is currently resting. Very shortly, I should be able to tell you who forced him to dress like that.
That was voluntary, Dr. Hampton.
It was? Well, who am I to judge? I'm planning on being Naru from Prey for Halloween.
She is such a Mary Sue.
Don't. Just do not, I swear to God.
Excuse me, Doctor, if that is your real name.
Doctor isn't a name. It's a title.
My current mother and I were having a discussion about your qualifications.
What do you mean, current mother?
Yeah, I'm hoping to be adopted by Dolly Parton.
So what? We all want to be adopted by Dolly Parton. What else is new?
Wait, really? You too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Huh, well.
Those boobs.
Oh, yes. Well, I have my office I have one of my offices in one of her tour buses in Dollywood. That would be pretty sweet.
I thought I was the only one.
No.
But to answer your question, Miss Murdoch, I like to think that my work speaks for itself. The human mind is one of the most elaborate mazes ever constructed, and to be able to navigate it, one of the most challenging tasks facing humanity.
Sure, when you put it like that, it sounds impressive.
In this office, I have dealt with some of the most troubled, intransigent psyches in the history of psychology. Just a few months ago, a client brought their grown-up daughter to see me in the hopes that I could get to the root cause of her deliberately disruptive behavior and find some way to stop it. Unfortunately, the issues were too deep-seated, but I was able to implant a suggestion into her unconscious and to wipe all memories of her ever coming here.
Isn't that, really shady?
Well, one person's shady is another person's toboggan.
I love you, Mom.
I know, sweetheart.
Hey, wait a minute.
Can we see Mr. Grosscup, Doctor? I have some questions I'd like to put to him.
Barry?
Or else it was a, hey, wait a minute.
Barry? Can you hear us, Barry?
I can hear you. Are you God?
Wow. Nobody's ever asked me that before.
You're not God.
Right. I'm not God. Barry, I'm just a person who'd like to talk to you. Have you heard another voice like that today?
Yeah.
Think back, Barry. Can you remember where you were taken?
Never saw it.
What about the people who took you?
Never saw them.
Were they
Don't mention aliens.
I wish they were aliens. I want to meet aliens.
The place you were taken, Barry. The same thing happened to you there as happened to you here. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
He's even Elvis when he's under. That shows commitment.
I mean, it's okay. Kurt Russell was the best Elvis. I mean, after Elvis. So
Do you remember what was said to you?
Yes, I remember.
Tell us.
Barry, can you hear me? Say something if you can hear me. No, Barry, I'm not God.
Sensing a theme here.
I have your laptop here, Barry. I want you to take it from me. Good. Now I want you to open it. That's right. Now I want you to do something for me. You were writing code earlier today. I need you to make some additions to that.
What's happening?
Has anyone seen my phone? I did put it on silent, but I can still hear it vibrating. It's very distracting. Never mind, I've got it. Hold that thought, Barry. I'll get back to you. Oh, and I might be God after all. I haven't decided yet.
you people have issues.
Yes, he's here right now. I was in the middle of programming him. I had to stop to take your call, Mrs. Bissell. You can't micromanage me the way you do your employees. What do you mean, don't say your name? Who's going to hear it? He's in a trance, won't remember anything. Listen to this. I, Dr. Prentice Popplewell, am currently speaking to Mr. Cameron Bissell of Bissell McGillicuddy Financial Advisors of New York Plaza, New York, New York, regarding the abduction and programming under deep hypnosis of Mr. Barrington Wolfgang Grosscup.
Wolfgang!
Can you pause him for a minute, Doctor?
That's enough for now, Barry. Do you understand?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
We've got it. We've got the whole thing.
I thought it was impossible to hypnotize someone into doing something they didn't want to do. Although it would explain how they got Keanu back from the last Matrix movie. Back for the last Matrix. Let me do it again. I thought it was impossible to hypnotize someone into doing something they didn't want to do. Although it would explain how they got Keanu back for the last Matrix movie.
It's impossible to persuade someone to do anything that's against their nature. But in this case, Mr. Grosscup wouldn't fully understand the implications of what he was doing. To tell you the truth, I don't either.
Yeah, we're not going through it again. There's no way this is going to stand up in court, though. Right?
Considering the source is a drowsy Elvis, that's not too likely. We may have to come at this from another angle.
Does it involve gunfights and explosions?
Oh, it doesn't have to.
Then I'm out.
Just pure chaos.
And just when I say I'm out, she drags me back in.
So what do you want me to do with this guy? I still have him on hold over here.
Bring him around, Doctor. We'll take care of him.
Fine. Do you need me to de-radicalize him? Switch him from Elvis to Dolly?
I mean, I support it.
No.
Don't you dare do that. Yeah.
We should respect his lifestyle choices. As a matter of fact, I'm relying on them.
Fine. If you need my services again, I'm available for the first 3 weeks of next month. After that, I'm vacationing in Switzerland.
Switzerland. Very nice. Enjoy the toboggan runs.
I love you, Mom. Oh, come on!
I have to go, you guys. I'm so sorry.
Okay. I swear to God, this was a 25-minute show.
No, I know, but I really have to go. But I love you guys, and I love Wes, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your time. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a big hug.
Bye.
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 Bye. Love you. Sorry.
Bye.
How do I get? Oh, bye. There you go. Bye.
There you hang up.
The role of mom will now be played by Steve French.
Well, I mean, if you want to finish this up, I can have Ellen jump in as Max.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Okay, cool.
That was the right answer.
Lost another job.
Okay, so we are now at an office building.
This is Bissell. What do you want?
This is Larry Sherbert, sir, security.
Hello, Larry Sherbert. What can I do for you?
Yeah, there were two women here a while ago, sir. They said they had to see you urgently.
Wait, it's not massage day today.
No, sir, they weren't here for anything like that. They said they were detectives representing a Mr. Barry Grosscup.
I don't know any Barry Grosskrupp. Did you tell him that?
Well, no, sir. How would I know that?
Yeah, I guess.
But I did tell them that you never see anyone without an appointment, and that appointments have to be made through your staff 2 months in advance.
Hmm. And did they leave?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
You're not sure? Are you head of my security or not?
No, that would be Lionel, sir.
Uh-huh. And is Lionel at work today?
He is, Mr. Bissell, yes.
In that case, I would like to speak to Lionel right now. Please, Larry.
Well, Lionel's got his hands full at the moment. We all do, frankly.
What is going on down there? What is that noise?
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, can we quiet down, please? It's Elvis's, sir.
It's what?
Elvis Presley, sir. Hundreds of them from all eras. Comeback Elvis, Vegas Elvis, military Elvis, beach party Elvis.
Well, get rid of them.
Sir, I don't think you appreciate just how many of them there are. We are just drowning in Elvises down here.
You're all armed, right? Use your weapons.
I don't think we can, sir. You can't just ask someone to start shooting Elvises. I mean, they're probably not armed.
Of course they're not armed. When did you ever see Elvis with a gun?
Actually, he once shot a TV because Robert Goulet was on.
Really? I hope Gam Gam never hears about that.
How did you get in here?
Well, everyone downstairs seemed busy. We could have waited, but I have a low threshold of, well, pretty much everything.
Still there, Larry?
Still here, sir.
Keep the situation contained for now.
Yeah, sir.
I'm sorry I didn't get your names.
Maxine and Piper Murdoch.
Why do you always get the top billing? Why can't we do it alphabetically?
That is me doing it alphabetically.
L-M-N. Oh, yeah, that checks out.
See what I'm dealing with, Cameron?
Nice trick with the Elvises. Must have been tough to arrange at short notice.
Not as tough as you'd think. As a community, they're very protective of one another.
You come for one of them, you come for all of them. They're all hunka burning vengeance.
I thought you didn't know who Elvis was.
Googled him. Did you know he had a horse called Star Trek?
Barry already told us that.
Yeah, but I forgot.
Larry, you still there?
Yes, Mr. Bissell.
One of the Elvises is a saboteur.
Okay, which one?
I don't know. Just keep all of them away from the servers. If you wanted an apology for the whole abduction thing, you could have just asked.
Piper?
Do we want that?
It'd be a start, but we want a little more than that. You tried to make our client an accessory to the world's biggest bank heist. I want the names of every other programmer you programmed.
I see what you did there.
Can't do it. I get the idea. Gross Cup, Gross Cup told you this company's servers can't be accessed remotely, right? Sorry. It's a closed circuit. You have to be on site. You figured you'd sneak him in here as one of 100 other Elvises and then have him get into the mainframe and do some damage to this firm in return. Am I right?
Almost. Except
What?
that Barry isn't one of the Elvises.
What?
You were so preoccupied with them, nobody paid any attention to someone dressed as an ordinary maintenance worker.
You're trying to rob me.
Not exactly. Barry broke through your firewalls 5 minutes ago, and right now, the entire wealth of Bissell McGillicuddy is up in the cloud. Unless you give us those names, it's all going to charity in 24 hours.
We're all going down.
I do not want to be here when McGillicuddy hears about this. Standing ovation, if you please.
Charity? How could you?
You're caught in a trap, Cameron. What's it going to be?
Fine, fine, you win. You can have the names, all of it. Just give me back my... Wait a second. Star Trek? That's a terrible name for a horse.
That's
what we said.
You
And then we
want-
have the
Sorry.
great first part of the closing scene, bloop, bloop, and it's interrupted, and you come in. Go ahead.
You want me to make her recite the entirety of Bohemian Rhapsody whenever you say cauliflower?
All of it. And that includes the headbanging part from Wayne's World.
Oh, this is highly irregular, Miss Murdoch. Some might even say unethical.
So you're growing a conscience now? Do you have any idea of the hell my life's gonna be during the Winter Olympics, huh?
I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I was just about to explain it would be very expensive.
Yeah, well, I got my mom's credit card right here, Doc. Money is no object. So should I text you the lyrics or what?
Boom, and we're out. Thank you, guys. Thanks for diving in.
That was fun. That's great.
That's awesome. And yeah, we had
Casey, you've got a fine Elvis Presley.
Yeah.
that
Oh,
was
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
hilarious. Jan was dying every time you did it.
I watched a lot of Johnny Bravo as a kid, so
Oh, man. Yeah.
That'll do it. John and Ellen, we got quite a few questions in chat regarding where those are from and where your scripts are from. So if you want to talk.
Right,
a little
okay,
bit
so-
about,
Anyone who wants to can go to harrynile.com. That's HARRYNILE.com. And at this point, we have over 1,000 titles. We've been doing this out here in Seattle in one form or another since the 90s. Right now it's my company with Larry Albert, and the scripts, that script was written by our friend MJ Elliott, who lives just outside of Manchester, England. He writes a lot of our scripts. He's our head writer. We're on various radio stations. Back in the day, before the internet took all the ad money away from radio stations, we were on radio stations all across the country. Now we have our own YouTube channel. You can go to I believe it's, if you type into YouTube Imagination Theater, that's the other title we go under. And we have like 7 YouTube channels, so we always have 7 shows up. And then you can also buy the shows for $1.99 a piece at our website, harrynile.com.
And I also want to say that I would hire each and every one of you if I was in the position of hiring voice actors. You all cold red so beautifully and so funny.
It's just so great. We've all been in that position, but actually doing it live in front of a nationwide audience. I have no idea what this story is. I have no idea what it's coming next. I'm just trying to make sense of this line right in front of me now.
And you all were
It was great.
fabulous.
It was great.
Fabulous.
Thank you very much.
What he said.
Well, let's actually switch gears here. DB and Steve, you came in. Rich had to leave us. Jan had to leave us. Why don't we start out with I'm trying to remember who came in first. I think it was DB, right? Did DB come in? Yeah. DB, do you want to talk a little bit about when you first started working with Wes, how you met Wes?
Yeah. So I had the spectacular good fortune after being a freelance actor and director of video games and cinema for years and years to get a job with the company ZeniMax Online. And one of the things that Wes is lots of voices for the Elder Scrolls Online and the Elder Scrolls in general. And one of the things that I got to do fairly early on was direct Wes doing all of the Hermaeus Mora VO for the Elder Scrolls. And Hermaeus Mora is a gigantic creature with 1,000 eyes and these tentacles, and he's a magical creature that exists across spectral realities and all of this stuff. And one of the things that Wes is able to do is this wonderful, lumpy, gooky, very wild, rangy, full of life voice for this imaginary creature. And we had laughs like you would not believe. And it's not a funny creature. He's not known for his humor except very occasionally. And we were always just, you know what? Wes referred to our relationship with me with the script, him with the script, and working on this thing together. He always called it a dance. And that's Wes Johnson for you.
What about you, Steve?
Everybody's been talking so much about like, oh, Wes, he did this for me, and oh, Wes, he got me this job, he introduced me. Wes hasn't done shit for me, okay? I've never gotten a single job from Wes Johnson. He's never called anybody for me. So thanks, Wes, buddy. Wes, I've never gotten to meet Wes in person, but sort of this, the age that we're in now, this wonderful virtual community that we're able to foster. I played Mayrins Dagon in ESO a couple years ago, and then got to do an ESO Live, and some of the amazing writers wrote us some Tamriel commercials during one of those live streams that like we were just doing, John, just throwing cold readings out. And so one of them was for Uncle Shio's House of Cheeses that I read on the spot and had no idea what I was doing. And so a while later, somebody else, it was immediately clipped and lives in infamy online somewhere, and somebody sent it to Wes. And instead of telling me all the shame that I'd heaped upon this beloved character of his, he invited me to do one of the Voice of Palooza. So that was, I thought, very sweet of him to do. So that's sort of how but it just goes to show that he wants everybody to play and bring everybody around, and there's nothing better than doing this with each other. So very lucky to have this kind of, minimal peripheral association with Wes. So very grateful for that.
And we're also just joined by Sherry. Hello, Sherry.
Hi there. How are you?
Hi.
Good. Sherry, where would people have heard your voice before, and where also would people? Where did you meet Wes?
Well, I'll start with the Wes story, and that is that I met Wes. We were back in I want to say 89 or 90. And we were both working at an improv group. And Wes had a following. We were also on something called the Scandal Tours. And the Scandal Tours was a tour of DC with all of the scandalous characters. So I played Fawn Hall. You'd go to each place and there would be a character that would come up on the bus. It was bus theater, and talk about that particular thing. So Wes was Richard Nixon. I was Fawn Hall. We had all these different, characters and everything. And that's where I met him. And then we kind of went on and we were in the same circles with voiceover work and all of that. And then Wes started his own group and it was called Fresh Victims, and it was to compete with the group that I was in. And so we had a little, back and forth there about he wanted me to join his group, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, but here's the story that happened. So one night this time we're all in the same group. It's called Loyal Opposition. And there was a rehearsal at my house. So I had a dog named Fred, and Fred was stone deaf. I mean, completely deaf. And so one of the things that we had to do in this, whatever the sketch was there was a gun. And Wes brought over, I don't know anything about guns. So I don't know if it was like a pop gun or a whatever, but he kept wanting to shoot it off, right? And I was like, Wes, no, we can't do it. He's like, but I need to find out how loud it is. And I'm like, no, you can't do it. I live in a townhouse. It's going to be really bad, And Wes could not resist himself. So about 5 minutes in after that conversation, the gun goes off. It is so loud that Fred, who's been deaf for like 5 years, it was unbelievably loud. And it was the first time and the last time I was ever mad at Wes. I was like, what are you doing? He goes, oh, I had to see what it was like. But that's, we've been in each other's lives for, almost 35 years. Been through all kinds of different things together. When I got divorced, Wes was one of the people that, called me all the time and reminded me that my life wasn't over, that we would move on and everything would be okay. And then I've mostly been in radio. So when I hosted a show on WBAL, pretty much, actually I had one on Sirius XM, Wes was always a character on the show. He always came on, he always did something. And he's great. I mean, he's one of my longest and best friends. And I talked to him this morning, as a matter of fact.
Aww.
He was listening in on this, and very happy that all of you were here. And just, but he's doing great. He's got a long recovery, but he's doing great. And as far as where you might have heard me, I was in Fallout 3, and God, this is Wes's job. This happens every time. I'm like, I don't even know what I did, Wes. What do I do? But yeah, I don't. Do you know, Ken? So
you have to look at your own website. You know what I'm saying? It's like, go to your website and see what you did.
It was a bunch of stuff.
I got you. Azura and Female Imperials in Morrowind, Elder Scrolls 3.
Oh, yeah.
Fallout 3, Broken Steel as Officer Lauren.
Oh,
Rosa
yeah, Star
Wagner
Paladin
in
Cross.
Project Purity Scientists.
Yeah.
Beatrice Armstrong, Riley from Riley's Rangers, and Star Paladin Cross. Yeah.
Star
Thank you,
Paladin Cross, of
Casey.
I'm on the case.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I want to know. I play those games. I'm like, wait, who are you?
Yeah. So anyway, that's my way too long description of
cool.
of Wes and everything. So he's just the greatest guy. I mean, the microphone that I have in my studio is the one that Wes gave me, because I was trying to put together a studio so many years ago, and he came over, he put it in. I'm still using it. It's a great microphone. So he's been generous and kind and supportive, and I was devastated when I heard that things might not go in the right direction. But I think he's in good shape.
That was way, way, way too close.
Yeah, it was. And I think the frustration now is, according to him this morning, they don't really even know what caused it.
No, we talked about that yesterday. Both he and Kim are just, it's frustrating not having any answers.
Well, I think we should just all get together and tell Wes to just stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it, Wes.
Stop
And
it,
knock it
Wes.
off, Wes.
Don't
Wes,
do that
stop.
again.
Come on.
No.
We're done,
No.
man.
We're like
I did.
busy.
I was in
We're
the
like
hospital.
busy, I mean, come on, man.
You don't have time for this,
Like-
Wes. Come on.
Well, and it's so sad because I was intubated last spring, and all of a sudden now he's intubated. I mean, really.
Oh boy, show off.
I cried for the first time in like 3 years. Come on, Wes. Really gonna make me cry? Come on. Too macho
Really?
for this stuff.
Yeah. Come on, Wes.
Wes actually recorded something special that he wanted me to play for you all here. That was different than the message that he put out on the GoFundMe. But he wanted me to play it live for you. So I dropped a link here in our Zoom chat. I'm going to mute you all because what will happen is we'll get like a feedback loop if you're listening it on the computer. And I'm going to play that also for all of you here in a moment.
Hey guys, it's Wes. Yep, the tube's out. I can talk again. Everybody's in trouble. Thank you all for being here today. I can't express what it means to me, all the love I've received from the gaming community, from you guys, from the voice actors, from the devs. I've cried a lot over the past couple days, just because of what you've said to me. A lot of people have to wait until after they're gone to have people say nice things about them like that. They never get to hear it. I'm the lucky one. I was put in a medically induced coma. I had a throat tube in for several days. And I still have a long fight to go. But you know what? I'm coming back. And I'm coming back stronger because of you. I love you all. Kenny, you are the best. Absolutely the best. My thanks to Bill Glasser, to Sherry Elliker, to the Alzheimer's Association, Bethesda Game Studios, and the Washington Capitals. Everyone came through big for me. And everyone that I've spoken to, that I've found my way into the ears of over the past so many years. You've paid me back in spades as far as love is concerned, and I'm grateful. I hope there's more to come. I hope you come see me at AwesomeCon in April in DC. And then, I don't know, let's announce some Alex Ovechkin goals. Take care, guys. Ta-ta.
We're all like, we're all in the feels in the moment. Yeah, of course, now everyone has to unmute.
Wes has a way of amplifying whatever event he's part of. If he's part of a group thing for fun or a game or a session, it's bigger than the sum of its parts when Wes is there.
That's a great point. And I noticed one thing with Wes in working with him on stage. The great thing about him is even if things go sideways or whatever, Wes commits 100%. He'll never let you down in an improv. He's never wishy-washy. He 100% is there. He's present. He's the easiest person to work with that way, because you know that it's a little more difficult to fail, which is very, very, possible with me involved. So I think it's, he is really quite the performer.
Yeah, everyone's saying it was so good to hear his voice again. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I
just want to say, to me, it was completely within my experience of Wes that he would want to put that little video together, because no matter what he is doing, it seems like gratitude is at the center of what he is doing. That his whole life is about giving back because he feels like he's gotten so much. And that's one of the things that makes it so wonderful to just be around him, because it's all gratitude all the time. And it's just great.
Yeah. That's a rare thing in this world. Increasingly so. I thought we'd play a little game. So we're gonna
have a roller coaster today of emotions. We laughed, we cried, we might even play a game.
We're gonna shake things up. We'll turn things on here. All right. We hang on. We got oh, did we lose DB?
I think DB had to run.
Had to go.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that message.
I know, because I read the message.
I missed the message. So we'll do a little improv here. All right. So we're going to need a few different things. First, we're going to fire up the Improv 5000 generator. And let's see. All right, we are okay. So the scene. I'm going to hit the randomizer here. We this is a guide leading a tour through the weirdest museum ever. So we're gonna need a guide. Chat, hit me up. Who would you like to be the guide on this strange little tour? And then we're gonna create some background characters here. One vote for Casey. We got one vote for Alan. We got one vote for John Patrick. All right, this is going to be chaotic. We got two votes. All right, we got Ellen. Oh, I'm seeing more Ellens. Okay, Ellen is going to be the tour guide.
And Kenneth, please
yeah.
tell me what kind of museum this is.
We're going to ask the chat that. So it is a very weird museum.
Okay,
So this is a museum dedicated to something very unusual. So hit me with unusual suggestions for a museum. Al, it's okay. We'll have you dip. Thank you very much, Al, for joining us today.
Bye, Al.
Bye, Al. The Museum of Various Age Cheeses, Daedric Artifacts, Doctor Who's sock collection. Wes is a Doctor Who fan.
But cheese is universal.
All right.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't
That's the
care.
quote of the year.
All right,
Cheese
this
is hashtag cheese is universal.
It's very, it's the Museum of Toilet Bowls. All right, let's do cheese. In honor of Wes, we'll do the Museum of Cheese. Now, for the guide of the tour, hit me with, 1 second here. For the tour, hit me with an unusual quirk. So we need to give Ellen an unusual quirk.
Oh, I have plenty.
I'm trying to think of the part of her that's not an unusual quirk. Oh yeah, that I thought of it. It's this area right in here. This is not an unusual quirk. Pretty much everything else.
And I have a right elbow that is admired internationally. I am paraphrasing Catashaw from The Mikado by Gilbert and Sullivan.
Breaks out laughing after every sentence, arranges the museum into a giant puzzle for the guests to walk through. I like that one.
That's really good.
That's a really
that's
good
very
one.
GLaDOS.
Okay, yep.
Mm-hmm.
I got one. When you laugh as your laugh has to be like a pop song, you know, like ha 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 ha.
All right, so now we have we need
Don't pick that one.
so John, Casey, we got Steve, we got Sherry, and we got Alex. So we're going to need give me 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 5 unusual character traits. We got accent changes. Let's give that one to Casey. Casey can do an Elvis. Let's see what else we can do there. Accents randomly. What else we got? Snorts. Who can do a really good snort?
I guess I can snort. I can make noises.
All right, we got Steve who's going to do a snort. Another unusual character trait, talks in rhyme. Okay, well, that's close to kind of what Alex was thinking. So, Alex, let's have you talk in rhyme.
No.
Yeah.
Believe you mean, oh, no.
There's
no.
Let's give John a little bit of Sherlock Holmes. Knows a little bit too much about the guests. And we need one more for Sherry. A Wisconsin accent. Oh no. Give us your best. Raps every sentence. Sniffs everyone.
Wisconsin, that's kind of flat, right? Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's good.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
It's kind of like really like on a cheese head, kind of Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah,
A
Wisconsin.
cheesehead.
Yeah. Yeah. Go Pack, go.
All right, perfect. All right, so scene, here we are at the very front entrance. They've just paid for their tickets. Take it away, guide Ellen McLean.
And welcome, everyone, to the Cheese Museum, Roquefort, Edam, and we have Alex, Steve, Casey, John, and Sherry. What do you all think about cheese?
Jeez, look at all that cheese.
I like it on a burger. I like it on, any kind of thing. You just don't put it on a hot dog. It's kind of weird. I'm from
Not
Jersey.
surprising. Not surprising for a person
you
with
know.
that color of red clay on their shoes and the handkerchief hanging out of their pocket only halfway.
Being from Wisconsin, I know that that's the cheese capital of probably the world. I don't know, maybe it's just the US, but I know that it's a big thing. And we have cheese at every single meal. Every meal we eat cheese. That's the way we do it in Wisconsin.
And Sherry, do you have your cheese hat today?
I loaned it. It's the weirdest thing. My cousin Benny was going to a game and I was like, I can't really I know that I need to get it back, but I don't have it right now. I'm sorry.
Interesting that you say that when you were wearing it when you walked into the museum.
Oh.
Yeah, what's up with that, Sherry?
I have some memory problems. But being from Wisconsin, it's cold enough that my memory comes back like that.
And Mr. French, are you into Roquefort and Blue and Camembert and Brie?
Well, I typically I have a slight allergic reaction to but my doctor said to come get some exposure therapy, so but I'm really looking forward to this with you all.
Interesting that you would be wearing that color of blue hoodie.
I'm feeling very blue. Blue's my favorite cheese.
And do you have an interest in au croûte?
Au croûte? It's pretty cute. I'm sorry. I gotta go to the
I
bathroom.
don't even have a clue what that even is.
Au croûte is wrapping the cheese in a baked good. Au croûte.
That sounds delicious.
Thank you.
So,
Learn something new every day.
Yes, Casey, I am assuming that everyone has some French experience, whether romantic or cheese.
Sometimes one likes to, you say, cut the cheese.
Oh my God.
Hopefully not in an elevator. That is no good. Pish posh, do not do such things. And if you do, never admit it.
Bien sûr. Now, Alex, I hear that you like Limburger.
Mold is gold.
We keep the doors closed on our Limburger display because of the aroma.
Oh, thank God for
Many of
that.
our German guests, our guests from Germany, enjoy our Limburger.
With your mastery of the rhyme, it's interesting to note that you only took a 5th in English Lit.
Wee, give me some of that brie.
Yes, brie can be served en croûte. Baked brie.
Okay, I think that's run its course.
I
We're
agree.
just getting started here.
Yeah.
I'm learning
The
all
important
about
thing-
cheese.
Alfred somehow managed to inhale his own brain.
The important thing is we told a compelling story.
That was
Yes.
amazing. I was
That's
And we learn lessons. Do not cut the cheese in an elevator, especially. I've been there. I wasn't the one who did it.
Sure.
But you know what they say? Who
just-
smelt it, dealt it. But who denied it, supplied it.
So I loved the accent work from everyone. So you see, I'm going to give an instant review. I loved the accent work, and Sherry.
Yes.
One of my favorite accents is Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Good. God,
But
I was
but I
worried we were
wanted
only
to
going to talk
know
about
if you
pirates.
ever have you spent much time in Wisconsin?
Never been there for a day, but I know Wisconsin people, and they are
But-
really out there. Let me tell you. And
The
about
mystery-
the part. Good God, Casey, what the hell? I was
The,
like,
the mystery to me of Wisconsin is how are there any Wisconsonians? Because I don't know how you get aroused enough to produce a Wisconsonian with someone saying, do me, yeah, baby, yeah.
Oh, baby.
God,
That's
oh, God,
I'm from
oh, God, oh,
Wisconsin.
God.
Wisconsin.
I love that chat was like, we need a weird attribute. What's like a weird, messed up attribute? Somebody's like, Wisconsin accent. I did a show in Milwaukee. The people are wonderful there. Let's slow down, folks. Come on. Guys, I love you. I have to run.
Bye,
This has
Steve.
been amazing.
Thank you, Steve.
You
Take
got
care,
it.
everybody. We love
Thanks,
you,
Steve.
Wes.
See ya.
Later.
All right, we have another fun one. So this is going to be fairy tale characters at a speed dating event.
Mm.
All right, so let's have one person be static. Let's have that be Sherry.
Okay.
And Sherry, chat, give me a fairy tale character that Sherry could be. And then we're also going to need 4 other characters. I'm begging you, include Icelandic folklore. Rumpelstiltskin.
Oh, gee.
That's the guy with the stick, right?
Rumpelstiltskin.
Oh,
What-
Rapunzel's a good one.
Oh, Rapunzel.
All 3 little pigs from one person. Jafar from Aladdin. Oh, that's a good one. Casey, can you do a Jafar from Aladdin?
I don't think I've ever seen the movie. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, perfect.
I might have seen it when I was 3.
Mm.
I don't remember. It's been a while
Uh,
since I was 3. Hello.
Ben Lobley and Eric Azana are joining us as well, just in the nick of time. Welcome, fellas. Eric, what's up, man?
How's it going, everybody?
Hey.
There's Bill.
Hello.
Hello, Bill. After these messages, we'll be right back. Eric, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Good to see all your wonderful, wonderful faces.
We let me see where we're at actually. Let's check the GoFundMe. I had not been keeping up.
Can you hear me there?
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Hey.
You know, if I knew any audio professionals, I could have asked them how to join audio on a Zoom. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Bill.
Oh.
All right, why don't we introduce our 2 newest guests? So why don't we start with Eric, who just popped in. Eric, where may have people heard you? And also, how did you meet Wes?
Hello. I'm Eric Azana. If you are a fan of Fallout, which I'm assuming if you're watching this, you probably are, you would know me from Fallout 76. I played Danilo in The Pit. Otherwise, outside of Fallout, I played Kairos in Kartrider Rush Plus. I've done a ton of live action dub work. Most recently, we had Queen Wu drop on Paramount Plus, which was really fun. And I honestly, I think how I met Wes was through you, Ken.
All right.
When you invited me for my first Voiceapalooza, and I had heard legend of the man they call Wes, and obviously huge fan of him. And I was pleased to find out that sometimes meeting your heroes does work out. So wonderful person, and I'm just really glad to be here.
And Bill, how are you, man? I've missed you.
Which Bill? Is it me? Is it my
you,
turn?
It's you. It's your turn.
Yeah. Well, once again, forced to talk about myself against my will. I don't know. I did some Fallout stuff. I was a narrator, and I was a talking crane, and a wastelander, and a bunch of stuff. I mean, any specific things like, the guy that actually falls out. No, it's not me. But so yeah, I did that, and then I also had an offshoot called Tales from the West Virginia Hills, which is this great side thing that you could watch, and and it was like a 1920s radio thing. It was freaking awesome. So I narrated that and did some of the parts in that. But anyway, just like many people, I maybe had heard of Wes, seen Wes, but didn't really meet him until we did the Fallout, the Fallout for Hope, which was great. And then I found out that, Wes is like, as Ken had said previously, he's a force of nature.
Yeah.
And I realized that, he does a lot of different things. And then I further realized, well, he's really good on these radio things. What's his background? And he did improv, and he worked with a group called Gross National Product then, before it became Gross Domestic Product politically. But it was Gross National Product, and he did shows with them before I did shows with them in the D.C. area. So it was like improv and sketch comedy, politically based, and you have to be pretty sharp, present company excluded, to do really good, fun, fair political satire. And Wes was like one of those guys. I'm like, oh my God, this guy does a lot. So that's basically how we met. And then just, seeing not only his talent, but his heart, will be like, wow, this is a great guy to hang out with. And then I have more stories, but for another time in this Zoom.
Perfect. You two came in at the perfect time. So we've been doing some fun, silly improv here. Right now, the one we're about to start is fairy tale characters at a speed dating event. And we got Sherry Elliker, who's going to be our static datee as people rotate through. And I'm trying to scroll back through. Thumbelina actually would be a great one. So you are a petite fairy tale character. So we're going to need 5 other fairy tale characters. So hit me with 5 other ones.
I'll be a wolf. There's so many.
Thumbelina, definitely. I think it'd be funny if, Bill, let's have Bill be the big bad wolf.
All right. You can hear my siren going off. That's my lupine siren in the background.
John Slenderman is not a fairy tale character.
I'll either be Thumbelina or Rapunzel. I want to be either Thumbelina or Rapunzel.
All right, let's have John Patrick Lowry be Rapunzel.
I don't know. John Patrick Lowry's here. Oh, he's next to the. Okay, I should have figured. I didn't see him, but I heard him. I'm like, boy, she sounds like she's got a cold. It's John. Hi, John.
Hey, man. Good to see you, buddy.
Sure, we'll do. Paul Bunyan. Who wants to be Paul Bunyan?
Ooh, I'll take Paul Bunyan.
All right,
Paul
Eric's going to be Paul Bunyan.
And I'll be your blue ox, Eric.
Yes. All right. Wonderful.
You get it's a 2 for 1. All right, we got one more. We need someone for
because you're a babe.
I got about 15 minutes left till I got to get some stuff done.
That's okay.
But I don't know if that's gonna be enough time to do a thing.
I'll make sure.
Well, it is speed dating.
Yeah, it's speed dating.
It is. Yeah, how speedy can we make the speed dating?
Yeah.
Let's get hitched, Ben. 15
more,
minutes
one
from
more.
now.
Oh, Peter Pan. That's a great one. Okay.
I
fair
was
enough.
thinking I could be,
Yep.
wow, let's go.
Yeah, he's got a complex.
If there's a smile in your heart.
All right, Thumbelina. Here we are, speed dating night. The red light goes on. The door opens, and in walks the big bad wolf.
Supposed to meet somebody. I can't see her. Hello, are you in the chair?
Chair.
Oh, there you are. There you are. You're way down there. How are you? My, what beautiful eyes you have.
Oh,
What
thank you.
teeny little eyes you have. So tell me something about yourself, Thumbie.
I think I'm supposed to be interviewing you, so I
Oh,
want to know why
okay.
you are a big bad wolf. What happened?
Well, it's a long story. I began as a little teeny innocent wolf, and then I developed let's just say a taste for sweeter things. Yeah. I also found I liked girls in red, and I was kind of hoping you'd be wearing red. And
I have lots of red.
yeah. So yeah, that's basically my origin story. I grew up and really wasn't fed anything well, and then decided I'd just venture out into the woods and see what I could scare up in terms of a meal. I mean a date.
If we were to go on a date, where would we go?
Well, actually, what I'd do is take you to my grandma's house. And I gotta be honest, full disclosure, I'm kind of transitioning into an elderly woman, so I'd be wearing some of her clothes. But don't let that frighten you.
I'm already frightened. Thank you, Wolf. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. Yeah, maybe we'll have lunch sometime. I'd
Yeah,
love to
I
have you for
gotta
lunch.
It would just be you, but okay.
All right, now. That's don't.
Okay, time. The light goes out. The bad bad wolf exits. In walks Paul Bunyan and Babe, the big blue ox.
No, it's okay. She's a service animal. It's gonna be great. It's fine. I have my documentation. Hello down there.
Hi, Paul.
You already know my name. Hello.
Hello.
Are there any larger chairs? This will be fine. We'll just stand.
Well, it's very nice to meet you. I'm a little afraid of that animal that you have with you.
Oh, she's well trained. This is my lifelong companion, Babe. Babe, say hello to Thumbelina. We're teaching her to talk. We're getting really, really close.
Yeah, sounds like it. Not really. So tell me, if we went out on a date, where would we go and what would you wear? Because you're kind of a big guy.
Well, thank you for noticing. I've been working out recently.
I'd stop that if I were you. Enough, okay?
I'd put on my best boots, my best flannel, and my best little logging hat, and I think I'd take you to a nice farm. You don't mind if Babe comes with us, right?
Well, I don't really know what we do at a farm, but yeah, I guess maybe you could leave Babe there and then you and I could go someplace fancy.
No, she didn't mean it. Well, me and Babe are pals. We're very close, and where I go, she goes.
It sounds to me like you may have a thing with Babe, and I don't like that. It's
How
me or
dare
Babe.
you? Oh,
It's me or Babe.
I don't appreciate ultimatums this early on in the relationship.
Well, I knew it wouldn't work between us anyway.
Let's get out of here, Babe.
The Oscar for Best Bovine goes to Babe, the blue ox.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Glad to be here. Wanted to pop in and say hi and give Wes my love and support, of course. I could tell. I didn't want to interrupt. No, I'm just here to enjoy.
Hey, Ken, is Wes signed in? Okay. No, I just want to know if he was aware that, we're all here and not making fun of him.
Yet.
So, hey, you saying that he's watching this? Is he doing better? Is there? I haven't.
Hey guys, it's Wes. Yep, the tube's out. I can talk again. Everybody's in trouble. Thank you all for being here today. I can't express what it means to me, all the love I've received from the gaming community, from you guys, from the voice actors, from the devs. I've cried a lot over the past couple days just because of what you've said to me. A lot of people have to wait until after they're gone to have people say nice things about them like that. They never get to hear it. I'm the lucky one. I was put in a medically induced coma. I had a throat tube in for several days. And I still have a long fight to go. But you know what? I'm coming back. And I'm coming back stronger because of you. I love you all. Kenny, you are the best. Absolutely the best. My thanks to Bill Glasser, to Sherry Elliker, to the Alzheimer's Association, Bethesda Game Studios, and the Washington Capitals. Everyone came through big for me. And everyone that I've spoken to, that I've found my way into the ears of over the past so many years. You've paid me back in spades as far as love is concerned, and I'm grateful. I hope there's more to come. I hope you come see me at AwesomeCon in April in DC. And then, I don't know, let's announce some Alex Ovechkin goals. Take care, guys. Ta-ta.
There we go. And that was a message from Wes. Yeah, he to answer your question there. Yeah. So as of this morning, that was one of the things we were talking about. They're still trying to figure out exactly what is going on from a health standpoint, but he's talking and joking and laughing and being very Wes. And just has been really, really, really overwhelmed and thankful the outpouring of support from everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in other words, I guess my big question, Ken, is first of all, it's wonderful that there's progress being made, and you pray for answers also. But he is watching us and seeing everything because
he is.
I actually prepared something for him, and well, listen. I'm not saying I'm the greatest artist in the world, but one of the things I discovered about Wes was, when he does the announcer for the Capitals, he would draw on his coffee cups. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
They're wild. It's like, what the hell? There's like one more.
He posts them on Facebook a lot. They're pretty
great.
Yeah.
There's one more talent this guy has, and I'm like, well, I didn't go to art school, but I've been drawing for a while, and I figured I would do something for him. Like I said, it's not the best, but I've been told I'm pretty good. So I did one, and I wanted to show everybody. So let me just get it. Okay. So here it is.
Oh.
I've kind of, it's not great. It's not great, but
I love it.
yeah. I mean, like I said, I did like one semester in Italy for art and the Doge and all that stuff. But this is it, and I got, of course, Capitals hockey, as you know, that's a sport, and I got the little,
H-O-C-K-Y.
I got the
That's
little,
exactly how you spell it. Yeah.
I got a little hockey puck in there because I know they're black and round, and he's got, I put skates on him, I don't know if he skates at all, but that's it. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm going to put it on eBay and see what I can get and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I just wanted to share that because, I mean, like I said, we all need to share our art, and I'm nothing like Wes, but, I've told him pretty good. So that's it. I just wanted to say that.
That's special. I love it.
Thank you.
We also,
by the way, the pencil sketches and the rough drafts were for a bitch, but to finally put it on the cup is, it takes a while. It took 2 or 3 days.
So the resemblance is uncanny, really. The way you,
thank you.
Thank
you.
I mean, especially the eyes. Did you see how great the eyes?
Wes, I don't know if it's going to be a beard and going to be a goatee. I don't know what the hell's going on in his face, but I figured I'd just do like the unshaven, Wes Johnson unshaven. That was my impetus. Anyway, thank you for your compliments. Thank you so much. It really warms my heart. Thank you.
I think your use of symbolism and forced perspective was
the force.
It brought me to tears. It brought me to tears. That's all I can say.
Also now joined by Paula Tiso. Hello.
Hello, and my name says Soundbox Westside, but it is Paula Tiso actually who is here. I just didn't change that in time.
That's okay.
At the west side of LA or Manhattan?
Of Los Angeles, yeah. So we're part of a small group of studios here in Los Angeles that we are available to other voice talent to use. And so and it's a Soundbox group. I don't know if you've heard about them, and Tim Friedlander's. He's the head of it. Anyway, we're Soundbox Westside on the west side of Los Angeles.
Okay, hope you guys are doing okay.
We are doing okay. We were just far enough down that we were okay. Thank you.
Good.
And also, so why don't we grab a couple of stories? Emma, when did you first meet? And because you've been friends for a number of years.
Yeah, probably wow. When we started working, let's see, Oblivion came out in 2006, and so I want to say it was 2004, 2005. When I met Wes, and because I remember the first role for him was the arena in Oblivion needed an announcer, and so he's the announcer in the arena for Oblivion, and he gives this very distinct performance. And I didn't find out till, I'm not a hockey fan really, so I didn't find out until 2 years later that he was the voice of the Capitals, and that the announcer voice in Oblivion is essentially his Capitals announcer voice. I mean, he's going for it. He's like, on this side, the yellow team. I mean, he's doing full West. It's awesome.
He workshopped it.
He totally workshopped it. It was great. And one of my favorite West stories is very early. It was around that time, I think the early 2000s. We were doing a Star Trek game, one of our studios, and we had Shatner was doing some of the voice, and he was complaining that he was actually complaining that he hadn't gotten paid yet. I think he was very, very aggressive with our folks at like, where's my check? Where's my check? And some of the dialogue in the game, I think Wes does an unreal Shatner impersonation. And so Wes might be watching this and listening, and I'm getting all the details wrong, but Wes was filling in some of the Shatner parts, but I just remember being in the studio, and I think it was Pete, our head of marketing, gave Wes his cell phone, and it had Shatner's number in there. And so Wes called Shatner and is talking to him as Shatner. And we don't know what the actual Shatner is saying at the other end of the phone, but Wes is doing his full thing. And then he hangs up and he just looks at us and he says, yeah, he was not happy about that at all.
Safer over the phone.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And I got a black eye from William Shatner.
Right? I kind of feel like I was in the same room with Shatner, even though. Yeah. Oh, God.
Paula, did you know Wes or work with him at all before? Because I know we've worked on some stuff here with Voiceapalooza and Fallout for Hope. I didn't know if you'd worked together before.
We actually have not worked together. He just kind of reached out to me on Instagram.
Yeah.
Because I had posted something about Fallout 76 Wastelanders. I played Duchess in that, and so he had asked if I wanted to be included because of that credit, and I was absolutely all over that opportunity to help out. But yeah, in person, we've never met.
I've never met him in person either. Isn't that weird? I mean, it's all been over Zoom, and another thing I discovered Wes did is, conventions with his Sharecraft and all that stuff. And I was like, and really effectively still am a neophyte. And I said, well, who can I reach out to? Because, everything in the business can be so like proprietary, and I'm not telling him that. That's my contact and all that stuff. But I figured like Wes seems like a nice guy. And so, of course, I figured he's going to send me like some perfunctory, call these guys, tell them you know me, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not Wes. We're on the phone for like an hour. He's giving me the ins, the outs. He's giving me agents, he's giving me contacts. He's like, suggestions. Here's how many pictures you get, Bill. And it was just like, I'm like, could he be more generous? I'm like, are you crazy? I could be sitting at your table next convention, And, but it was just astounding. It's like, why is this guy so freaking nice to me? He's up to something. So, but anyway, again, but I still have not met him in person. If I get down to DC, I'll drop in. But yeah, what a freaking generous guy.
I haven't met him in person either. I'm still waiting for the day I could just give him a big hug.
Wait a minute. Has anybody ever met him in person?
How do we know he's real?
Sherry has.
Wait a
but
minute.
Has anyone
Oh,
met
yeah.
Sherry in
The
person?
plot thickens.
Oh, I don't think you have. But I got to tell you, speaking about William Shatner, Wes,
We love Shatner stories.
had sort of a physical transformation. I don't know if you know this, but Wes used to be a much bigger guy. And when we were in Gross National Product together, one of the things that we did was a sketch called The William Shatner School of Acting. And I was like the student, right? And I'm like, Mr. Shatner, what do and everybody was sort of waiting for him to give, these incredible pearls of knowledge. And every piece of the acting was, like he would show us pain, okay, let's see happiness. You can actually Google that. It's the William Shatner School of Acting. And
I've seen it. I I had no idea that was you in it. It's
I
so-
remember that. I didn't
yeah.
know that was you. That's
Yeah.
cool.
yeah, so he
A while
was
ago.
really funny as William Shatner.
So good.
Well, as you all talk about the fact that Wes used to be a heavier physique, of course he was in a John Waters
Oh,
film.
yeah.
And
Right.
he played, can I say it?
Fat Bleep Frank.
Yep.
Yes.
All alliterative.
You can
Yes.
say it. Say it.
And
Say it.
I have a copy of that film on CD, which Wes very graciously autographed for me.
He charged you
So-
$60.
No, he didn't. He paid me.
Oh.
To take it off his hands.
Please, for the love of God, take
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes and he's like unabashed about it. He sent me like, hey, Gross National Product, here's me and the crew. And I'm looking at the picture of like the cast, and I know some of them because, like I said, I came in after he was. And there's a large guy there, and I'm like, I don't see Wes. And it's like,
Yeah,
wait a
right,
minute,
right.
wait a minute. And then I realized, oh, that is him. So now there's Les Johnson, I guess you can say. But I was like, wow. But, anytime somebody makes that kind of, positive transformation, it's just like such a really cool thing. It certainly didn't diminish Wes in other ways because,
No.
he's a prince, this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
spoke
he's
to
a really good actor who knows how to act like a prince.
Yes, there you go.
I
He
spoke
does
to
a great prince, too, the actual singer.
John Waters' assistant, former assistant. I talked to her because she has been friends with Wes for a million years, and they used to do a PBS kind of show called Crabs, And then she was in it, and then she went to work for John Waters. I know, write your own joke. So Wes went to see John at the Birchmere, which is a local kind of club, and he was speaking. And John Waters told Susan he had no idea who Wes was when he came up to him, because when he was, fat blank Frank, he was, totally different looking person. So
Right.
yeah, he really did. If any of you ever meet him in person and you go out to lunch or something, he is so meticulous and careful about what he eats. He'll like portion it out and then do this and take this home and all that. So he's remarkable in the sense that he's been able to make
Starbucks, egg white, feta, and spinach wrap.
Yep.
That's his order.
Wes Johnson, this is your meal. Yeah, I didn't know that about it, but what a great thing. It's like I've had friends that have, made their various and I'm using the word loosely, transformations. But yeah, anytime someone just, gets better, it's like it's such a great thing. And I have one friend in particular who just like really stuck to it, and it's great. It's a great accomplishment. But it's like the least of things when I think about Wes, though. It's like, oh yeah, that I didn't even know about it. But
I think when you're an actor, and I've known a couple of actors who've transformed their body shape, in a major way, there's also the worry that everybody hires me to be this big guy, and if I'm no longer the big guy, maybe I won't get any work anymore. And so, but he was, he had some health concerns and stuff like that at that point, and he just got into it, and it was great. We were all so proud of him.
Now he's down to a slim 37 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
He's 9 inches high,
Mm-hmm.
and no.
If you're going by what's on
many
top.
people address their weight. Few people address their height. And he did it. He went there.
Hard to do it. But on the Zoom screen, that's as big as he gets. I've never seen him. It's like it's about 9, I think. But anyway, yeah.
How does that work for the cons though? When he's 9 inches tall now, does he have to stand on the table?
I guess so. He stands on the
Down here. Down here.
But he fits in the overhead compartment, so it's like his flights are cheap. So has anybody like been to a convention that Wes has been at? Because I've heard like he does some like really, you guys have some, like wild stuff, and I'm just curious what he does, because I haven't
Most of
seen
the
him.
time. Most of the time, we just spend bad mouthing you. Really, you're not there to defend yourself.
Another easy target.
Oh God, Bill's calling again.
Yeah.
As John said earlier, we first met Wes at a mag fest, actually in Maryland, but it's in the DC area. It's across the Potomac, and Wes was so wonderful and welcoming, and got us into a Voice-a-Palooza and improvising computer games, and just had us jump in, and we had so much fun. I remember reading the scene from When Harry Meets Sally, where she's at the deli experiencing her orgasmic self. And I did it as GLaDOS from Portal. So, of course, orgasmically, it was, oh, yes. Oh.
I have to say, my favorite experience with Wes was taking a tour of Nassau, led by a Bahamian polygamist.
As one does.
It's always ladies' night with polygamy.
Typical Wes.
Previously on Wes Johnson Adventures.
So what was that like?
So tell me more about that.
It was a bunch of morons who were voice actors in a open Jeep with this guy who he was totally Bahamian. He had the accent, and he was telling us these stories, all this stuff. But it would come up that his wife on this island does this, then his wife on this other island does that, and he visits them every once in a while. And he's back and forth between all these islands, like. Oh my!
Keeps them separated.
Yeah. He's literally island hopping.
That's right.
So my question is like, if you're with someone like Wes and you have that thing happen where it's like the guy's like that, a great accent or a great personality, did Wes kind of start doing the guy a little bit?
Wes is
Like imitating
always
him?
very loving and very gracious, and we all just had a fabulous time.
Yeah, I mean, it was so fun listening to this guy. I mean, he was such a character, and really his various wives just kind of came out in conversation after a while. It was like do this cash thing, you know.
I got a wife on that island. Right over there. It's about 13 miles that way.
Yeah.
Married her 2 years ago.
Elizabeth Taylor used to do that with her husbands.
Okay.
Elizabeth Taylor would just talk about, Taylor Burton.
I'm also a polygamist. Oh, okay.
Oh, the alimony's killing me. I want to tell you.
But hanging with him, it's all about generosity, you know. I mean, he's just such a generous guy, and
Wes,
yeah. And no matter where you end
Not
up,
the polygamist. Not the polygamist.
Right.
I mean, he could be. We don't know him.
He sounds pretty generous to me.
He's president around.
Got all these wives.
He does William Shatner. He also does many ladies.
There's a lot of islands out there.
Yeah. So, I mean, I talk about like, it's just so here I am, like, Wes is the guy, like, just, he's doing the Fallout thing and the Fallout for Hope and, the gross national product. And he's also doing the Capitol stuff. And, he's doing the improv and all the William Shatner stuff. So now we're doing one of the Fallout for Hope thing. I think one of the first ones I did, at least the first one that had to do with Alzheimer's, as we had done a St. Jude one. And so we're kind of at the end of it, and we're doing the rehearsal and everything, but it's like, and then I'll probably do a little, close it up with a little speech afterwards. And I'm like, okay, well, that'll be good. So then he does it, and I am like transfixed because it's like, if you weren't going to contribute because of the cavalcade of talent, Wes's words alone, I'm like, what the fuck is with this guy? I'm like, it's like, he is so genuine and sincere. I'm like, we did this thing for free, but I'm going to contribute. Do you know what I mean? So really, but I guess my point is in saying this, is that he made me aware that the kind of stuff we do, like you could make $1 million on a commercial, back when John was doing it. But you can make a lot of money and then decide, well, I'm going to contribute to charity. But he kind of like bridged that gap where it's like, you can do this stuff and give the money away, because I'm selfish. So that would never happen. I'm greedy and selfish. But then I realized, that's a thing. And then the next time I did like some Streamily signing, whatever, it was after the Maui wildfire, and I was like, I can take this, and it wasn't a lot of money, but it's like I can take this and contribute it, and that's because of the way that Wes has assembled, the Fallout for Hope thing. Wes and Ken, of course, the way they put it together and make it really entertaining, and it's like, and also we're doing something really nice. So yeah, I mean, I totally attribute my being able to, to escape my greed and just say, but totally escape it and be like, this could go somewhere else. And it's like, it's, a game changer. I don't know. I still take some of the money. I'm not an idiot, but, cause this rent, but, or not. So anyway, just another like little facet that I was like, boy, talk about Wes contributing to the greater good.
He models for people.
Right.
It's Wes is so loving and so generous, and we all see what he does, and it makes us want to do more.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That is absolutely true. He's all about generosity. I've always been so impressed with everything that he does, that nonstop, donation of his time and effort and influence, and then the money that he raises. And it's just
all I can think of is the guy's karmic debt just must be crushing that he's doing all this in his life. He must have been like, Attila the Hun and everybody else in past life.
That's the big secret. The big secret is
in breaking
his
news,
horrible.
Attila the Hun. He was definitely Attila the Hun.
As of 3 minutes ago, Wes has just been discharged from the hospital.
Oh yes!
Holy
Amazing.
shit!
Can he get Zoom in the car? Because we're not done.
Yeah,
no, but that is a question.
Oh my gosh!
He's been discharged, but how will he return home, he and his wife.
Yeah. I talked to him this morning, and he said that what they're going to do is when they get the flight, though, I mean, he may be flying out today, I'm not sure, but they've arranged a medical transport through the airport. So
Okay.
he'll get through the Atlanta airport with, if you've ever been there, oh my God, you know.
What a
Yeah.
joy. What a joy the
Oh,
Atlanta
Jesus
airport
Christ.
is.
right.
It's huge.
So they've got somebody doing that. Then when they get to Dulles, there'll be a wheelchair for him, and they will get him out to his brother's car. So,
Cool. So,
Good.
but there isn't any directive against him flying, because that I had that when I
That's-
first got out. But
That's what
good.
I'm wondering, because if you don't entirely know what happened, is it okay for him to fly? And
he's been cleared
That's
to
kinda weird.
fly.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Great.
Okay.
That's
But
great. That's great.
But I don't know, you know, he's got appointments set up when he gets back to
Okay.
Virginia, and he's going to try to get to the bottom of it. I mean, what he told me today was that, you know, he's okay with the fact that, you know, he got really good care and all of that. But what was that thing? And
Yeah.
how do you make sure it never happens again? So
Right.
he's really trying to, you know, find a house or somebody to come and diagnose this as a
Yeah.
real, you know, whatever it is. So
Yeah.
he's a little frustrated with that, but
Well, yeah.
yeah, so happy to be, you know,
Well,
out
that's,
of
boy, talk about like a shot in the arm today. That's great news.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
is
really,
great
really is.
news.
Yeah.
You know, if they let you out, they let you out.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
Right.
doctors
Right.
are like, you know what, if we kept them in longer, we could get more money. It's like, let
Yeah.
them go. We
the
can't.
longer you stay in the hospital, the more risk there is, you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
better
Right.
to get out. I think he's weak, but he's got Kim, he's
Sure.
got his son with him, and all
Yeah.
that.
Great.
Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah,
Yeah. And
okay.
sometimes it's just better to be at home.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And everyone donating, as you can imagine, all of this is very, very expensive.
And can be ruinous. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it is wonderful that people are donating to the GoFundMe page for Wes's health and travel, because it's very expensive.
Yeah.
It was pretty amazing that you guys set that up, and I can't believe how much everyone raised.
We're at $175,928. $928.
Wow. That is incredible.
Wow.
So we're almost going to cross the 176 threshold. We'd love the number 76 here.
76.
Good.
I too
Um,
enjoy that number. I partake
It's
in the
freaking
number 76.
amazing.
It's a
That is amazing.
cool
How-
number.
How long is that? How long has that been up? The
They- only a few
As
GoFundMe.
of
days.
Monday.
Yeah.
Monday.
Wow.
So Bill Glasser, who set it all up, he was trying to figure out how much to make it. So he said, "What do you think about $50,000?" I'm like, "Wow, I don't know. That's a lot of money." And so he set it up, and within 24 hours, it had crossed over into $100,000. So it's a
Wow.
real testament to Wes and to the amount of people that, you know, everybody has a Wes story about how generous he was to them. Everybody has one that, you know, that he gave them this. He, like you guys were saying about the generosity of his contacts, all of that. So, and then the
Nonstop.
Caps fans, that's a
Yeah.
whole other category of people. And
Ah.
Ted Leonsis, who owns the Caps, he gave 25,000. I think the Caps also, in addition to that, gave some money. So yeah, I mean, it's the outpouring is really something. And I think he almost appreciates what was written about him as much as the money.
Yeah.
Because so many people wrote so many nice things, and that it means so much.
Yeah, it's so great when they exceed. You say, "Well, this should be enough." 50, because I happen to know that Wes Johnson spends $50,000 a year on egg whites. So once you get past,
Those are
Like, it's
expensive.
just getting to the egg
Like,
white number,
tell
yeah.
you.
Monday, Starbucks stock
It's all gravy.
took a little bit of a hit there, so we should be back on the mend. You know, something I wanted to say, Ellen had mentioned that Wes models and is a model for people. And one of the things that
He's a model for like
So handsome.
Vogue.
Yes.
Is there anything this man can do?
He does it all. You know, the world, particularly, like January has been the longest year ever.
Oh, you're not kidding.
In a dark world, the only thing that gets people to stop and listen and look and hear, all of that, is light. It's to be a light in a dark place. It's to make the choice to do something and be something, as opposed to just add to the noise or not do anything. Anybody can get involved and make a difference in a day for anyone. You can do it in small ways. You can do it in large ways with collective good. You can do it just by being real. It's okay to be someone who comes from a complex background. You know, generational trauma is very much a thing. You can choose to be that and perpetuate that, or you can choose to be something else. That's a hard road to take when you veer off from the path that you're kind of born into and programmed to be. That's tough, but you can choose to be something else. And he did, and he does. And
yeah, pretty amazing.
Everything that motivates him, and he and I have talked about this a lot. Alzheimer's is important to him because in this, as with anything, he just lives with a very Doctor Who motto, which is no more. When he sees people in pain, when he hears about stuff that happens to people in the community, people in his life, friends, family, fans, he does not want anyone to live through that kind of pain, to go through that kind of things, to lose the people that you do. The Alzheimer's, particularly, the reason that's so important to him is that's visited his family multiple times. It's something he's been passionate about, and it was just 1 year into Fallout for Hope that he reached out and he said, I've been doing this thing small for a number of years, and you know, we did the St. Jude fundraiser. Do you think you would help, and do you think the community would want to support it? And I was like, I don't think you realize. I said, I was already tired. We do enough fundraisers, but I was not going to say no to Wes Johnson. And he says, well, what do you think? You know, think we'll raise maybe 10,000? I was like, I don't think you realize how much you mean to people and what we can do. And it is the amount of money that gamers have raised for the Alzheimer's Association brought awareness to that. That is where he was. He was going to speak at the kickoff of the year here with the
that's so ironic.
You
know,
and he had a lot to say about them. They were amazing with his family. He really did not want to let them down. And if he's like, I feel bad that I wasn't able to. I was like, Jesus Christ, Wes. It's not about them. You're literally.
It's like it's Schindler's List. How many more for this ring? Just watch. How many more?
So many. Yeah, it's important to him, and it's important. Anybody can choose to do that. Everyone should to take the time in their lives to get involved in a soup kitchen. Start your own fundraiser. Get people together, and for Christ's sake, just try and do something in a world that very much needs it, because at the end of the day,
sometimes
like people will remember this. Every single person here, all of you, everybody who donated, everyone who said something, at one point in time, one man was very kind to them, and they never, ever forgot.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because it's like if people don't do charity for one reason or other, I give a lot, but they don't do the volunteering side of it, and maybe sometimes it's better that they're giving money. It's better for them and for everybody. But sometimes I think what people forget is that the selfish part, again, it's me, is you feel really good. Yeah. You feel so good. And it's like, it's almost like not written down. It's like, please volunteer, please show up at 7, make the hot chocolate and feed the kids or whatever, you know, and then wrap the presents, whatever it is. And it's like, oh my God, I'm so tired. But you feel so good, you know, and I'm sure that's part of why Wes does it, other than his altruistic self. I mean, it does lift you. So that's like, sometimes therapists will be like, well, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just so depressed, blah, blah, blah. Like, have you thought of volunteering? You know, it's like, not just to get out of your own head, but to be like, it does lift you. So it kind of self-generates. And although I would say his modeling is breaking the mold a little bit because he just doesn't stop,
Well, guys, we are going to have to take off here. So I just wanted to say bye. We've been here since the beginning,
Yes,
and
you
people
have.
are probably bored of us anyway. But it's been so great hanging out with you. Thanks, everybody who just dove into that script and went nuts. It was hilarious for me. I had a great time. And I'm sorry, Sherry, that you didn't get to meet Rapunzel and go out on it, because I know our date would have been
That's the
Very,
thing
very
I thought
hairy.
of.
And
You
me
and
as
me,
Peter
baby.
Pan. I mean, Peter Pan never got to shoot a shot.
That's right.
Yeah,
Peter Pan's just freaking grow up.
All right, guys.
Thanks.
We'll
Thanks.
see you
Bye,
later.
Much love to you.
Hi, John Ellen. Much love to you guys. See ya.
I gotta go too, but it was fun hanging with you for a bit.
Love you, Alex.
See you
Bye,
guys.
Alex.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, Alex.
Bye, Alex. Yeah.
I love
Is it a terrible time to say I gotta go? I probably should have.
No, that's okay.
But
Don't you want
I
to
don't wanna
roast
be
John
like-
Patrick for a while? We got to insult John Patrick.
Well, I'm
He's
like, well,
done
now
that.
I'm like, well, 2 left. I don't want to be like, all right, well, this is my exit. I'm like, no.
Well, comedy comes in threes, right?
Yeah, but you said it. You said it a while ago that you had to go. You're totally
Yeah.
clear. John
I'm just
Patrick
kind
has
of
no
like
freaking excuse.
handling business on the phone. Be like, I know, I'm just gonna.
Say,
handle my shit here.
"Where are
But I'm
you?"
getting
Yeah,
these angry
you know.
texts, just like, what the hell? I'm like, hey, man, some things are important, okay? So I'm just gonna.
Hey, I got to do several promos, but I'm going to do them right here in front of you guys. Hang up next.
I want to see that. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's see
No,
what you got there. What do you got-
I
what
don't
do you
think you
got?
want.
Hi,
I don't
Cheerios.
think you want to see that. Yes.
Wes is secretly.
Wes is like, please discharge me. I can't take this freaking Zoom anymore.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
Disperse.
So you're not ready. I got to get out of here.
He was caught escaping the hospital in his gown. Yeah.
Jesus, they won't stop talking about it.
That's so cool. I'm glad that there's been some
Yeah.
kind of forward progress on it.
Oh, I'm so happy about that.
Yeah, I can't
You
wait
know,
for
'cause
him
for a
to just be
while
home.
I was
show.
asking, Ken, what's the latest? He's like, nothing yet. I'm like, come on.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
know.
Answer, progress. Then suddenly it's like, well, he's talking, and he's making
Yeah.
jokes about it. I'm like, ooh. And then he posted something on Instagram with, what the guy's name is Bill?
Bill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bill Glasser.
Bill Glasser, yeah.
Just great. And there's Wes. So cool. I don't know what the Capitals are doing without him, but whatever. Maybe I should get down there and see if they need a guy.
I don't know about
How creepy
that.
would that be? How creepy would that be if I showed up at the arena? So guys, Wes Johnson, he'll be back in a little bit, but it's like you be that guy.
Just have to do your best Wes Johnson impression.
Yeah, exactly. No, just like in a creepy
I do a
voiceover
mean
stories.
Capital announcer.
Shall
Have you heard the
we,
arena guy from Oblivion? I can do that.
That's right.
Do you guys need that for a couple of nights?
It's like, you want to announce for the Capitals? Well, I can do lowercase. I can do like EE
Hey!
announcements. All right.
All
All right.
we've
Okay.
got, if we're all up for it, I got another improv that we can kick off here.
Let's do it.
All right, so we are pitching movie ideas to an executive. Pitching bizarre movie ideas to an executive. Who wants to be the executive?
I could be the executive, even though I had a great idea for a movie.
I could be the executive.
Let's have Paula be the executive.
Ooh, good, a female. I love female executives.
Let's do it.
I thought he was going to go, I love females.
All right.
I've got my glasses on.
Perfect.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Executive
So we got Paula as the executive. And each of you will have the ability to come in here and you're going to be able to quickly pitch your bizarre movie idea. And Casey,
Okay.
since you have to go, why don't we start with you?
Oh, I mean, I was going to, it's like 12 now, so I got to bail now. But like before you guys started, thank you guys so much. And this has been a lot of fun. And Sherry, you killed it in the improv and having fun reading script with you. It was great. And thank you for having me on here. And Wes, we love you. Glad you've been discharged from the hospital. And we love you. Just let us know, if you need anything. I know you're good now, but holy shit, that was really scary. So we love you, and just know that. And yeah.
Thank
Much
you,
love.
Casey.
Bye,
Bye,
Casey.
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 Bye, Casey.
Bye, you guys.
And then there were 4.
It'd be a hell of a pitch meeting.
Are we all in the meeting together, or are you coming in
Let's see.
separately?
Oh,
I think we should be all in together, right?
Yeah.
All right.
In fact, everything you can kind of be sassy about each other's ideas.
I like it.
Oh, it's like a group pitch meeting, like one of those auditions where it's like, we're going to bring you all in together, and you're like, you're not going to do that, are you? Are you really going to do that? Yeah, it's a
We
callback.
are really
so
going to do
I'm gonna-
that.
All righty. I'm going to turn the keys over to Paula, who's going to be ready to hear your pitch.
Okay. I want to thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
why
You're
don't you all
beautiful.
Come in. Excuse me. I'm still. Hold on there, Bill.
Sorry.
Why don't you all step into my office? Make yourself comfortable. I think we're going to make this kind of a group session. I think it's, maybe bounce some ideas off each other, though. I think let's go one at a time. We're looking for something lighthearted. It's kind of been a little heavy lately in the entertainment world, and we're looking for something a little lighthearted, pretty straightforward. And yeah, I'm looking forward to hear what you all.
I got one that's pretty lighthearted.
All right.
Well,
Let's
pretty
hear
lighthearted.
it. Let's hear
Okay.
it. I'm ready.
Jeff is a triple amputee who's depressed, and he recently had his family sent off into space, and he's alone by himself. Well, he's not very happy. He's very sad.
Okay.
And suddenly he goes blind. And as he's going blind, he realizes that, well, there's not much left for me to live for.
Okay.
Then a hurricane comes.
Bill,
Yes.
can I interrupt you here
Yeah.
just for a little bit?
You haven't heard the comedy yet.
Oh, okay. We're getting there. Okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
There's a hurricane. He's underwater and he can't breathe. He finds a mermaid. And,
Okay. Like that.
And she luckily has a seashell full of oxygen, which she uses to breathe. So he steals that from her, and she dies.
Okay.
Right, and that's the funny part, that the mermaid just kind of floats at the top. Anyway, I'm still working through it, but that's the start.
Okay, Bill.
And it's called.
Yes.
I've been working on my comedy a little bit.
You're working on the title.
Yes.
Well, I felt it was exactly what the opposite of what I'm looking for.
The working title is Mr. Bright Sky.
Okay. Mr. Bright Sky. I like it. This is like where the mermaid is floating up towards the
Yeah,
light.
the sky. Yeah, blah 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 blah. But you get it, right? It's a laugh riot.
Thank you so much.
I studied some improv in college, so I know all.
We're going to back burner that one. We're going to back burner that one.
Great, that's a good thing though. It's
Maybe
not
the
off the
fall.
stove.
Maybe
not
the
off
fall.
the stove.
That would be a good.
Not off the stove, right?
It's not off the stove.
Still
I think
there.
in the fall that might be a good bunch of information right there. Okay, who's next?
All right, guys, see who can top that.
I'll jump in. I've had this idea in my head for a while. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to produce as many laughs, but so we know that everybody loves Fast and Furious. Fast
Mhm.
cars, fun times,
Mhm.
family. It's the triple F. As you all know, in filmmaking, the triple F is the highest form of filmmaking that you can do. But
Triple F. The triple. Okay.
what I have been missing, and what I think a lot of people watching these Fast and Furious movies have been missing, is the other F, the secret F, fulfillment. They want to be able to see themselves in these movies, and a lot of these movies are watched by kids. So my pitch is, you take Fast and Furious, right? Have you ever heard of Muppet Babies?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of Tiny Toons?
Yes.
We take Fast and Furious and we give it the Tiny Toons treatment. Kids in cars, going down sidewalks. You have Vin Diesel, who we will do in full CGI, still the Vin Diesel head, but on a smaller child's body, assembling a team of family, a found family, more Fs, to get people for a heist in the cul-de-sac.
I am all over this one.
It's-
I am all over this. As a matter of fact,
I like this guy.
would you mind Sherry and Bill, would you mind jumping in on this one a little bit? Can you
Sure.
like add a little more pizzazz to this? I think that this would be big, especially like the cul-de-sac.
Well, I want to let Sherry handle this, but I want to add one more F. Flames.
Ooh,
Flames.
kids love flames.
Yeah,
Kids
love
love
flames.
setting things on fire.
All right. Okay. So that's. I'm just saying that's my start.
Well, as long as nobody's hurt with the flames.
Oh, for
No,
sure.
no,
We'll
I never
CGI
said
on
that.
fire.
I never said
Listen,
that.
We've forgotten the biggest F of all.
Okay.
Frightening. It has to have. I'm not scared, guys. I'm sorry.
Brilliant.
I'm not
She's
scared.
brilliant.
I don't care about the cul-de-sac. I know there's going to be a big like basketball hoop because there always are basketball hoops in cul-de-sacs. But Fast and Furious is a little bit about being afraid, and I'm not afraid. I hate to say it.
Can we work in the basketball hoop and the flames to make it frightening?
What about football? Football. Somehow.
Would we have one of our Muppet babies be the football?
Well, that's kind of frightening.
That is frightening. I mean,
And
Miss
if it
Piggy,
went through the
Pigskin,
basketball
there's
hoop.
a-
Right. So
It was
would
on
our
fire.
Muppet baby have to be more on the round side, or could we do a kind of a differently shaped Muppet?
I think everyone's wanted to throw Kermit once in a while. So
He's a frog. He's a frog. So frog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hurl
Oh my
the frog.
god! Oh my god! I am.
This is shaping up.
We'll,
I
we'll,
think I-
we'll
I
have him
think I have
sing in
to
the
sit
air. It's
down
not
on it.
easy being a football.
Football frog. The
Musical
football
number.
frog. Yeah. And it's a pigskin because it's his girlfriend.
Has anybody written down all these Fs?
No.
Has anybody written down all these Fs?
I don't know how to write.
Oh.
I have a flare pen.
My
I
assistant
could
just
write
went to
with.
go get me a latte with extra foam. All right.
Foam.
Foam.
Oh. Well, that would put out the flames.
That would.
Okay. We could have a massive latte
That's what they're
putting
trying to
out the
steal.
flames after the frog flies through the. Oh, I'm running out of an head.
No. There's the
the
foam,
fresh
the flames,
air.
the frog, the football.
fresh
and the
air.
What
And
if
the foam
at the
envelop.
last minute, at the penultimate minute, somebody, and you'll pardon the expression, farts? There's a fart.
Kids
I
love
mean,
that.
like a
Kids
world,
love that.
and I don't mean like a little squeaky fart. I mean an earth rattling.
I
one
think a
that would register
protracted-
on a Richter scale. That
I think a
kind of fart.
protracted fart, like the belch in Elf. I think we need a fart like the belch in Elf. Now,
Yeah.
Sherry's frightening you.
I know a Foley guy. He does those with his arm and his hand. It's an
Can
arm
we draw
fart.
it out somehow? Can we draw it out?
Well, he's a large guy. He's
Okay.
weight challenged.
Okay.
Could
I don't know if we could use
character-
that.
Just he's
Could the farting character be more frequent? Because I think that's the hook. I think the fart guy maybe started the fire with the fart, right?
Oh my goodness. This might be a sensitive subject though, at this particular time.
You mean the fart people might not?
No, the fire people.
What if it was a fart family? It was a whole family.
You
of
know, and a
farters.
fart family needs some understanding, and they need friends.
Yes.
A fart
yes.
family needs friends.
Representation is important.
Yeah.
Right.
It is, and I have not seen many fart families in
Right.
film.
However, they're generally friendly.
And they identify as female. All of them. As far as-
Wow.
I think this is shaping
Family,
up.
the female fart family, very friendly.
But they're actually fascinating because they've been able to live in this world while farting all the time.
And usually that drives people away, but for some reason it draws everybody in.
Yes.
What about the finish?
I think it's because they're fragrant.
Yeah.
Fragrant finish.
Well, some would say they were foolish too.
Rather
Can it take
foolish.
place in Fresno or Philadelphia?
Oh.
Oh, I think we'd have to go with Fresno.
You would.
We'd have
You
to go
would.
with Fresno.
Yeah.
Or Flint, Michigan.
Fort
because
Knox.
that's really depressing.
Fort Knox. With
And they
ice.
like Frankfurters
True.
in Flint. This is what I've heard.
go
Yeah.
into Frankfurt, Germany. We go international with it. Well, that'll be for the sequel,
I think for the sequel.
the
Yeah, I
follow
agree.
up. We call it the
And maybe in
follow
the
up.
sequel we introduce Frankenstein.
Oh my, I'm overwhelmed. I'm faint.
Mhm.
This is a frenzy of ideas.
I think we got a winner.
It's
What
freaking
an
incredible.
what an incredible freaking group.
Finally, we got this done.
And see.
Fantastic.
And amazing.
Well, I liked it.
I
Coming
You were
this
all
summer.
fabulous. You
Hollywood
were
as
all
we
fabulous.
All right, I got another. I got one. This one will be for you, chat. So let's do a Skyrim one.
A what one?
A Skyrim. So we'll do an Elder Scrolls inspired Skyrim one.
Oh my.
And we're going to set the scene at the College of Winterhold. So magical college.
Mhm.
So we're going to need a teacher and 3 students that have really unusual magical abilities. Chat, give me a particular magical subject inspired by Elder Scrolls Skyrim skill trees. And then we're also going to need 3 different unusual magical skills.
I know so little about Skyrim.
Alteration. That's okay.
But
You can probably magic is magic. Alteration's a good one. Alteration changes objects around, changes the world space. Yeah. So
now alliteration is when they make everything start with the letter F. That'd be the alliteration spell.
yes. Oh, perfect. And Mike Rawson is joining us. In fact, you know what? I'm going to have Mike be the teacher. The man is a modern day Gandalf.
Does he have a beard?
There's Mike.
With Mr. Green Jeans.
It's Mike.
And the captain.
And the captain.
Captain Kangaroo. Mr.
How you
Green
doing,
Jeans.
Mike?
All right. How are y'all?
It's nice to see you. Mike
I'm
Rawson,
glad. I'm
everybody.
sorry I couldn't be here earlier.
No worries, man. Mike, where would people have heard your voice before?
Mostly probably Fallout 3 and 4. Other than that, unless they were doing the comedy clubs in the 80s, I'm sparsely spread.
And before we dive in, we're doing some silly improv here, Mike.
Okay.
But what everyone's been kind of talking a little bit about Wes, and if anyone, you've known Wes, I think, just as long as if not longer than Sherry. Is that correct? Yeah.
About there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Around there.
How
Hi,
did you
Sherry.
meet Wes?
Hi.
Well, I was with a partner doing stand-up comedy in DC, and Wes was also with the troupe, and he was also an aspiring comic artist, and eventually he did get one in the Post for a time, for a short time, and he was doing both those things, and who knows whatever. He never stops. He was a whirlwind of activity, and we met in 1 or 2 comedy clubs, and we really met that we both remember. We were on the bus or on a metro, and he was heavily made up like Ronald Reagan, and I was I don't think I was in my pirate getup at the time. I may have been, but he recognized me and I recognized him through the makeup, and we got to talking, and history was made. We became fast friends immediately, and saw each other on a lot of other gigs. He had us on with his troupe. Well, when I first met him, he was with a gang called Gross National Product, and then later on he formed his own with some other folks, some of which are here, I think, today. I'm not sure. Called Press Victims.
Yep.
And he would have us on the stage, and we would have him on with us, and it was just a mutual admiration society.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we.
This is kind of a weak connection with Wes, but if we're talking to go way back, I probably know Mike more than anybody because Mike's dad was my pediatrician. When I was,
Oh,
That's why.
yeah, and
I remember you telling me that now. I had
yeah, he was
forgotten
my
that.
pediatrician, and the boys would be running through the office, and I didn't know that it was Mike, but yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, I was
Oh
the
my
goofy
God.
one.
Yeah,
That's right. Did you have a beard back then, Mike?
Well,
that's why he looked familiar.
Maybe. Just a mustache. He just had a little mustache.
right.
So we're doing an Elder Scrolls Skyrim here, Mike. So
Okay.
we're at the College of Winterhold, magical college in the Elder Scrolls universe, and we needed a teacher. So we're gonna have you be the teacher, and the skill that you're teaching, let's have you teach. Where were we here? Alteration. So alteration magic.
Is he a tailor?
No. Alteration magic is where you change objects. It's altering the material world. So you're trying to teach that, and your students are having trouble grasping it because they all have unusual magical abilities. Let's have Sherry's magical ability be she can only change the color of objects. Let's have there's a theme here, so let's have let's have Bill's be unreliable pyromancy.
Unreliable pyromancy.
That sounds dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah.
Eric's is that he can only make people's noses hairs grow uncontrollably.
Oh my God. Don't do that to me.
And let's have Paula's just randomly be death.
I'll be death. I'll be death.
Randomly be what?
Randomly be death. So she's
Oh,
very, very
okay.
good at killing things.
Okay. I hope I can remember all this.
Yeah, well, you won't have to remember what they're doing. You'll just be reacting to it. So now you're teaching alteration magic. So you can go on a riff about how exactly one would do that, and take it away.
Good morning, class. Now, today we are studying alteration. Now, no wise guys, this is not about tailoring. This is alteration as opposed to transformation. And, well, we today are going to work on this apple. Do we have any questions to begin with?
Can apples die?
It's already dead, my dear.
What?
Yes, yes.
I was wondering if I could possibly smoke in here. You don't mind?
No.
Ah, damn it.
Are you
But I do
studying
like baked
apples?
apples.
I think it's a blueberry. It's blue, right?
We can make it a blueberry, but that would be transformation, not alteration.
Oh,
We
I
can
think
make
It looks blue to me. It looks
if I may,
You may.
we're starting with an apple, right?
Yes.
So here's how I would do it. I would take a fuse, and I'd stick it down where the stem is. I would coat that in a liquid that would help it, let's just say, combust. And the liquid I would use would be water. That would get it to ignite, probably. And then it would eventually shrink and turn about the size of a blueberry. Does that sound all right? That's how I would do it.
Well, it would be an alteration, no doubt, but that would come from the organic nature of the fire which you have produced, and into a blueberry. No, that's transformation.
Fuck, this is harder than I thought.
Yes, well.
Is it all right if I sit in the back of the room?
Yeah. Who is that?
That would be me.
Ah. Yes. Your question?
I'm back here.
Yes.
I just want to sit in the back.
Very well. Did you have a question?
Well, I don't understand what alteration means.
It means to change the size, the form, the appearance, but not the essential nature of the object. Transformation is turning it into something else altogether.
It's very complicated.
It is. It's a subtle difference, but one which will become much more clear as the
I hope
lessons
so.
proceed.
I hope it does.
For example, we could make this apple into A green apple, a red apple, a
I can do
huge
that. I
apple, a
can do that. I
tiny
can do
apple.
that. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I can do
Oh,
that. I can do
well,
that.
well,
Yes,
well.
whatever color you want. Anything you want. Anything you want.
Very
Green,
good.
red, purple, anything. I can make it a rainbow apple.
A rainbow apple. Now, there's something I haven't encountered yet. That might be on your finals class.
I could
rainbow apple.
I could make it a charred black apple.
I'm
Here's
sure
how-
you could.
Here's how I would do it. I would take the apple, right? And I would get I don't know, like an oven, right? And I'd put the apple in the oven to char it, so it would transform into a darker apple. And I'd put the oven at about 40 degrees.
Well, we are, again, I remind you,
Because
Gus,
then it would just, the heat.
This is alteration, not transformation. However, you will have altered it. And I would recommend a little cinnamon and butter in there in the mix.
Ah, yeah.
And that might assist the overall redolence of the room in which you're working, your
Okay.
spell.
Oh, thank you.
Not bad, but
Is redolence a color?
It could be. It could be. We might transform
think
that
I'm getting
word,
this.
but that would be English.
Can we work with something instead of an apple?
What
Something
would
that
you
has a
care to
nose?
work with?
I don't know, something that is alive.
What about a gerbil?
Gerbils have noses.
A gerbil would be nice.
We could request.
I could
several
take that
gerbils.
gerbil. I could take that gerbil, and I could make that gerbil dead.
That would be a transformation. Well,
could take
actually,
that
an
gerbil.
alteration.
That is an alteration. It was breathing. It's not breathing. It was.
I could make
it's
it
not
red.
moving.
It's still essentially a gerbil, though, isn't it?
It'd be a gerb apple because if I made it red, we could cover both things.
If you shaved
Red
it,
and red.
Why are we
Okay.
talking about shaving?
well, because
I
once
think more or just hair, specifically hair, not nose hair. I don't know why you brought up nose hair, but just hair, more hair is good.
more hair, it's good
may
more to
I-
shave. Then
May I offer a solution?
you may.
The gerbil starts as a gerbil, but somehow you gotta, I don't know, heat him up. So the way to heat him up is you take, I don't know, a Tabasco and you pour it down his frickin' throat. And he may not become a different animal, but he's gonna hop around like a son of a bitch. This will transform him into a more active rodent.
And then I could make him dead.
And then you could step on him. 'Cause
Again, we're
that's
speaking
what
of
gerbils are about.
We are speaking of transformation, not alteration.
Damn it!
No.
But it would be an alteration. I'm merely quibbling with the word you chose.
I see.
It
Because
would
I
be
think it's an alteration. You go from a nice smooth throat to a inflamed throat
Yes.
to a dead throat.
And a bald, and then hairless, a hairy, and then bald again, and hairy again.
With a nose,
Dead
though.
gerbil.
Right?
This
There's a
stuff is
lot
going to
of
make it.
transformation going on.
There's a lot of magic.
And we could change colors as we're doing it.
Yes, that's the most important part.
This
Different
very well
colors.
may get us an award from the Magical Foundation for innovative spells.
Yeah, I got burned by them last time.
And the college.
I'm
explodes
sure you
again.
did. Yeah. And they got burned by you.
Yes. Well, yeah. Finally, something lit up. God
We,
damn!
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Professor.
Yeah.
Are your nose hairs growing? It seems as though
Constantly.
there's a lot of hair all of a sudden coming out of your nose. Is there somebody doing something with the nose hair?
That would be
Uh,
weird,
pardon.
right?
That would be
it's-
weird, and that's why I'm sitting in the back of the room because
It's a virtual
hair
hirsute
upsets me.
waterfall. Yes. I'm training it into the mustache. Thank you.
Well, you would say it's a good thing then.
And scene. Wow, that went dark real fast.
Yeah, quite.
Welcome in James Lewis and Jim Ferranda.
Hello,
Hello.
hello.
guys.
Howdy.
Starting with James, who came in first. Where would people have heard you, seen you before?
Ooh, various commercials, Ricola, Rolaids, Wrangler jeans.
It's an R thing.
Yeah, video games. Fallout 3,
Oh, yeah.
Pit. Just finished working on Veilguard.
Yeah.
Tons of audiobooks. Do a lot of work with graphic audio. I'm Smoke Jensen. So TV stuff, The Wire, We Own This City, Power, Book 3. So
Awesome.
Jesus, anything else? This guy's everywhere.
I try to be because I have
It's
a lot
amazing.
of bills.
I better start
Lot of
watching.
bills I need to pay. So I try to keep busy.
Good for you, man.
What about you, Jim? Where would people have heard your amazing voice?
Oh gosh. Well, a lot of anime. Currently in Blue Lock and The Apothecary Diaries and The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You. And video game wise, you can hear me as Claptrap in Borderlands 3 and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and as Mr. Gunpla in Gundam Breaker 4, and a bunch of other stuff. But it's and if you bought any toys from Hasbro between 2003 to 2013, there's a chance I wrote the commercial and maybe also did some voice in it at some point in time.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Where did either of you have you met Wes before? Have you worked with him before?
Well, working with people in the industry is usually you don't know who's on the project until after it's done, because we never are recording simultaneously. But Wes did a bunch of stuff on Fallout and for Bethesda, Elder Scrolls. The last time I saw him was at AwesomeCon last year, and swung by his booth to say hi, and took some pictures with him and some of the fans and stuff. So he's a good guy.
Yes, he is. What about you, Jim?
Well, let's see. Having worked an office job for the first half of my voice acting career, I first met Wes at Let's Play Gaming Expo here in Dallas, which is kind of funny. I had attended the expo, being the nerd that I am, for the previous 4 years, but that was my first time ever being a guest at a convention, and it was so strange being on the other side of the table. And Wes was, he's Wes. He's just like super cool, very welcoming, and I was nervous, and just this good company just made things a lot. It was neat because I was like, oh my God, you're in Skyrim. Yeah, it's just, it was, I had a little, kind of fan moment of my own when I met him. So Wes he's just super cool. Invited me out for MagFest, suggested me for MagFest. And that was my first time I joined a Voice of Palooza with him. And it was, he's just awesome. So, I'm glad he is okay.
Yeah, I was earlier. We played a video message, and I'll drop the. We played it a few times, but I'll drop it here in chat for you all. You can download and take a look later. But also, just as we were live, he was finally discharged from the hospital that he was admitted to last Wednesday.
Oh, great!
God, we should have done this 2 days ago.
So he's currently being loaded on medical transport and will be headed back home to Maryland from Atlanta, Georgia, where he was supposed to talk for the Alzheimer's Association.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's good.
But it's funny that this running theme of like nice things Wes has done. It's like $20,000 pyramid, and you can just list them. Is it still 20? But it's just amazing to me that it's like you keep hearing these little snippets, and it's like, well, I didn't know that about him, or oh, he did that for you too. It's like you show up at a con and like everyone is kind of like into their own crap, and but Wes is the guy that says, hey, what's going on? You knew? It's like, what do you need to know? And like, this is who he is. It's like, it's getting to the point, and this is bad for Wes. I'm not surprised anymore. It's like, oh yeah, that sounds like Wes, all right.
He lifted me up more times than I can count.
Yeah.
He found the Lindbergh baby. She's leaving in Poughkeepsie. She's all right.
It's like, yeah, she's 80.
He actually called me yesterday morning, and that was delightful.
Yeah.
That was really
Oh
good.
man, that's great. That's
Yeah.
great. I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, we were doing some fun improv here. So if you guys are down, we were getting ready to queue up another bit of nonsense.
Oh, I have to run, Ken, at my
that's okay.
3:30 thing.
Yeah.
And I'm so sorry, but you guys and Sherry, we got to talk because I don't know you did GNP. We probably
Oh, yeah,
we probably hate some of the same people.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. Was John Simmons the
yes, he was.
Marianne? Did you know Marianne?
Marianne, yes, and them and Bob Hecht and some
Bob
of those guys. But yeah, his famous quote was he did a Clinton and did a pretty good Clinton.
He did.
But he would put a nose on. He kind of looked like Clinton, but once he got like this latex nose, he really did look like him a lot. And one time I was there and he's getting ready and he's putting his makeup on, but then he opens up this little wooden box. He opens it up and there's a nose in it.
Yeah.
And he says, and I guess he has to periodically have them redone.
Yes.
And he looks at me, he goes, "Oh, Bill," he goes, "there's nothing like a new nose." And then he puts it on. He's like, "I'm Bill Clinton," blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we'll talk about that. But anyway, you guys are great. I'm sorry it gets more time, with the Jameses and the Jims. But you guys, this is great. What a heartwarming thing that everybody is generating so much money to like just give back to Wes, who's just given so much. And yeah. So I hope I can see or talk to you guys all again about giving me money. No, about and by the way, for no reason. But no, getting together again when we can for the the next Fallout thing, because they are so much fun.
We were talking about that, and we've had this. So we did Death Shroud, the Fallout 4 radio play where some of the original characters came back in voice, as well as Eric and Bill joined us for that, reprising unique characters, and that was the biggest fundraising event that we have ever done. The community blew up over it. There still is a very active Tumblr tag in fandom where people are still creating fan art from the radio play that we've done now coming up on 2 years ago. We've had a follow-up to that we've had in the wings, but there's this pesky little thing that is the voice actor strike. That is
talk about
still.
It. They should just come around.
I know that is still kind of going on in the background, which everyone should kind of know about. That's still kind of there. People have been asking the past few years, why we haven't had these amazing, wonderful people come out to play with us when we're focusing on gaming titles, and that's why. So we're being patiently waiting, but
yeah. Well, we get so much out of it. I know you're like, you're one of the forces behind it. So I got to run, but thank you so much, everybody. And I wish I could stay longer, but I can't.
We miss you, Bill.
Take care, Bill.
All right. We'll see you guys again, everybody. This is so much fun. Bye-bye.
So long.
And I'm afraid that everyone that used to be in GMP has to leave the building now because I'm afraid I have to go too.
Okay,
but this was great. This was really wonderful, and hopefully we will all see Wes, whether it's on our computer screens or in person or whatever it is. But he is eternally grateful. I know he's told me that, and I can tell from his video and all that he is overwhelmed by what everybody has done. So thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this. It was a privilege, and I look forward to doing whatever comes next, because Ken is the master of coming up with these things. So you guys are terrific. I wish I had your talent, and have a great weekend.
Nice to see you, Sherry.
Okay, bye now.
Bye-bye.
We've sorry, there's been one person who's been waiting just to do a fan call in here for like almost 2 hours now. Hold on one second. Let me bring in Focus Break. Focus Break, you're finally live. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I was first. Hello, everybody. God damn it! I've been just playing this in my head for the past 2 hours, and now that I'm live, I have no idea where to start. God damn.
You're okay.
But yeah. Hi, Ken.
Hi.
I think we met around, what was it, 2022 with the Alzheimer's Voiceapalooza thing.
Yeah.
We did fundraising with that. And that's how I met Wes Johnson. I talked to him only once, and he changed the course of my life with just one conversation, which is kind of insane. I'm sorry. I'm just like a little bit emotional here.
It's okay. He tends to do that to people.
I know, because we had that call, like it was a group call, about 30 of us were waiting for him to show up. And I kind of commandeered that call, even though I wasn't the biggest streamer, I wasn't the biggest name, but I was just like, I'm going to talk to this guy now. Because, first of all, I didn't try to join that fundraising event just to hang out with the big boys or whatever. No, Alzheimer's means something to me. I lost a lot of my family members to it. I watched my grandfather rot away and completely lose himself. My great-grandfather the same way. I'm watching my grandmother go through the same thing now. And I remember what Wes told me. And I carry that with me every day. He's like, don't just remember them. Be their memory.
Yes.
Let them live through you.
Yeah, he says with Alzheimer's, he reminds people that you are the torchbearer for their memory, remembering all the days that they're going to lose. Yeah. Yeah.
I took that to heart.
Yeah.
I took that to heart. Like my grandmother, now she barely leaves the bed. Last time I had a Zoom call with her, she just stared at the camera like blankly. She didn't even know what she was looking at. Not my face, not the screen, not even her own voice. So what I did is calling my aunt, my sister, my mom, and we started documenting every single recipe she made for us. And I started perfecting them. So now instead of just whenever I remember her, it's no longer sadness. I remember her among friends, and we cook her food. We share it among friends and loved ones. And it's such a bright memory now.
It is, yeah. Thank you, Focus Break.
Yeah. Well, now I'm kind of like moved away from streaming.
Yeah.
I'm making my own game, so I'm doing a lot of writing for that.
Good.
And when I'm writing, there's one character in my mind that I'm like, this is so Wes Johnson, and my dream is to write a character that is worthy of his voice, so I can pitch it to him one day and be like, would you voice a character in my game, please? It's my first game. Would you please let your voice do it? And yeah, that would make my day. That would make my life. Like I could just die happy after that.
You can do it. I believe in you. We're going to toss you backstage. Thank you, Focus Break.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
And we're back. Yeah, everyone has a story just like that, where Wes says something small and gives somebody advice, and they never quite forget it. Let's do a little nonsense here. So,
unfortunately, I
know
have to
you
go.
got-
I got to take
yeah,
my
yeah.
wife to work, but this was so much fun.
Thank you, Eric.
Great to meet all of you. I don't know if we're throwing enough things at you, Ken, for being the great unifier for all of this, supporting Wes, supporting all of us, like continuing to help raise money, Fallout for Hope, all of it. So a huge thank you to you for everything that you do. And I'm just glad to hear that Wes is on the mend. It is one of the supreme joys of my experience in this industry to be able to know and call, you all friends. So it means the world to be able to give back a little bit in a very small way to Wes and to you, Ken. So thank you for doing this. And I hope to get to
family
see you
isn't
all
always
again very
blood.
soon. So true. Family, another F.
It's a promise. And that
Take
is
care,
another.
everybody.
Bye, Eric. Thank you. Okay, so let's run the randomizer 5000 again. So we've got a random scene generator here. This is going to be a support group for evil henchmen. A support group for evil henchmen. So we're going to need, so these are the sidekicks. They aren't the main characters, so they're the henchmen. So chat, we're going to need 4 evil fictional characters that each one of these people will be working for. 4 fictional characters, 4 very evil fictional characters. What do we got? Hit me with your suggestions.
So we're working for the evil
You
characters?
are, yep, you're the henchman. And this is a support group. So you're all kind of getting together, complaining about your boss, awful things that they did, you know, that they're not quite. Stiltman and Shago, I don't know what either one of those are. A fictional character. Okay, the Joker's a good one. Good one. Who wants to work for the Joker as a henchman?
I'll work for the Joker.
Okay. That's a good one. What else we got? Stiltman.
Actually, could I work for Penguin?
Okay, yeah. Penguin.
I'll work for Penguin.
I mean, we can keep it in universe. So we got Penguin. We got who wants to be the Joker's sidekick?
I'll take it.
Okay, James is going to be.
I'll take it.
So we got Penguin, we got Joker. So I guess that leaves the Riddler. Mike, you want to work for the Riddler?
Sure.
And what is a lesser known Batman universe? A Scarecrow is a good one. Okay, that's a good one for Jim. Yeah, the Scarecrow tends to mess with people's heads. All right, so support group, a dim warehouse somewhere in Gotham City, far away from the Bat. The light is swinging overhead. There's tugboats outside, and you're all getting together, pouring coffee, and commiserating about the latest issues that you have with your bosses. Take it away.
You know, listen, I'm tired of this. He's killing everybody. I mean, I have nobody left. I mean, I'm talking about on his side. What am I going to do? I can't keep up with it. I'm the one who's supposed to clean him up. I have to clean it up. I'm running out of space. I'm getting a little stressed out.
You know, when you work for an evil guy, you naturally assume they're going to be obsessive and compulsive. But geez, I got a punchline I'd like to give my boss, I'll tell you.
I hear you.
Yeah, well, at least your boss isn't out laughing all the time. He's laughing here. He's giggling there. Then he's got the acid thingy that comes out of his lapel pin. You're always ducking and dodging to see what's going on. And then him and the bat. He sees the bat. The bat sees him. What happens? The monologuing. All he does is talk. I could have shot the guy 4 times by the time he finishes talking, okay? But he won't let me. Why? Because he's got a devious plan. So what do I got to do? I got to sit here in the background, figure out when they stop talking, try and do his devious plan that never works, by the way. And next thing you know, damn, I'm back in Arkham.
Tell me about having to figure it out. Jeez, I get
At least you don't have to deal with the mother issues. It's the mother issues all the time. It's the mother issues. The hell, man. It's very hard. It's very difficult. It's always about the mother.
At least you know it's the mother.
I know it's the mother.
Yeah, you know, because mine's always saying, guess what? It might be that. I got your guess right here.
The hard part about the Doc is that he does this stuff with the gas and the who makes the gas. Everybody thinks Scarecrow makes the gas, but no, it's all the scientists like me in the lab, and we oh gosh, I mean he gets all the extra contraband from the local police stations because everybody in Gotham is on the take, and wow, here's the hard part is that he makes us test it on ourselves. I can't even remember half of the formulas that I have come up with in the last 20 years. And so, and it's all our own fear. I have spent the last week trapped in a classroom naked because I forgot to take the test on time. And because it's horrifying. And then I woke up here and I'm not, this is not the scientist support group, no? And
no,
because y'all look really big and scary.
Hey, you know, my boss, he likes to use the gas too. You know, he's got the Joker gas. You know, does that gas get in your hair?
No, but
No?
but it gives you like stomach stuff. You know, you're
I got a
talking about
question.
cleaning
Do you
up
have
after
pictures from
pictures.
this? Do you have pictures from this? You got any pictures from this that you could share?
Pictures from
Well, when you were naked in there.
no, it's like here's the thing. It's not real. It's just basically me lying on the laboratory floor, frothing
what
at
I'm
the
saying.
mouth, and it's all in my brain because it's all drugs. It's all drugs that takes the scary parts that you're afraid of. One time I was on the top of the Canadian National Tower in my bare feet, and my feet kept slipping off of the top of the light bulb thing. I don't like heights either. It's terrible.
I don't know. It sounds like a mess to me.
It is. It's awful.
I hate the gas too.
I don't like the gas.
No.
I don't like the gas. I don't like when he runs him over with the car. I don't like it when he's dismembering.
Hey, do you guys have the same problems that I have? Yeah, you know, one of the problems I have working for Mr. J is the pay is not that good.
I have to guess what my check is going to look like.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You guys get paid?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes.
Well, we do, but yeah, you know, it's like, you know, it's not direct deposit. You know, he'll give you some cash, you know, sometime he'll give you fish, you know, he's got the Joker fish and
You get fish?
yeah, he gives us fish. You don't want to eat it though. It's
I don't get bupkis. I get nothing.
Really?
What I get is I'm still here.
I can't go through a door in our compound without having to say, knock, knock, and him say, who's there? And then I got to come up with something clever.
Well, you know,
So
at least you got a little levity going on. You got a little levity going on.
So it's safe to say that y'all don't get a 401k?
What?
No.
Or the weekends?
No.
The 4 weeks vacation? And
No.
Okay, what are you doing here?
I mean, oh, my boss is
you
terrible. My
complaining
boss is
about laying
also
on the
very,
floor
very
naked,
terrible.
and you got a 401k?
Well, he's a doctor. I mean, he makes pretty good cash, and he takes care of the scientists, except for the fact that we're all drooling all the time when we're testing our stuff.
Hey, does your boss pump terrible music through the place?
All the time. All
Yeah,
the time.
yeah.
And then he likes to dance. Him and his girlfriend, Harley Quinn. You know,
Yeah,
they're
that
always spinning
penguin's always
around and
dancing with his mother, and if his
Mr.
mother's
J
not there, he's
this,
dancing.
and Mr. J that,
Anyway.
and Mr. J here, and Mr. J.
Yeah, well, what
gets
kind
on
of
my
music
frickin'
does he
nerve.
play? I guess yours is the circus thing. No?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
likes
what-
a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you'll never guess what mine does. You'll never guess.
What?
What music does he play? Nelson Riddle! I'm so tired of it. Guess who's going to quit one of these days?
I just don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I can stay here. You know. Now I've heard through the grapevine, Clayface is looking for some henchmen, and I'm thinking about going to work for him.
Maybe, you know. I always thought of henchmen as being just a step up to lackeys.
Oh, the lackeys got it worse.
Do they?
Oh yeah. Much more responsibility. They have to do a lot of the planning and you know the computer
guess so.
stuff, and they have to get in. Yeah, we just
And
go
they get
fight
slapped
the-
around,
fight the
too.
good guys. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess maybe we ought to be grateful for what we got. I don't know.
And
He keeps me guessing.
Amazing. Deep cut there with the Joker fish. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Jokerfish.
That's so good. Yeah, we're at, did we cross 170? Yeah, we are 176,208.
Oh, wow.
Wonderful. Well done. We crossed that finish line.
Yay!
Awesome. All right, let's do, this is a deep cut. So going back to whose line is it anyway? Take an object somewhere in the room, something that you have access to. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and we're channel surfing, and we're in infomercial land. So find an object in the room, something in front of you, something at your desk, anything that you want. And we're going to give it the Billy Mays treatment.
I don't know if I know it. Yeah.
Sell it in the most ridiculous, over-the-top, nonsensical, impossible to deny offer that you could possibly imagine. And let's start off with Paula.
Oh my God. Okay. All right, let's see. I have to come up with something. Infomercial.
You need a minute?
I got something.
Okay, Mike, fire it away.
All right, Mike.
Are you tired of muzzle loaders having to ram that bullet down the muzzle? Well, no longer. Now there's the repeater. Yeah, all you do is load the 6 loads in, and they go one after another, after another. Bam, 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 bam. No more ramrod, no more flint in the lock. Now you can do it all.
And changing channel.
Well, I'm not going to follow that. I'm sitting in front of my, I'm sitting in my studio and I've got nothing here but computer screen and a hot tea bottle.
Well,
that was a fake, by the way. Don't want you to think I'm sitting there with a real pistol.
A hot tea bottle it is.
All right.
I mean, it could contain something mysterious. You need a minute to think? Because we can go to...
Yeah, let the other guys go.
I don't know. James or Jim.
Are you tired of the regular telephone? Who wants to use a cell phone when you can have the brand new Fur Phone? Yes, this is a phone. It's comfy, it's soft on the face, and there's a dialing mechanism in the back that most people under 20 have no idea what the hell it is. It's a rotary phone, and it's a cat scratcher, and it is a quality piece of craftsmanship that this is a feature. It is not a mistake. But the phone basically attaches to your cell phone through Bluetooth. And then you can make calls like this. If you're having difficulty and you need to actually use your hands for something, what you need to do is wear it on your head like this. It's portable. You need the Fur Phone. Are we cutting?
And changing channel.
Are we cutting?
I love it. All right, I'm going to go. I'm just going to get it over with.
Okay, Paula.
Why don't you just take a shower? This little bottle has everything in it that you need to keep your body fresh and clean. Your ears are a little bit plugged? Spray it in your ear. Is your nose stuffy? Up your nose. Do you have body odor? Guess where you could use it? That's right, everywhere. This is Wet & Spoon Propolis and Manuka Honey Spray. Use it all day long.
Perfect.
And it's just really a throat spray.
I love me some Manuka honey.
I have used plenty of that as well.
Medical grade. James, take it away.
Tired of running up your electric bill in the middle of the night when you can't see? Tired of stubbing your big toe at the end of the bed when you get out to go to the bathroom? Well, we have a solution for you. The Flashlight 2000. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You can purchase the Flashlight 2000 right now for the low price of $19.99. No more stubbing your toe in the middle of the night. Simply grab the Flashlight 2000, press the button at the end, and presto, you have a light where you can see where you are going. That's right, you can get out of bed. You can go to the bathroom. You can flash the light and go to the refrigerator for a snack. And you don't have to turn on those pesky lights in your house anymore. Flashlight 2000, $19.99 right now. But wait, there's more. If you buy 2 flashlights right now, we'll send you an extra one for just an additional $19.99.
I saw the light.
That's the tagline. That's it. We also are just joined by Neil Kaplan, who's waiting in the wings. There's Neil.
Wait, what? Huh? I'll just go a little Don Pardo and say, but wait, there's more.
How you doing, Neil?
Good. Especially reading the news about our dear friend getting sprung.
Yes.
Very, 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 very happy to read that Wes is out and causing problems in Gen Pop once again.
We're introducing yourself to everybody. Where would people have heard your voice?
Interestingly enough, my cardiologist asked that yesterday. And I always get kind of stumped with this because they look at me because I moved to upstate New York, so there aren't quite as many voice actors around here as there were in Los Angeles. So getting my new get a support system set up. Went into the Subaru dealership to get my car worked on. Said I need this back by Wednesday. I have to go down to Comic-Con. The guy goes, "Oh man, I'd love to go to New York Comic-Con, but I would blow everything I had in the bank. So what are you going down to see?" And I said, "Well, I'm going down to sign." "Oh, for what?" And he said, "Do you know anime?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, "Do you know the show Naruto?" He said, "I don't, but my brother does," which happens a lot. And I said, "Well, tell him you met the voice of the ghost of the Uchiha." And I said, "But do you play video games?" He says, "Yeah." "Do you play?" And I named off a couple of video games, and then I said, "Destiny 2." He says, "Yeah, I love Destiny 2. So then I said, "I am gold. Your light is mine." And so the next day when I went to bring my car in, oddly enough, when I originally talked to the guy, I had to wait 4 or 5 days to get an appointment. He somehow managed to squeeze me in the next day.
Nice.
So that was kind of cool. But usually it ends up, it's like I've done audiobooks, I've done commercials, I've done narration, I've done live action TV voices, I've done dubbing. But inevitably I say, so it depends on what you do and what you watch.
Yes.
I did 2 lines in an Oscar nominated film called Klaus, and there are a lot of people who love that movie. So it's like once they hear Klaus, they go, "Who were you?"
Pardon me, folks. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no
worries, but ultimately what it boils down to is I usually say, but there is one character that pretty much everybody on the planet has heard of. If you've ever heard of Optimus Prime, I was the second voice of Optimus Prime. So as I like to say, I'm sort of the George Lazenby of Transformers. But at this point, George Lazenby's name usually only gets recognized by people with white hair like mine. So, but that's me, folks.
I have to ask because I wrote every Transformers toy commercial from the end of Armada all the way until movie 3. That's how I got into
just before Armada. Yes,
just before Armada.
It was the series that brought them back to being vehicles.
Robots in Disguise.
Robots in Disguise, 2001. Interestingly enough, I did do a toy commercial. I didn't do Optimus Prime though. I actually, during the run of the show, I was the narrator of the spot. I auditioned for it and I happened to book it. It's like, go figure. But I did do a fake commercial for the HasLabs release coming up in September. They put a nice little video up online. I went, wait, there's no voice on this. So every time they had a graphic with words come up, I went ahead and read it for them and put it up on the social medias, and the kids enjoyed it. So
That's awesome. Did you know Wes before mixing and mingling and in circles? Have you known him for a little bit?
Wes was just basically this super gregarious, really wonderful guest at conventions.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing conventions since 2001, so 24 years at this point. When I just started seeing Wes left and right, and he just has this wonderful energy, and I just, like most people do when they meet Wes, just fell head over heels for him, because he is one of the nicest humans you'll ever meet. Didn't even realize that he had one of my dream jobs, being a stadium announcer for a sports team. So and then he started asking me to participate in some stuff. It's like, well, heck yeah, I'd love to, because he's just fun, and he has his stock group of characters, and so I kind of feel like I've got a small role, a small house on the outskirts of Lake Wobegon,
Kenneth, I got to interject that I must run.
No worries.
And I just want to say thank you so much for doing this today. It's been amazing.
Yeah.
And I know so appreciated. And we're all thinking of Wes and so happy that he's on his way home. So that's great.
Agreed.
And thanks to everybody who joined in, and have a great weekend. I guess it's Friday.
It is all day.
All right.
Thank
you
you
so
Paula.
much.
Miss you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, Paula. We are also now joined by Paul Guyette.
We need to have at least one Paula, there's a quota to be filled, guys. So, yeah.
We got the Jim James quota filled, I think, already.
If you can't sing the song, then you can't do the quotes.
Paul,
you know the song. You know the song, Paul, right?
You can do it.
I don't know the song. Oh God. I've been here 8 seconds and I've already embarrassed myself.
There is a song, young man.
Is it Tall Paul? He is my all?
It's Paul. I believe I know that the people who sang it were Paul and Paula. And the place that you would know this song, if you've ever seen a movie called National Lampoon's Animal House.
Of course.
It is in the background. Hey, Paul, I want to marry you. Yeah. And then he sings back, hey, hey, Paula.
The only one I know of is, I think it was on Lamb Chop. Tall Paul, he is my all. And I don't even know.
You are so making that up. You are so making that up.
Somebody Google this.
It's an Annette Funicello song.
Exactly, Annette Funicello, from Lamb Chop.
Sure it is. You guys are just covering for each other. Nice job.
Nice
job. You're pulling it off.
I grew up in Florida, and
Saving
everybody
my
there
ass.
is a Disney nut. So it's, yeah.
See, and I thought you were going to go with a beach blanket nut. I thought they would love her from her time with.
That's West Coast beaches.
Oh my God! The only thing Florida has going for it is the beaches.
Yeah, but you got an East and a West Coast beach too. So.
Yeah, you got that. You got the Gulf of To Be Determined.
Yeah, the Gulf of formerly the Gulf of Mexico, where the water's nice and blue and warm.
Yeah.
Well, Paul,
but once it becomes the Gulf of America, it'll be yellow and warm. So that's great.
Well, brown.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Long January.
Very long January.
Paul, where would we have heard your wonderful voice before?
Oh God. Just the wettest dreams. No, that's not true. Red Dead Redemption 2 and League of Legends. I was recently, a few years ago, brought into the Bethesda family with Elder Scrolls Online. I was in the Starfield expansion, Shattered Sky, Shattered Space.
Yeah, Shattered Space.
So that kind of stuff. It's kind of funny because like my favorite Bethesda games are the Fallout games, and that is like the one Bethesda property that I'm not in yet. And it's like, you have to. I am grateful that I am doing this, period. But the fact that it's like, put me in Fallout. So
you just missed Emil like a 90 minutes ago. So
damn it. Okay, great. Well, there goes my chance. Yeah, I guess I'll be in Fallout 6 when that comes out. Yeah, but yeah, and it was actually because of Bethesda that I got to meet Wes for the first time, as well as John Curry and Courtney Taylor and all these like ridiculously, like, I'm a neophyte. That was my first the Elder Scrolls Online celebration in Vegas that was my first like convention ever.
Yeah.
And these guys have been doing it forever, and they were so loving and accepting, and just like there's that instant sort of like thing that actors have, because we have this very specific weird niche that we can kind of look at each other and be like, okay, this is bizarre even for what we do. It's like, I was a talking loaf of bread, but I was a talking loaf of pumpernickel bread, if you know what I mean. And it's like, I don't know what you mean, but that's great. So yeah, that's kind of, let me think. I think that's the more recent stuff. Yeah, I did get to work with Nintendo for the first time. And like my first console was an NES. So it's like, I spent 5 minutes at the start of the session because they had a lady from Nintendo on the call. And I was like, okay, so I know you think I'm a professional, and then like for 5 straight minutes, I gushed about like no one can ever say you're not cool. Like you can do the cringiest, uncoolest thing ever, but you can just be like, I work at Nintendo. Mic drop. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. So that was ridiculous.
Instant validation.
Can you say
Sorry?
what you did for Nintendo? Sorry.
Yeah. It's not out yet. And I don't know if I
Gotcha.
can talk
Okay.
about it, but
Right, do not break NDA. No.
No. That's
Yes.
another thing. So many people don't know the fear of NDAs. That's another thing that I feel like we all share. To some people, it's just three letters.
mother.
Exactly. So I try not to tell my parents anything about what I do. They think I'm doing very well. So the less I tell them, the better they think I'm doing.
Yes, things are well. We've got so we just ran another random scene generator through the Generator 5000 here, and we've got another scene. If you guys are ready to do a little more improv, Paul, you wanna do
I'm going to
something?
let you guys do that. I've got a
You gotta dip.
appointment in like
No worries,
5
man.
minutes.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to drop in and say hi to everybody and show my support to Wes. And we're all keeping him in our prayers, and praying for speedy recovery. Yeah.
100%. This one is a career day for made-up jobs. So these are completely made-up careers. So Paul, let's have you go to 2 different kiosks here. We've got Jim's kiosk. So we need a made-up job for Jim. So a job that doesn't exist, something completely nonsensical. And we also need that he's going to attempt to sell and convince and try and audition him for. We've also got Mike, who's going to be at a booth, and we need a nonsensical made-up job for Mike to do. So chat, hit me with 2 different suggestions here. We need 2 strange, made-up, not real jobs. A unicorn rancher. Okay, that's a good one. Let's.
That's me?
Yeah, that's a good
Okay.
one for Mike. Let's
Yeah.
have Mike be a unicorn rancher. There's a theme here. A chair trainer. Training chairs. There's a tongue twister for you. Let's have that be Jim's. All right. So Paul is now wandering around trying to find the right career. No pressure. Paul, take it away and wander up to the first booth.
So it's like a job fair. I'm not at a mall.
Nope, it's a job fair. Yeah. So
Gotcha.
This is like career day, at college. You're trying to figure out, okay, what am I going to do next? And
Definitely. Okay. Well, the Orange Julius franchise just absolutely shit the bed because it turns out no one likes Orange Julius because they think there's going to be a man named Julius, and there's never a man named Julius. And then I wore a shirt that said, "Hi, I'm Julius," and people were like, "Really?" And I'm too honest, and I had to be like, "No, I just want you to buy this disgusting orange slop from me," and so I'm out, and my parents are like, "Okay, you need to find a job. I swear to God." Turns out that grape Clytemnestra is not like. I tried to step to Orange Julius, and I figured if I couldn't beat them, if I couldn't join them, I would beat them, and I couldn't beat them, and so that was all of my runway capital. So yeah, now I'm a little bit desperate. Yeah, so I sit a lot. So chair training is this?
Come over here, sir.
Yeah.
Sir. I had to turn around for a second. Just spin around. Can you bend over just a little bit? Your ass is perfect. It is
Thank you.
Absolutely marvelous. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jim. I am with Ass Class, and what we do is that we train chairs. Now, you're gonna love this. This is the one job where you sit on your ass the entire time. Huh?
Well, now, first question. Well, first off, thank you. That's one thing that, aside from threatening to kick me out, my parents have told me I have just a delectable, juicy peach. They've been saying that since I was born, and I'm in my 40s. So that's one thing that's remained constant. It is a little concerning, but I'm going to take it as a compliment and just hold on to that in the heart of hearts. Would the sitting misform my juicy peach? That's kind of my question.
Well, here's the problem: is that's why you need to send your chair to Ask Class if you find it very uncomfortable to sit in. We train chairs, unruly chairs that are constantly fighting back against their owners. It's you know how sometimes dogs can misbehave and they need to be given obedience classes.
I've heard
it's
that.
The same thing, but with a chair.
That explains it because
sit.
Because my ass is a juicy peach, and it's perfect according to my parents and grandparents when I actually think about it. But so it's not my ass that's the problem; it's the chair.
Yes, it is the chairs.
problem. Okay, so I've been sitting on untrained chairs my whole life.
So
it could be that you need to be pointed in the right direction. Have you considered a future in
I have not
unicorn
considered
ranching?
a future. Oh well. I could see that there's some sort of I feel like there might be some sort of crossover. I'm terrified of horses, and
Well,
I
these
feel
aren't
like
horses; these are unicorns.
But well, technically, a unicorn is a horse with a
No,
knife on its
it's a
head.
magical creature, more like a goat.
Okay, those are pretty scary
Little
too.
beard,
Okay.
and the horns are very little when they're little, and all you need is a little persuasion to get them to behave. When they get bigger, you need bigger persuasion. And but meanwhile, they're horny little bastards, so they reproduce a lot, and there's never any fear of your herd running, thin. The thing about them is that if you're a sitter, you got to be careful when you bend over, because they have this sort of penchant for probing questions.
It makes sense. I mean, if I had that on my head, I would be questioning everybody's
Absolutely, yeah.
questionnaires. Yes,
You get the point.
I do. I don't want to get the point, but I think I've gotten the point. Okay. Can
could
you
actually-
milk the unicorns?
Only the female ones.
Copy that. Okay, good.
You should. It is possible that you could work for both of our companies at the same time, because the penchant that you said about unicorns, being careful, our health coverage actually covers unicorn hole.
Oh, well.
Excellent.
See,
I
that
like
is-
the, I like the
may-
synergy here.
I may
Okay.
just investigate this.
And if somebody does get questioned by a unicorn, they might have need of a very well-trained chair.
Absolutely. We have
Okay.
several. We have used the service for chair training, and they do wonders. We had a stool that would just not. It would pull out every time you tried to sit down. It needed extensive rehabilitation.
I've
They
heard
added another leg, and it was wonderful.
I've heard if you turn a stool upside down, and this might be a question for the chair trainers, you can fit more people on it.
Very much like a unicorn.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yes, we only train wheeled stools. That would be extraordinarily uncomfortable, especially for such a juicy peach like yours.
It's juicy. It is the
could be juicier.
succulence. It could always be juicier. Come on, we're alive today.
Imagine there's a little fuzz there.
Little fuzz, but not too much fuzz. Just the right amount of fuzz. That's again what my grandparents and parents have been telling me for 4 decades.
A rosy little sort of color.
There's some patches, some rosy patches. Yeah, it's again. I'd love to show you, but this is not. This is a job fair.
We're quite sure it's ripe.
It's very ripe, but not too ripe.
If you'd like to apply, just come over here and sit on my place. Right here, sit on my place, and fill this out.
Perfect.
That is an excellent name for a chair
It really
training.
is, sit on my place.
Yeah,
It
sit on
is.
my place,
That needs to be the name of a furniture store.
or an Etsy store. Yeah.
Perfect. All right, we got another great one here. So in this scenario, you all are social media community managers working for a time travel company. And you've traveled back in time to an important moment in history, and you're trying to come up with, and you are blasting out on social media hilarious random hashtags and pithy comments about what you're seeing and what's happening. So chat, give me a major historical moment that these 3 people will be talking about on social media.
Hashtag Ford Theater, hashtag opening night. I'm so excited.
Oh, the Hindenburg. That's a good one. Okay. All right. So here we are. Yep. So we go from like the boarding of the Hindenburg to like the ultimate devastation of the Hindenburg. Okay. So time travel has begun. Here you are. You find yourself, beautiful day at the airfield. Take it away.
I'm pretty sure if they lose your luggage, that's probably going to be the worst thing that's going to happen today, right? Ugh.
The CEO of Blimpies came by a while back, and they were asking for if they could go back and maybe topple Subway, but it would be a really, really good tie-in with this, I think.
I think that'd be a really good. Yeah. Our deals are on fire. Oh, the savings. Yeah.
You got to do something about those tail fins, though. That is very problematic.
Yeah. Also, the hydrogen gas. Like, I feel like on a priorities list, like tail fins close second to the hydrogen gas, the highly flammable hydrogen gas.
It's not water. I just thought hydro was just water.
That's called greenwashing. That's what they want you to think.
Okay.
Hydrogen means the start of water, the birth of water. So that's where that comes from. However,
I thought it was the genetics of water.
Yeah, well, DNA is very simple. One thing. It's I was thinking something along the line of take that leap of faith.
Was that
Tired of the gas bag boss?
Yeah. Was it a radio tower that they crashed into?
It was a mooring tower.
Mooring tower.
There was conjecture that there was a spark because they were in a storm and there was a charge when they actually went to the tower. I'm not sure.
Okay. So we're not going to take any charges. This is just going to be cash only then. So cash only. Can we have less moorings?
Oh boy.
And again, number one really is the highly flammable, explosive gas. Yeah. So flammable. Oh God, what a silly idea that was.
I'm looking for the mascot. Isn't there supposed to be a guy in a sea cow costume around here somewhere?
Yeah, Marlin
talking,
the manatee.
Yeah. No, Hugh. His name was Hugh. They keep talking about humanity on the radio broadcast.
Yeah, they seem really happy with him, but they're also screaming a lot. So they're really excited about him.
But no, the newscaster must have seen him because in the middle of all the humanity.
Oh, the humanity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That makes more sense because
he was so excited he couldn't continue.
There was originally, I think they were going to have Hugh the Dugong, and that didn't really go as well. Yeah, exactly. Oh, the Hugh Dugong, and it was like that didn't make as much sense. But yeah.
Yeah, it's been a good year for Hindenburg.
And scene.
It's so
I
hard
won't
to
be
come up with funny
dirigible
stuff
for
around
any of the
tragedy.
past.
Oh man, too soon.
No, it's just funny because it's like, yes.
We're all fired.
Yeah. I again. We all have problems. Actors all have problems because I was going to immediately jump to the comparison between the billionaire submersible disaster and then the Hindenburg thing, but I didn't want to do that because this is a classy stream.
And besides the comparison break down a little, the dirigibles had made several transatlantic journeys. This was a routine one until it wasn't.
Mike, do you remember Coast to Coast AM radio?
Not particularly.
The next one will be so this one, Coast to Coast AM was like a really iconic radio show back in the day, and it's the kind of thing that you'd listen to late at night. So it was George Newry, and people would call in and tell really weird supernatural stories. So he would just yeah. So it would George Newry and then Art Bell.
I do remember that.
Yeah. So let's. Do you want to be a late night radio host hosting a supernatural show? And you've got Paul and Jim, who are somewhere, who are calling in right now because something really strange is happening. And it could be anything. It could be ghosts. It could be aliens. You guys are calling in with what essentially was the audio form of found footage back in the day.
Nice.
All right. Well, we are on the air. Several calls coming in. It's been a very strange night here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We have one call here. We're ready to go. You're on the air.
Yeah, I was down at the car park with Gator and Gooch, And well, first I gotta say hi, Mama. I know my mama's listening. Anyway, I was down there with
Are
Gator
those
and
friends of yours, sir, or are those animal companions?
Gator and Gooch. I mean, they're animals, but they certainly ain't my friends. They're my mortal enemies.
Oh, I
but
see.
that's why I'm calling in, because Gator and Gooch, they were down there by the waller, and I saw Sasquatch or Sasquatches, perhaps, and some sort of a bog monster, like a creature from the Black Lagoon. I saw at least 2 Sasquatches and 1 creature from the Black Lagoon, and they seem to be running some sort of a credit card fraud on Gator and Gooch. The joke's on them though, because Gator and Gooch ain't got no good credit. So joke's on the
you had a
Sasquatch.
smart monster, 2 Sasquatches, 3
At
of them all
least 2
together.
Sasquatches, yes.
And they were running a credit scam on Goose and Gator. And
Gage and Gooter, yeah.
and they had credit cards.
Well, so they had. You remember? You know how like you get in the mail, it'll say like you've been pre-approved, and they'll give you like a credit card, but it ain't a real credit card. Gator and Gooch have something upwards of 700 of those each, and so they always try to go and buy scratchers, or they try to go and buy them little the juice, the little barrels of juice that are basically just have melted popsicles, and they try to buy them with these credit cards, and it never really works. But I think the thing is that the Sasquatches and the creature from the Black Lagoon, they saw them flashing around with all them credit cards, and were like, oh, these are some fools wrapped for the picking. And they fools, but they ain't wrapped for nothing. So
But did they try to run the scam on you too?
oh no, I am a financially responsible gentleman. So my mama always told me, aside from how beautiful my ass was from when I was a baby, that she said, Mortimer Johnson III, which is my name, don't you ever get hornswoggled into one of them credit fraud schemes with cryptids, with the cryptozoological things. And I stuck with me.
Well, we are going for unusual stories here tonight, sir. That's not really that much out of the norm.
That's true. Things are weird down in Florida.
Now, we have another caller on the air. What do you got tonight?
Hi, yeah. So I just got back from a trip to Japan, and the Airbnb that I rented, it turned out it was a grudge house, and so
it was a what house?
A grudge house. The detective told me that basically. Hold on, is that coming from? Oh, no. But here's the thing. It's apparently the previous owner wasn't murdered. They were annoyed to death. I've got a ghost kid just put a peanut butter sandwich in my PlayStation 5, and I was right in the middle of. Oh, damn it. And I've got like 53 ghost cats in the house, and they keep shitting all over the place, but I can't clean it up because it's ghost poop.
It doesn't smell though, does it?
No, it smells awful. It smells like death. Like literally, it smells like death, but you can't see it, and then you step in it, and then it.
Have you tried a ghost litter box?
Oh, God. Put the camera down, kid. Oh, shit.
Are there any human ghosts in the scene?
Oh, yeah. That's did you hear that? Yeah, it's. I mean,
Well, it sounds like creaking timbers or something.
No. That's the mom. She's got the refrigerator door open, and at first I thought it was because her neck was broken, but no, she hasn't eaten in however many decades since she's died, and she's trying to figure out what she would eat, and she's in front of the refrigerator going.
Have you ever considered shoving her into the fridge and then sealing it shut?
No, because then she just comes out of the TV with her little sister who keeps telling me I'm going to die.
That does happen a lot, yes.
And scene. Paul busting out the rednecks. That was amazing.
I lived in Florida too for a time.
Oh. Yes. We are now just joined by Courtney Taylor.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey, Courtney.
Everything. I'm so glad you guys are doing this.
Yeah,
Proud
he,
to be here.
Just in the middle of the broadcast, Wes was, I don't know if you saw yet, but Wes was released from the hospital. So his doctor's cleared to put him on a medical transport and bring him back home.
Oh, that's great.
Once again, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, Mike.
That man's the juggernaut. He doesn't need our help.
So what voices or what characters will people have, of course, heard you voice before?
Well, let's see. It's been a long lifetime. So if you watch Critical Role's The Legend of Vox Machina, I'm the matron of Ravens on that show. I was the voice of Jack in Mass Effect, the sole survivor Nora in Fallout 4, Ada Wong in a few of the Resident Evil games. I was OKKO on Cartoon Network's OKKO Let's Be Heroes. I'm doing Blood of Zeus on Netflix. I'm never, those are the
ones that stick out. Yeah, that's okay.
Those are the ones that stick out, but also Elder Scrolls and Guild Wars and lots of Blizzard titles. Diablo 4, I'm the one of the player characters in that, the druid female. So it just depends on what you spend your time doing, I guess.
We've all been kind of talking a little bit about how we all met Wes stories of sorts. Did you first meet Wes on Fallout 4 or did you work with him before?
I literally, he was the first thing I heard was when we were doing the Silver Shroud like portion of the game where Nora has to pretend to be the Shroud, and I listened to his voice and I was like, I had never heard his voice as far as I know, and I was just like, oh my god, this guy sounds so freaking cool. I'm like, this is amazing. They're like, so you're gonna try and imitate that, and I was like, what? That's gonna be terrible. And but it ended up being so much fun because obviously, like, as a female, we don't really get roles like that, so to be able to badly even imitate something like that was like a physical, it was like sort of physically challenging. And I was like, who is this guy? And then I ended up looking him up and realized who he was. And then just joined in on some of his stuff, for Alzheimer's, and realized what an amazing guy he is and how generous and cool. And then, Paul and I, and we all met up in Vegas, I guess, a couple of years ago now. And it was just so good to see everybody, he's just such a light, and he's so inclusive, and you just want to, I think every picture I have of us is me hugging him, I'm like, I hope his wife doesn't get mad because all I do is hug on him all day. And I'm sure she's, it's like all the time, everyone wants to hug on him, but he's just,
a lot of that.
She gets it. Of course, she understands that. Yeah, that's why she married him.
Me to him. So, so she locked down the lifetime of hugs. So she's a lucky lady. And, he's just the best of us. He's unafraid. He is passionate, about, fighting for actors' rights, and as far as the strike that we're on for games right now for AI protections, he's so generous with the stuff he does for Alzheimer's, and then he's so with the Christmas stuff, he just does what he does. He's done it all right. He gets to diversify, do a bunch of different cool jobs. Everybody loves him, and he gets to give back. And he's, I'm just.
You feel lucky to be involved with him, don't you? I know I do.
Yeah.
Also, just the pure love he has for the community. We've all booked gigs where it's like, oh, okay, people seem to care about this, but like when Wes got into Skyrim, I feel like he played all that stuff. So he's not just you know, yes, it looks like people really do enjoy this elf game. It's like he's, you
Oh,
know,
he's in it.
he's part of it. Yeah,
He's in
exactly.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and he is truly somebody who like embodies his character. Like I love watching the fans interact with him. He's that person, you know, when I know exactly what you're talking about, Paul, like when someone's sort of removed from the material, and he's that person that, you know, fans love to watch in on panels and stuff, because he'll just bust it out. He'll start improvising, you know, and that is like you see the magic happening in real time, and you don't always get that, right? A lot of us
Exactly.
are
And the
like,
way he
I do
helps,
it
he
by
lifts
myself. I
people
do it
up,
by
too.
myself, you know.
Exactly. You're in a booth somewhere, but yeah, he definitely, yeah, it's the fact that he makes an effort. And I think the fact that people responded so much to the call to help him out, you know, this industry, there's a lot of bullshit. The fact that like he needed help, and instead of just sending like, you know, heart emojis, people are like, no, we're actually going to do something to help. Yeah. So that's
And it kicked
the
crap
true
out of
mark.
that GoFundMe
Oh
as well,
my
too.
God.
I
That
mean,
was nuts. Yeah.
I was like, I think I found out like 8 hours after it went up, and it was already past it. I was like,
Blew
whoa.
past 50K.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because he's again, he's done it right. He's got his voice is a huge part of the Capitals experience,
Absolutely.
you know, and so it was great to see those people like jumping in, and you know, every community that he's a part of, he unifies people, he touches people, and he's super accessible. You know, nobody doesn't love him, and that's rare.
It is rare, and it's great to actually see that sort of reciprocity, and like, yeah, it's really fantastic. Yeah.
I'm so glad that he could see that, you know, like that he could see that, and he could see this and know that people are
Hell yeah.
rooting for him. And even like when I posted, and you know, there's been a lot of stuff going on in the last couple of months, right? People are really on their back foot from, especially, you know,
The world.
fires, the world, the politics. And there are so many GoFundMes. There are so many people. It's
Yes.
like the hits keep coming, right? But it was so interesting. Like even one of my friends from San Francisco, who's not part of this industry at all, like texted me and was just like, "I'm so sorry about your friend Wes. He seems like an amazing like it translates to people who haven't even rubbed up against the world of Wes Johnson, you know?"
Yeah. That's so rare. Yeah.
It is, yeah. And you know, you talked a little bit. We were talking about this before. When I talked to Wes yesterday, one of the things that is hard for someone like him is to stop and accept help.
Oh, absolutely.
That's tough for someone like him.
Because he's the one helping.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, the helper.
he's the one who's always helping. And the fact that like the day this happened, he was going to be speaking at an event against Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Like that's probably, I bet the first thing he thought when he woke up was like, God damn it, I missed that event.
No, it was.
I missed a
Yeah.
chance to help
He
people.
talked
Yeah.
about that. He felt bad. He's like,
Sure.
I felt sort of a reversal of fortune in the end of 19 and into 2020. I got real sick, and I was in the hospital for a while, and ended up not being able to work after that. Been retired ever since. And he and my brother got up a GoFundMe page to save my ass. And so now here it is the other way around, but I know he's going to keep on going.
Oh, hell yeah.
and also what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
So I remember again that first convention I was at. There was like a luncheon with Sheo Garath, and it was just he had the scepter, you know, that freaking amazing scepter, and his
Yeah.
jacket. He had and he was. It's like
Wabba Jack. Whatever
he's
that.
yeah. He's so it's welcoming and friendly to like fans, and it's like, you know, it's weird. It's like he doesn't have to set boundaries because people are just he's so kind that people just respect that, you know. It's like it's and he's just every little, you know, he didn't know me, but it's like he's like, oh, it's your first convention, hey, you know, you're gonna have a lot of fun, you know. And it's just no matter who it is, it's like to him everybody is a fellow human being to him, you know what I mean? It's like there's nobody is more deserving of something than somebody else in that sense, is that it's like he's he wants to make sure that everybody is taken care of.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's like it's a very he's very giving with his hair.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
One of his panels would be a voice actors workshop, and he'd have people, line up to the mic and he'd, coach them, and he'd have the whole panel, give them advice and do all these things. And he didn't know these people from nobody, and they want to be a voice actor too. Who doesn't, right? But nobody sets out to do that. Well, some people do, but they find out that usually it's a kind of a place you end up among other things. And he's so great to watch because he'll treat every single person like, you got big potential, Jack, and he's just wonderful. He introduced me to Wolfman Jack. And we got to be real friendly about a month before he died. And
How cool.
I felt
That's
really privileged.
legendary,
who gets to know Wolfman Jack through Wes John? It's amazing.
Yeah, that's really special I think that's what he's, and it's one of these things when I read about, and I'm always like, God, I wish I had that, like that thing of like, he makes everybody feel important, and he can do it without sacrificing anybody else in the room. And so you all end up being like, oh, like, he's my best friend. He's my, like, I'm sure, like, because he has that magic that you are like, and he does that with his coworkers, his friends, his fans. And like, even when we were in Vegas, like, we took a ton of pictures, and then he was also thinking about like, hey, let's make sure that we all, like, all of us got photos that we could, keep for ourselves and use for social media and stuff like that. He's always thinking about everybody, but he's also able to focus on one person, which is a pretty amazing skill.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, one of the things that makes him really special.
It's
And
really, really rare that he'll say anything not positive about someone, but he'll suffer no fools. It's
Yeah.
just that
That's
he,
true.
he doesn't he doesn't take the time to dig in on that.
yeah.
Stephen
Yeah.
Russell will be joining us in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Love Stephen.
Nice.
That's
You
so
know,
great.
One of the things that you'd mentioned not too long ago there was people, I think, have this impression that voice actors, if you're a major character in something, you're rolling in money. Because there have been some comments. For one thing, it's tough when you live in another country, like literally any other country but this one, to understand how fucked up our healthcare system is. And if you get sick just once, it is enough to financially ruin you, and that happens far too often. And this is something that Wes and his wife Kim have been trying to figure out for years. And it's still something they're trying to figure out what's going on, but that takes its toll. And then you put things like the voice actor strike, and not doing work, and your work is your career, and it puts everyone in a really tough situation. People don't really understand that voice acting work is not like a 9 to 5, 7 days.
It is a
constantly
gig
working
economy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like you're constantly hustling and diversifying and doing different things. And
it's sometimes it's unless you're one of like the, I don't know, 20, 30 like voice actors who are just like people whose names that everybody knows, like the Billy Wests. And exactly. The H. John Benjamins and people like that. And even them, like, H. John Benjamin, I think he started out as a stand-up. But anyway, so it's more about quantity sometimes, like if you book like 10 things in a month, maybe one thing is, the new Naughty Dog or the next, whatever the next Rockstar thing. But all these other things, sometimes it's a mobile game no one's ever heard of. I mean, sometimes it's a commercial for hot dogs. It's definitely not like there's a tiny percentage of voice actors who are just like totally set, never have to worry about anything. But yeah, it's
all
a
I do.
fraction of people.
And also, we have to qualify for our health insurance, right?
Yes,
So
we
it's
do.
Thing people don't know.
out of new work every year.
Yeah.
And so what people don't understand, yes, our healthcare system is so unbelievably broken. And on a, on a national level, we have insurance companies whose job it is to make sure that they don't cover what we need, right?
Yeah.
So you have that level, and then on a work-related level, what a lot of people don't know is that SAG-AFTRA, you have to renew your insurance every year, and that means you have to book a certain amount of new work every year.
Yeah.
And so that can be feast or famine, right? If your job fall in or without of a calendar year, you can miss making your insurance by $100, $500, and then you don't have insurance. And so, and that is a huge issue as our population also gets older. It's harder for you to qualify, and then you also need that insurance probably more than you did when you could qualify. So
all these things are exactly why years ago I chickened out and chose to maintain a square job while doing other things, stand up and voiceovers and everything else I could do when I could. But I just couldn't take the
you're unemployed at the end of every day.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I had mouths to feed and
especially,
such,
You don't get gigs. And, even with Fallout, people are always like, oh, what was your reaction when you booked Fallout? And I went in and they showed me the like Bible of the game. And I was like, they're like, so this is going to probably be about 2 years of work. And I was like, 2 years of work?
Yeah.
2 years of work? Like that guarantee is, and it wasn't even guaranteed. I was still a day player every day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So it wasn't like I got signed to a 2-year contract. Every day that I worked, I signed a new contract for a day player. And so there is no job security. And so when I talk to people about that, there is this idea that, like we're all loaded, and that we get like car service or whatever. And I'm like, literally the people who book like a 3-episode arc on like a show on Netflix, they're face actors. They get you could be a voice actor for 25 years, 30 years, and you are going to get like maybe an Uber voucher, and then the person who's a voice actor, a face actor, is going to be like, yeah, no problem. I got like, red carpet.
Private jet. Yeah.
We're just a little
Larry,
bit
I'm
above
on
singing
DuckTales.
telegrams,
It's changing, but look up like voice actor red carpet. There's not a lot out there. It's it's just the standard for entertainment means they have to know what you look like, and so that is changing. And I think a lot of companies are realizing that we are of value for helping to promote the projects that we're in, but it also bumps up against NDAs and, rightfully so, not wanting storylines and stuff to get out. Yeah. So it's like a sticky wicket, but yeah, it means it is really difficult to make a living as a voice actor. And as we all get older and as AI comes in and starts taking our jobs and stuff, that is the problem. And the problem with our health insurance system is it's not set up to actually serve us. Yeah. And so I'm super grateful that people were so responsive about the GoFundMe, because especially right now, with the fires and everything else, there's just been a ton of need. And so while I am thrilled that everyone has reached out and done their part, I also would urge you, because this is me talking, to reach out to your representatives and say, if you are bumping up against this, that we need to overhaul our healthcare system and we need to protect the ACA and protect Medicare and Medicaid for our most vulnerable populations, because currently they are being rolled back and torn down, and it is not going to bode well for any of us. And, we're all doing these GoFundMes, but eventually we're going to run out of the money that we're subsidizing our healthcare system with, and we shouldn't have to even do that in the first place.
Yeah.
That is 100% correct and very well said. And it was something that we were talking about.
My dog agrees.
We were talking about a few hours ago that, get involved. make a difference in a life. And it doesn't matter what you do. I know you do a lot with Rock the Vote to try and to mobilize people around
It's
voting.
Nerds Vote.
Sorry, Nerds Vote. Yeah,
Rock
sorry.
the Vote is amazing, but
Yeah,
we
sorry.
specialize in nerds.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah,
There's no nerds in rock and roll aside from, I guess, Weezer, and they might be
You haven't met
giants.
My partner. My partner is a drummer for a doom metal band and also plays D&D and can also sing, any Bon Jovi song or Taylor Swift song. So
I recant my statement.
yes, we exist.
But get involved in something, do something. It makes a difference. Aside from actually going to the bed at the end of the day, knowing that you did something in service to someone else.
100%.
The world a little less dark feeling.
That is so, that's really what I've been talking about a lot with my friends, people who are feeling like there's nothing that they can do.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Spoons full of sugar.
There we go.
There are spoons full of sugar that you can take. And like yesterday, I called Target and told them why I would not be shopping with them anymore. And called Costco and said how much I appreciated their standing up to DEI rollbacks. And whatever your beliefs are, it's important as consumers that we make them known, because it's the power of the dollar, right? And just like we tell our fans of the games that we do to reach out to developers, let them know what you like and what you don't like, because this is real time, temperature taking. So and it really only takes a couple of minutes. I keep my senators, my governor, my local council people in my phone. So I just hit a button and I'm like, it's me again. Hey.
Actually, I feel like we have a very specific gift.
Sorry,
because
Jim,
like
Jim has
Courtney,
to say
you
goodbye
could.
to us.
Oh,
Yeah,
goodbye,
sorry,
Jim.
I've got to remote it for. So I am going. I want to thanks for putting this together.
Absolutely.
And again, I'm glad Wes is doing great. And one fun thing that sometimes there's I like doing book readings for schools and stuff like that, or for via Zoom and stuff like that. That's I don't know, it's fun. Kids really like it when you can read them like a story and you do all the voices and they just I love doing that. It's just fun. So anyway, so thank you everybody.
Thank you,
And let's go, Wes.
Yes.
So, thanks for having this, and I will see y'all later.
Bye, Jim.
Jim.
See you, man.
Bye-bye.
But yeah, Courtney, I just had this idea that you could technically call Target 100 times as each of the characters you've done over the years, and they would just be like, "Dude, we just got 100 people calling and telling us that we're assholes."
Yeah.
That's a very specific gift that we all could
Except
do.
for it would be like, hello. I have
Some
totally
super spy
fulfilled.
just
I'm not happy with any of this. This DEI thing is very important. Yeah.
Hey,
Wait, wrong character. What was I say? Oh yeah. Yeah.
Can we go back? Can we go back to one? Okay, sorry.
Take two.
Yeah.
Take two. Peeking up. But yeah, or you can also find great things to do in your community, be supportive of honestly, I keep
Help a person. You don't have to march or sign something or call. Help one person, because
Yeah.
sometimes it is easy to just look at this screaming wall and be like, well, I'm just going to sit here and get consumed by it. But if you help one person, you've helped one person. That's one more person who's been, helped. That was
Yeah.
so articulate. Everybody calm
It's
down.
beautiful. I know exactly what you are. But I keep in my car, I keep dog treats, bags of little dog treats. And so
Yeah.
if I see someone who is unhoused and they have a dog, I will just say hey, can I give you these? Or I keep bars in my car. So if somebody looks like they're hungry or is asking for food or, I have been doing, and I'm so excited. I wish he was here today, but I'm fostering a puppy. And
Aw.
you know, like there's so many animals that need fostering right now. There's so many, you know, just little things. And I can say, like, having a dog or a cat around can really, it's such a, you know, mood elevator.
Or a budgie.
Or a budgie.
Budgies, yeah.
There's so many different animals out there that need homes and even temporary homes. So if you, you know, and in the spirit of Wes, like reaching out and helping people who are less fortunate or creatures or, you know, and also, you know, figuring out like if you have money to donate, how can you, Wes's thing is Alzheimer's, right? And so how do you best support those organizations? Is it, you know, most of them say like a monthly donation that they can count on is the most helpful. So you can go to something like charitynavigator.org, which is a great site that vets a lot of the nonprofits and will tell you, they rate them based on a lot of different metrics, but it's really interesting to look and see what the metrics are. It's, you know, transparency, what the CEO makes, how much money they spend on actual helping versus marketing. And you can choose to help, you know, different causes that way and know that they're vetted. And you can also, which is really, I love this, through Charity Navigator, you can do it anonymously so that those companies get your money, but they don't get your personal information. So they're not sending you like calendars and, you know, like address labels and things like that, because I don't, you know, I want my money to go to what the work is, not
not stationary.
Yeah. So that's another thing that's really great is that you can keep that anonymity, and you can also make sure that you know, it's safe to do your money through that. You're not giving out your credit card to a bunch of different locations too. So I really recommend charitynavigator.org. I know there's a couple of great Alzheimer's nonprofits on there as well. So yeah, there's little things you can do every day, you know, on a personal level and on a state, federal, global level, because that's really important right now is community and not isolating. And so it's really great to have community coming together for Wes, for all of this, you know.
Yeah, you all mean a lot to us. And it's kind of a weird industry too, because we know the voices, but we don't always know the faces. So, you know, even with Voiceapalooza, one of the things that's always been important to Wes is he's like, everyone will love the voice, but I want them to see the person. So it's great over the time that we've had doing things like this, so people do get to know the person and the face, and there's a human behind the voice that, you know, you should get to know and check out their work and, you know, support them when they need help. All of that's really important.
Because we're people. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I know sometimes we play, you know,
Mutants?
talking rocks, mutants, talking, you know,
Avocados,
absolutely. But we're actually people. So, yeah. And again, we're not rich, guys. That's the funniest thing in the world. And I've had that too. People just being like, wow, you must be ... And it's just like, I don't mean to laugh directly in your face, but no, that is not the case. That is not the case. Yeah.
Most people I know in this business do something else as well, you know, and I think that's kind of the way of the future too, is being a hyphenate, because, you know, we contain multitudes, right? And so, yes, we might be, you know, I'm a full-time voice actor, but I'm also a dog rescuer and, you know, the CEO of nerdsvote.com, because that really matters to me. And, you know, so when people say, oh, I want to get into this and I want to quit my job, I'm always like, you know, be like Michael, keep that job, you know, keep that insurance, keep that paycheck that's coming in, you know, do what you love. But I think, you know, we all have to embrace the fact that not only is it that, you know, the industry is changing and the world is changing, but also that, you know, we don't have to just do one thing and find that one thing that makes us happy. You might want to be, you know, an accountant but also do theater
Mhm.
because that makes you happy. Like, that doesn't mean you can't do that. You can be an accountant actor or an actor accountant, and be proud of that. Like, be able to say, like, I contain multitudes and I'm interested in multiple things. And also, because I always say to, my actor, the people that I coach and stuff, I'm like, balance the business with the creative. You can't act if you can't pay your rent. So, and so yeah, just take care of yourself. Have your business brain and your creative brain. I think it's actually creative brain and business brain. I don't know. Anyway, I can't remember which side's which,
They
but
switch off,
With
just have a brain.
how would people get involved in Nerds Vote?
We just got, I'm so excited. We just got our 501c3.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
cool.
status. So I'm very excited about that this week. You can go to nerdsvote.com. You can register to vote. You can check your registration there. You can see all of our rogues gallery of many actors who are also involved with Nerds Vote. Just getting out the vote, nonpartisan, every election, every time. And you can get swag, you can get t-shirts and stickers and patches. And we go to conventions and we usually have like a QR code, on our tables that you can scan so that you can, I've registered people to vote while I was signing stuff.
That's awesome.
And if you see someone that has a Nerds Vote stuff on their table, they'll always have stickers and stuff to give away. And it's it's a great also way to, I love talking to people about their, knowing their rights and having a say in their democracy. As well as what's my favorite line from a video game, or which ending did you like the best?
Right.
And it's so important, democracy starts from the bottom up. And so even, locally, your school board that will decide what books your kids read, your judges who will decide who is behind bars and who's not, or diversion programs, or, your council people. I just actually, this is really interesting. I just went to a meeting and got to register to vote for, I am a Democrat, but so I was at a meeting of the Democratic Party, and they were talking about the ADEMs, which is the assembly people, right? So you can vote for people who represent your neighborhood to go to the Capitol and represent your neighborhood in state politics. And so as long as you belong to one party or the other, you can, I believe, I don't know for a fact if Republicans have it, but, and I loved that because I went to this meeting and one of the women who was running for assembly for the ADEMs is a woman named Samara Bay, who is a dialect coach.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Tons
nice.
of actors. I recognized her when I walked in, and she is a mom and an author and a dialect coach. And she is like, she's one of us, right? And so she is putting herself out there to go and represent my neighborhood in Los Angeles, my district, on a state level. And so that really is how it works, right? And so getting to know her and being able to say, hey, this is important to me and to us feels really immediate. And so those things I think are really important. I know a lot of people have, the complaints and the issues that are local to you may be different than what's on a national level. So, get involved. It's just a little bit of time, but if we all, only 64% of Americans got out and voted for the president this time around. And, if the other 36% of people had voted, we would have I think we would have a real litmus test of what America really wants. But when only 64% of the people are voting, it's really hard. It's 2/3, If everybody put their vote in, it would be so interesting to see what direction we go.
even above and beyond voting, getting involved in anything, if it's volunteering for soup kitchens, if it's getting involved in rescue or fostering, if it's helping out with local programs or Meals on Wheels or any of these kind of things, it makes a real difference in a life.
Yeah. And some of the stuff is so, I don't know if other places have this, but in Los Angeles, we have an abundance of citrus trees, and like everybody has like loquats and kumquats and tangerines and grapefruits and stuff. And we all have, like, my neighborhood is chock-a-block. And I realized that there is a nonprofit that will come and harvest your citrus and avocado trees and box them up and take them to food insecure neighborhoods in Los Angeles.
Oh, wow.
And so
That's
you get
awesome.
your trees trimmed for free. You get all of the stuff that's going to fall into your yard because you're too lazy to do it. I can speak talking to myself. And they will box it up and they will take it to the food insecure areas of your city. And they will also do cooking classes so they can take that fresh produce and teach people how to use it. And so there are all kinds of interesting local organizations that do stuff, soup kitchens, food pantries. You can look up if you have a local, if your neighborhood does we have a neighborhood pantry. So if you buy something and you're like, oh, wait, I got the wrong kind of beans, I'll never use these. You can just drop it off at the pantry and somebody will use it who needs it. So that's something that you can like Google search in your neighborhood. Fosters on Instagram. I work for Road Dogs and Rescue, which is a bulldog focused rescue. There's rescues in Austin and Las Vegas who are begging for people to foster. And when you foster, you can get, at least the one that I work for, all the medical is paid for, all the food is paid for, and people like me will come and take your dog when they need to go to the vet.
That's amazing.
If they need to see a doctor, if they're, so it's really pretty easy to foster. So I really urge you, and you get back so much more than you give, right? You're giving your citrus for nothing. And like, you get to know that people are eating this, like kids are eating this nutritious food that was grown in your backyard, or that this dog who was a medical rescue that you think would never make it, and you foster and they get adopted and they're so happy and they get their own Instagram accounts and then you can see them. It's just, mwah.
That's awesome.
So in times like this, we also need the give back is, you get so much more. So I urge you to get involved.
For everyone watching here, they may not know, because it's weird sometimes, the people you meet and they do other things and end up in weird places. And even Mike was talking about that earlier. How did each of you even find yourself in voice acting?
I decided late in life that like in college, that I wanted to be an actor. And I started taking acting classes, and I thought I wanted to go to like a master's program for acting. And I applied, and the guy said I had a terrible voice and that I would never that I would never reach the back of a theater, and that I would never play Juliet. And which I was like, I don't know, that's my casting anyway. But he was awful. And I left in tears, and I went to my I was taking the summer training congress at ACT in San Francisco, and I went to my voice and speech teacher, and she said, I would take a voice acting class. I think you could, I think that would be fun, and you have a cool voice. And so I took it, and I literally, the second I got behind the mic, I was like, oh, this is what I meant to do. Like, I talk all the time. I mimic people. I love reading aloud. I have a vivid imagination, and the first audition that I had was for a commercial for a hospital in San Francisco. And it was like a love letter to San Francisco. And that's my hometown. And so, and I booked it. I booked my very first audition.
Nice.
And it was the thing that cemented it for me, was that this is about, for me, all of this is about putting love out there.
Yeah.
Right. Putting stories and, sharing stuff. And so it really cemented the idea for me that even in, commercials, which people grouse about sometimes, it's about falling in love with whatever it is that you're talking about, right? It's the hospital that saves your mom, or saves Wes, like I will use that those people in ICU, they saved Wes Johnson, right? Like we can feel love about that. And so that was my jumping off point. And I just did commercials for the first couple of years, and I loved them, and I still love them. And then I got into games, and then I got into animation.
What about you, Mike?
Well, the very beginnings of it were way back in 6th grade. I did a talent show and I killed. And I thought, this is amazing. And like, Courtney talked about getting behind the mic and going, wow, there's this feeling of power. And it's nothing like you imagine when you get on stage. But I thought, that was fun, but, I got to be serious about my life. And time went on, and I got a job working at the post office, postal service, back in the late 70s. And boy, don't worry, I got regruntled. But I really, after 6 years, I couldn't take it anymore. This is when people were going postal. And it's no wonder, because back then, oh boy, there was a lot going on. And I just couldn't take the anger issues anymore. And I quit cold turkey. I just said, I'm going to do something else, anything else. And I had a little bit of retirement from that, and I just lived on that for a summer. And meanwhile, my marriage broke up because of that. She was married to my job. I wasn't. And so I was couch crashing with a friend of mine from high school who he taught me how to play a few chords on the guitar, and we'd always been making up nutty songs and doing voices and things like that. And we got this crazy idea to do some stand-up comedy down at an open mic in Virginia and then in DC. And it was a lark at first, but we thought, let's approach this really just no holds barred. Let's pull out all the stops. We did all the things that other stand-up comics were not doing. We were doing songs and impressions and skits and things like everybody else was doing, the hey, how you doing tonight? Where'd you get that sweater kind of approach. And we wanted to do anything but that. So he was reading the paper one day and he said, hey, look at this, in the Supreme Court, the Betamax decision was being decided whether if you bought a VCR and pressed the record button, if you were a pirate or not. And so we thought, video pirates, there's something to. And so we dressed like pirates and got on there like stealing broadcast programming was our booty, and we were the video pirates, and I was Captain Cable and he was Skinbeard the sailor. And it took us by surprise. We started really getting noticed and getting work, getting hired quicker than a lot of other people. Some other stand-up comics were kind of looking at us like, who are these guys? How did they, what the heck? And we got enough notice that we got an agent, and he started booking us, and he also had us do a demo tape and got that around. So we started doing commercials for radio, and that got more notice. And time went on, and we still kept doing the act, and then that kind of faded, and I kept doing voiceovers and kids' parties as the pirate, and it just was another one of those activities when you're doing anything you can to be entertaining and to be out there and say, dig me. Doing the voice actors, voice acting was just a part of it. And then most recently, the real big thing came for me for notoriety was the Fallout games, and people started recognizing me by my voice, and I was astounded because how do they know who I am? my name's real little somewhere in that game, and because of Wes and other people who are really supportive and almost pushing me out there. Come on, Mike, it'd be fun. Sure, okay, why not? And that's where I still am. The only difference now is that I'm not working a straight job anymore, and I'm kind of old and stove in, but I still get to do this, and I'm just lucky and blessed as I can be.
Before I ask that same question to Paul, that actually brought something to mind. Has there been a moment for each of you when a fan messages you or meets you in person, and what they says kind of stops you in your tracks, where they connected with a character or something that you did, or a game that you created, kind of got them through a tough point in their life? Did you ever have an interaction where you're like, wow, this connected with somebody and made a difference for someone?
I've had some like that, but most of what I've gotten is multiple times. A grown man or woman would come to me and say, "You did my birthday party when I was 7, and I've never forgotten it. Never, ever, ever." And that just astounds me, but I'm so pleased that I made memories in a child's mind.
I love that so
Wonderful.
much.
So great.
What about you, Paul? Have you ever had an incident like that?
Yeah, so there's sort of two that immediately came to mind. The first was my first big animation gig was Heatwave in Transformers Rescue Bots Academy. And like at the time it was just awesome. Like I was a Transformer. That's like that for me was like, well, I could stop now at my first animation gig. And then I got a letter forwarded from my agent, and it was like, okay, I didn't know that still happened. Like, okay. And I opened it up, and it was a mother saying how much she just loved the character, and like her son loved it so much and was wondering if they could get like a signed picture. And she had her contact info at the bottom, and I reached out and I was like, so your little kid, if I were a little kid who loved Transformers and got a signed picture of Heatwave, I'd be like, okay. But so I called up and said, what if I record like a message for your son as Heatwave? And like that just came like normal to me. I was like, yeah, that would make more sense to me because I was that kid growing up watching cartoons. And this woman was like, that is the most amazing thing. And like it was incredible. And so I did a recording for this little kid named Alex. And I like wished him a happy birthday. And I said, listen to your mom, just like as Heatwave. And she actually recorded Alex's reaction. Aww. And every once in a while, she'll reach out and she'll just be like, Alex would play the recording for his friends and say like, this is my friend Heatwave. And it was like, nice. So that was like, again, like that was like the heartfelt thing. But the other thing that kind of like blew my head back was at the start of the pandemic, I did this thing called Scripts Gone Wild, which is normally like an in-person, I think they do a theater thing in LA, and they'll just take a movie script, get a bunch of actors, voice actors, and just kind of do it, usually for a different charity every time. But when the pandemic happened, everything went remote. And my friend Graham, who I went to college with, Graham Skipper, when he was in 9th grade, he and his friend wrote a 200-something page screenplay called Star Wars Star Trek The Expulsion. And this was based on the trailer to Phantom Menace and some of the toys that had come out. So this is, again, he and his friend, when they were, 13, 14, wrote this script. And that was the script that Billy Ray, the guy who runs Scripts Gone Wild, decided we were going to do that week on Zoom. And like, I was this little guy, and I click onto the Zoom thing, Matt Mercer's there. Scott Derrickson's there. Clark Wolf is there. Yuri Lowenthal is there. Like these people who were like, yeah, right? That asshole. So at the end of this, everybody's sending emails back and forth like, this was so much fun, blah, blah, blah. And Yuri Lowenthal, who is the best video game Spider-Man that I've ever encountered, sent me an email and was like, oh, hey, by the way, my son really loves you on Heatwave. And it was like, Yuri Lowenthal emailed me. I'm fine. So that led, and like the path that took. So then we were talking back and forth about how like that's so cool, and he was like, yeah, that's my son's. That is my son's Transformers. That is the first Transformers that he saw. And I was like, that's really great. And then we got to talking about Spider-Man and how like his Spider-Man is going to be the definitive Spider-Man for a generation, and how crazy that is. And he was like, I was super worried about that at the time. And I was like, you have nothing to, I don't know if you're being, modest right now, you son of a bitch, but like, it's perfect. And so like, we were just kind of talking back and forth. And at one point he's like, well, I hope to work with you again. Because also it turned out we had asynchronously worked on a couple things together. We worked on a podcast for iHeartRadio. We worked on a Dragon Quest thing. And he's like, yeah, so hopefully, we'll work together on something. And I happen to have this weird little Lovecraft script that I had written. It's basically like a radio drama. And he said, yeah, it'd be great to work with you at some point. And I was just like, if this isn't the universe telling you to do this. So I was like, well, actually, I have this thing that I wrote. It's this Lovecraft thing. And he's like, send it over. And I was like, yeah, okay, cool. He read it and was like, yeah, let's do it. So me and him and Graham set some time aside, and all of us remotely recorded this thing. And it's like that blows my mind. So there's the part of me, like the human part of me that has that story about Alex and his mom. That's like the idea that some little kid is like, that's my friend Heatwave. And on the other side of that, it's like, I'm hanging out with Spider-Man. So like that, it still has yet to get old. Yeah. Like the weird magical insanity of this. I still don't believe that this is a job that I have been doing now for 21 years. But yeah, so the origin. I was that kid who would never shut the fuck up. I was the one who the teachers would just be like, Paul, just stand out in the hall. I'm not even going to try to deal with what you're doing right now. So yeah, I was that kid, and I was always doing voices as a kid. I would watch Looney Tunes and do all of them. I would watch Pee Wee Herman and do Pee Wee Herman.
Just need the most interesting people.
Exactly. So yeah, and I think that's how, we're all creative people. We all start as mimicking, doing little voices and stuff. Right. First grade, my class did the Very Hungry Caterpillar. I played the Very Hungry Caterpillar.
Of course you did.
Of course, because I'm very hungry and I am a caterpillar. So it was kind of typecasting, but you can't spell typecast without cast. But so as the years went on, I was just kind of, I'll say, class clown, whatever. Like I always had something stupid to say, but it was entertaining. And then in high school, I joined speech and debate, which aside from like the Lincoln Douglas criteria, here's my point, here's your counterpoint, there was something called dramatic interpretation, and there was humorous interpretation, dramatic interpretation, and duo interpretation, where you would take a play and cut it down to 10 minutes, and you'd make the story work in 10 minutes, and you would perform it. If there were 6 characters, you would be all 6 characters. You'd have different eye lines, they would all have different voices, and they'd all be talking to 6 people all at once. But you had to like literally be 6 characters almost at once having a conversation. So that really got me interested in it. And so in college, I went to college at Fordham in Lincoln Center. I took a class in acting. I graduated with a degree in performance, but I kind of hated theater because even though we're awesome, actors are the worst. So I tried not to. It's a weird conflict, but anyway. So instead of like a senior thesis, the school invited a bunch of agents from around the city to sort of check out the hot new talent, and I ended up doing a scene. Everybody did a scene and a
Please tell
monologue
me
or
you
two scenes.
reprised Hungry Caterpillar.
No, that was my teacher was like, that's very funny, but this will not get you work in the legitimate world. So I was pretty salty about that. But no, so I ended up doing
I disagree, but
I ended up doing a scene from When Harry Met Sally with the most adorable, wonderful friend named Megan Boja. She was almost more Meg Ryan than Meg Ryan. And so we did that cute little scene where they first arrive in New York. And then the monologue I did was from the head of directing's senior project at Yale Theater. So like no one had seen this. And it was literally just the first couple pages. It was a man talking about how he wanted to buy a polo shirt because summer was coming up, but they were so long that he was afraid the shirt would catch on fire and he'd dive into the pool to put it out and drown. And it was just this dark, psychotic rant juxtaposed with When Harry Met Sally. So at the end of this, quite a few agencies were like, we'd like to have you in for a meeting because we don't know. Because also I'm sitting, but I'm 6 feet 8 inches tall. So very, very specific. Yeah, you remember that. You were there. Most of my career when I first started in 2003, when I first graduated, was on-camera stuff. Tall guy, very tall guy, death metal guy, tall death metal guy. Yeah, exactly. And my first national commercial was as Satan in a Shark Week commercial.
As one does.
love this for
As
you.
one
Please tell me
does.
it's on your reel.
Oh, it is. For a while, it was like the one thing I had. I still
And
have
also,
it out
sorry,
there.
Paul, to interrupt you, but Stephen Russell has joined us, popping in here.
Hey.
Hello, Stephen.
Stephen.
Hello, everyone. Paul, Courtney, Michael.
Nice to see you.
Hello.
Great to be with you all.
Stephen, you're gonna I'm handing the baton to you because I actually have to go and finish a couple of auditions before I have an interview at 3:00. So I'm gonna sign off, but I adore you guys. Thank you so much for doing this. And
absolutely,
Wes, if you watch this, just know you are
he will.
so loved, and we're so excited for you to finish walking the comeback trail and get back to us. And I just love you guys for putting this on. Really appreciate you guys so much.
We appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. It's
Call
great
me
to see
Stephen,
you.
we'll talk.
Bye, Courtney. Yeah, we one of the things that happened while we were live, Stephen. So Wes was discharged from the hospital, put on medical transport to be sent home. So
He punched a nurse.
Yeah.
We'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah, we really, really thankful of that. We were talking earlier, Stephen, about voice acting and meeting people, and was had you met Wes before we started doing some voice acting stuff for charity, or because you'd worked together on Fallout 4 kind of tangentially, but you all record kind of separately?
Right. No, I had never met Wes before we did these events, and it was a great pleasure getting to know him through this community. My situation, living 60 miles out at sea, makes creating community with fellow voice actors kind of challenging. So. It's nice to have these occasions when I can actually get to see people and converse about the business and see the faces behind the voices I've admired. And that's been a great. So thank you, Ken, and Wes for making these things happen.
Always, yeah. We haven't had a chance to do some of these in a while because of the voice actor strike that we were talking about earlier, and I was glad we could all get together today just to talk about this wonderful human being.
Yeah.
Where are you? Out to sea? You're on an island?
No, I live on Cape Cod.
Oh, okay, yeah. That makes
Where the potato chips come from.
They do.
Yeah.
And very good potato chips, aren't they?
They're excellent potato chips.
They are really good. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about voice acting and people not understanding that this is going from one gig to another. People have this perception, one that insurance covers everything and it doesn't, or that you all get a major role in a game, a well-known character, and then you're kind of set for life, which Paul started laughing out loud about.
I wish it were that. Come on. I mean, Rob, the guy who played John Marston in Red Dead Redemption, was a day player. Everybody on these games are day players. They got a daily rate. Yeah. They didn't even get a copy of the game. I feel like Courtney hopefully got a copy of Fallout 4.
I would hope so. I would hope Steven got a copy of Fallout 4.
I hope so, yeah. But
Oh,
good.
I don't have anything to play it on, but I did get a copy.
Nice.
Because I can't afford it. I meet a lot of people in my age category now, and they ask me, "Are you retired?" And my standard answer is, "I forgot to get a job from which I can retire."
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about voice acting, and one of the questions that I'd asked everyone before you hopped in, because we've talked before about how you got started in voice, but have you ever had an instance where a fan has written to you, or something that you've seen, or met you at a convention, or something where you thought, wow, I voiced this character and it really resonated with someone, it connected with them in a way?
Yeah, I've had some very moving emails from people, particularly around the Nick Valentine character and how much he meant to them, and some very I don't know. There have been a couple people who've reached out and said that they were going through a really hard time in their lives, and just having some depression issues, some problems just coping with life, and something about that character helped them get through it. And it came as a surprise to me in a way, because I never had thought that I'd never kind of made that leap that the work that I was doing would be more than just entertaining and engaging on a kind of enjoyment level. So that kind of took me back at first. I was moved beyond words, and just began to rethink a little bit about the importance of this work in people's lives.
And the importance of the people behind this work. When Courtney was on, we were talking a little bit about the reason that the strike exists, and the humanity. So much of our world is increasingly disconnected with a lot of social media noise and nonsense and negativity. And then you have people like all of you here, like people like Wes, who make it a point to connect with people, to reach out and be real and authentic, and bring not just a performance, but in many ways, the meat of something that people can relate to and connect to in a character. Someone in chat just said, where was that? It was it was like as if my grandpa was alive again when I met him. Not only is Nick, that character, hands down one of the best written Fallout companions of
Absolutely.
all time. The way in which he was written and the way in which you performed it, there's a great nurturing quality to it, a steadfastness to it, that I think remind a lot of people of a grandfatherly figure or a father figure, someone in their life that they miss or could even need to get them through some of those dark times.
Yeah, well, I've talked about this a lot over the years about how important writing is, and I remember the first time I got scripts with Nick in them, I just like, thank you so much. This is such a great character, and I can't believe I get to do it.
Yeah. The further, and especially the further you go with your character, so the reason this is kind of fresh on my mind is I've been streaming Fallout 4 for seriously like 6 or 8 months, and just kind of playing it for the first time since it first came out, and really getting to meet all the companions and sticking with them and getting their entire story. And I had never gotten Nick's full story. And on one hand, like, the character, I'm assuming that the original breakdown was like, it's a noir detective, which like everybody can pull out, a Sam Malone kind of like, meh, shmeh. But like you found nuance in one of the most like archetypal voices. You gave it nuance, and just even like you just hear it at like an ambient line, and it would just be like, that could have been a toss off. That could have been so unimportant, but you gave it importance. And it's crazy when you get further down there, and like Nick is never upset. And then he finally confronts that guy, and you have this flash of anger. And I remember getting goosebumps because you never raised your voice once until that happened. And it was like, oh my God. But like, again, it's Bethesda, and it's you. It's Bethesda and it's Courtney. It's Bethesda and it's Mike. And it's Bethesda and it's Wes. Like, you could be a super talented voice actor, but if you don't have a good script, it really doesn't matter. And you have a great script, but you sound like an asshole. It's like, okay. But, it's when those stars align and you just get this depth of character that this is when people are like, oh, you play video games? Oh, okay. And it's like, no. This is an art form. Like, it's not just Pong anymore, guys. Like, there's something here. But like, it's just, yeah, it's so good. And it's so ridiculously deep. So
yeah, it's
thank you. That was
Wes. Sorry. Just to expand on that, because Wes had mentioned this, and while I'm thinking about it, he says, when you are given a great script and you have great writing, he said, day in, day out, you could eat fast food, but every now and then you get a steak, and it gives you something to chew on and work with. And he said he lives for those characters. And sorry, I interrupted you, Stephen.
well said. No, well said. I agree completely with that.
Yeah, someone in chat was just asking, Paul streams? Where do you stream, Paul?
I'm on Twitch. I'm Mr. _ Charisma. Kind of a joke.
Underscore.
Yeah, we've been when the Fallout show came out, which is amazing, by the way. They brilliantly put out that HD patch upgrade, whatever you want to call it, to Fallout 4, and I was like, yeah, okay, let's revisit this, because I put 281 hours into it when it first came out, and this time around, I wanted to, meet every companion. I wanted to. I didn't finish all of the DLC before, and this is the first time I've played it since knowing and working with some of these actors. So like I picked Nora, and every time Nora said something cool, I'm like, I know her. That's Courtney. She's great. And the Silver Shroud, when like I'm hearing Wes and I'm hearing Courtney doing Wes, and it's like, that's insane. And yeah, just all these people, and it's like, I know them. We both don't like Alzheimer's. and again, just like with Nick before, the first time I played it, I got to know Nick a bit. But this time I'm like, I want to meet all these people. I want to meet Kate. I want to meet Hancock. I want to spend time with them. I didn't know Curie gets a body. Holy shit. When she was like, I want a body, I was like, is this real? Is this a quest? Can I get her a body? And all of a sudden we have that depth, and we have again, I know that they're good games, but fully exploring them. And having that, again, one of my thing, whenever people come in, I say, I'm Mr. Charisma, I'm a voice actor and a gamer, and I am now a gamer, a voice actor in games. And something about that is like, the little 6-year-old in me, I got to work with DC for the first time last year. Like, one of the reasons I'm doing this is because of Batman the Animated Series. And I'm getting to work with people like in that universe, and it's ridiculous. Like, I'm working with the companies that are making the things that made me be here, and it's just, I'm gobsmacked. And so that's why, aside from appreciating this as an actor, I'm like, Stephen Russell's here, like Nick Valentine's here, that's not Nora's here, Ada Wong is here, like, we're doing a benefit for the Silver Shroud. It's ridiculous. So to experience this as, as an actor, you're supposed to be a little detached and like, yes, no, I did a lot of preparation for the role. Juilliard, yeah. But the gamer in me is having to restrain myself from just tittering like a schoolgirl every time. It's like, oh, hey, Stephen Russell just came in. And it's like, don't be weird, Paul. Don't be fucking weird. Don't be weird. So, yeah.
You have no idea how weird I am, Paul.
Oh, we all have to be weird because we're doing this. Our job. Someone's like, I want you to be a robot detective. And you're like, yes. Yeah. You didn't have any follow-ups. You're like, yes, of course. Paul, we want you to be a tree man. You're a talking tree. Absolutely. Would you like to be a fish? Yes.
I'm a talking tree.
Nice.
Yeah.
Stephen's like, oh, you've just done the talking tree.
A conifer, I would
the
assume.
Talking tree for years.
I originated the role.
I was a talking tree when they were acorns.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and the reason I asked that question, and one of the reasons that brings us here today, this was a very, 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 very close call. It's about as close to a close call as you can get. I mean, a difference of 20 minutes, and we would be here for a very, very different reason. One of the things that's been kind of overwhelming for him is all too often we don't hear how much the sum total of our life means to a lot of people. The voices that we do, the lives that we touch, the characters we bring to life, all of those kind of things you don't hear when it really matters. One of the reasons, aside from gathering here to celebrate the life of a man who's thankfully still with us, is for people to be able to express that and talk a little bit about that and talk about how important it is to try and connect and tell people when it matters what they mean to us. Even if it's gamers telling all of you, the characters that you bring to life connected with us in some way and meant something or get us through something. Because they really do. They are, when written well, they are just as real as you all are.
We wouldn't be able to do this if it weren't for you and the community and the people who play these games. And the Elder Scrolls Online celebration in Vegas would have been pretty awkward if no one had showed up. Like, maybe we would have gone to a casino and had some like really overpriced shrimp cocktail, but it would not have been a celebration. It would have been, just kind of sad if it were not for you guys. So yeah, it's symbiotic. That's the other thing, that whenever I hear about actors that are complaining about a job, it's like, you could be you could be a fishmonger. Like you could be waking up at 3 a.m. to gut fish. Don't complain about being an actor, getting paid to be a tree or an avocado or a super mutant. Like, yeah, we all have bad days. Not every gig is Fallout. Not every gig is whatever GTA. But the fact that like a boring day is, oh, I just did a radio commercial for a bank. It's like, yeah, that's still pretty cool. Like, shut up. Be grateful, you dick. Yeah. But yeah, so it's genuine that we also understand it. We would not be here if it was not for all the people playing these games and like saving before a decision and going back to see like, oh, can I have sex with Paul's character? A lot of people I've heard wanted to have sex with my character in Starfield and were upset that they could not. And I feel mixed about that. Like, part of me is like, thanks. And part of me is like, thanks.
There's apparently quite a lot of people right now who are making notes about their next Nexus mod. So you should not have put
Awesome.
that out into the universe. I'm just saying.
All right, I opened the door.
It's literally
That's
just going to be called
my fault.
Sex Paul Guyette.
Sex Paul Guyette. Sex.Paul Guyette.
And even,
Okay.
We're coming up on, with Fallout 4, the 10th anniversary is coming up this fall.
Wow. Oh, I'm so old.
And
We're all so
I
old.
really want this goddamn strike to be over so we can throw the biggest party ever. But, when a character resonates, people don't forget it. There's still fan art and stories and such being written about Nick Valentine out there. There's even, Mike, there's still Gob fan art coming out there.
It's amazing.
Colin Moriarty fan art. And, that's still happening.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it just doesn't
Yeah,
stop.
I've gotten several cameo requests from people who, please do a Sharon or a Gob who got me through some tough times. And my first reaction was really, but then I thought, oh, wow, man, this is really cool, to be able to be in that role for somebody.
Is it a little weird, Stephen, that it just doesn't kind of stop? Like people still have not given up or forgotten Nick Valentine.
I guess I don't think of it in those terms. I'm just grateful, that the character continues to have a life and continues to be found by new people all the time. It's you just never know. I used to do this thing where I would go into the local elementary school every year in December and read A Visit from St. Nicholas the night before as Clement Clark Moore.
Oh.
Wow.
Something Wes did years ago, sometime in the 80s or early 90s, was the night before Christmas, A Visit from Whitebeard. That was on the flip side of I Killed Santa.
Oh, God, I remember that. Yeah.
Santa was Wes's, and the Clement Clark mooring cable, A Visit from Whitebeard, was me and Skinbeard. And he put us on the B side, baby. And that was, he plays that every Christmas along with the I Killed Santa. It's a beautiful thing, and it's become part of the season for me.
Well, the thing about Clement Clark Moore, and I did a lot of research about him over the years, and the more I learned, the more I was kind of taken away by the singularity of what he's known for. He was a theologian, a scholar. He was from a very wealthy family in New York. They eventually donated much of the land that is kind of in the Greenwich Village, Chelsea area of New York City now. And he wrote that poem as a present for his kids in 1820, I believe it was. And somebody who was present at his house the night that was first read jotted it down and took it away, and then it appeared in an Albany newspaper the following year with no attribution. It was just an anonymous poem. And it began to be republished year after year every Christmas. And eventually, someone else came forward and said that they wrote the poem. And at that point, for 10 years, he had denied his authorship. He had said, I don't want to be associated with this. I'm a serious scholar. I'm an important man in my community. It's not something I want my name associated with. And then somebody else claimed it, and he felt like he had to acknowledge that he was the author. And he eventually published it in a pretty thick volume of poetry. And most of the poetry, most everything else in that book is very forgettable. And he ended up writing the first concordance of the Bible. He was the author of many scholarly works, and the only thing we remember him for now is "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." And when I would talk to the kids about this, the point I would always try to make was that you just never know in your life the little thing that you do or the one thing that you might do that's going to reach people, that's going to affect people, that might even change people's lives. And so living a conscious life, being aware of how you are in the world, living as kindly as you can be, is something to strive for. And the other thing I would tell them too is that the people in your life that you know, and grandparents, people that you might see every day, they all have had rich and incredible lives beyond what you know them for. Take the time to talk to them, to ask them questions, to find out about their lives, and you might just be surprised at everything that they tell you. And just as a kind of corollary to that, I'm of an age now where, unfortunately, I go to far too many memorial services. And invariably, I'll find out something about a person who's passed and say, God, I wish I could have asked them about that. I wish I could have found out more about them, about that particular point in their life. And so when you have these connections across great distances, across, the people who've written me these letters that my work affected them, I'll never meet them in person, but something about what I did resonates with them. That's magic and to be celebrated. And I'm just so grateful for having had the opportunity to do the work that can have that impact on people.
Agree completely. I would like to interject almost a non sequitur, but I have this penchant, almost a fetish for correcting minutia, and I always love to tell people the name of the poem is A Visit from St. Nicholas, not The Night Before Christmas. And the reindeer's name is Donder, not Donner.
I noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Dutch for thunder. Donder and Blitzen is thunder and lightning.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I'm obsessed with such things.
Stephen had made a good point that you never really know. Talking about what we do and what we started back in 2020 when we first started doing these, Wes pokes and prods me all the time because talking about how much we've done in the name of others that we'll never meet is kind of my hair shirt. It makes me very uncomfortable to talk about because in some sense it's a little too big to think about. because how this all started, the reason we're here, or the reason that Voiceapalooza came to be, or Fallout for Hope, any of this kind of stuff, just started at the end of a terrible year, and I couldn't imagine going into the next year with that much darkness just in my head at the end of a year where we couldn't have been more angry and divided and sick and detached from each other. So we started streaming for St. Jude, and I figured we'd get a few friends, and we had like a team of 250 people that signed up that year that raised $109,000, and we were off to the races. And now this community of gamers that a lot of times people blame social ills on has raised hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think we're almost to 700,000 at the end of the last fundraiser, closing on $1 million. That's trees planted in inner cities. That's kids fighting for cancer who will have a life, who will live and create ripples and connections of their own and touch lives of their own, all because of gamers playing video games who made the choice to care about people that you're never going to meet. And you don't know what that small thing becomes.
Yep.
It gets us all kind of thinking and reflecting about, I guess, how to live a day, much less how to talk about things when it's important to, particularly now.
Since we're talking about Wes and his recent difficulties, I don't want to, I don't know how this sounds, but when I think about that, I also think about how just a week before he lost his beloved pup, Cozy, and can't forget that either. I just wanted to bring her back up. God bless Cozy.
Yeah, that was his comfort pet and animal that she was constantly in the streams, and sometimes when we do our recordings, practicing stuff before we did it, she was in the sling. He was carrying her around. Yeah,
I crashed at his house sometime a year or more ago after a convention or something, because it was just too late, and I was in a chair or something. It was dark, and I don't know. I found something else to sleep on, and when I woke up, Kosi was barking at me, because I was on her bed. So I couldn't blame her.
We're winding down here after what has been 6 hours of being
Well,
live.
for you.
Yes, for me.
I wish I could have been on earlier. I was just
No. We've had people pop.
I missed my brother.
All day.
I was glad my brother Al could join for a while.
Yeah, and he did some improv with us, which was fun.
He's
Elizabeth
a wonderful,
Noon,
wonderful guy.
that
He's a
some of you know-
magician and an animator and an inventor, and oh my God,
a multi-talented.
can't say enough about my brother Al.
Yeah, Elizabeth Noon, who had a session, so she couldn't pop on with us, but she wanted me to read this about Wes. Elizabeth Noon, of course, from the Elder Scrolls. His kindness and reputation drew me to him. Then we met, and I got to know what a true kindred spirit he is. Working with Wes on Voiceapalooza and getting to know him has been an honor. Heal on my hero. Yeah. We let me see where we're ending at here. We're ending at $176,553.
Nice.
Yeah. We
Guys
love
are
you,
awesome.
Wes. Oh yes, we do.
Thank you all very, very much for being here today. Everyone that's hung out in chat, and
Thank you for doing it.
We've laughed, we've cried, we've got an emotional roller coaster here, which is very much like life, I guess.
And like Wes.
And very much like Wes. Yeah.
He is a dynamo.
We're God, I hope we get to do a lot more of these when it's not such a serious time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're Before we head out, is there anything that you guys want to talk about, plug, things that you're doing, where people can find, follow, any kind of thing? Well, Paul, we know streams. We dropped that in chat, so I think people dropped you a few follows.
Yeah, swing by. Here's the thing. I do it as a hobby. Again, I'm a voice actor. I'm not looking to succeed in voice acting and streaming. It's a hobby. On Tuesdays, we play spooky stuff. On Thursdays, we play whatever. We're up until, I'd say around, I don't know, towards the end of, I'd say around November something 2024. All my streams, all the money went to the ASPCA. Starting November 2024, we now donate everything to the Trevor Project. Simply because, like, no reason. But yeah, so I'm there to hang out. I'm there to talk about video games and voiceover. So anybody wants to stop in, say hey. It gets really weird. It gets really weird.
I like really weird.
You should swing by because, oh boy, as a unicorn rancher, you would love. Yeah. But yeah, and just you said in 2020 you started this charity. In 2020, people were, the pandemic skill. I have people that were learning Russian and taking up the devil sticks. What's the thing where you juggle?
Yeah, devil sticks.
Devil sticks, yeah. I started. I was just a spectator on Twitch, and then I was like, oh, I literally have to push a button on my PS4 controller, and I'm streaming. So I'm like, yeah, let's try Twitch, and it's not. I'm not a capital S streamer, so it's just what it is. But my pandemic skill was Twitch, and it's so weird to think that all these people uniting through video games, it just ties in to what we were just saying, that when you think of gamers, that's such a huge spectrum of people. And over the years, like kind of building this community, it's so strange and so weird. I might never meet these people, but like I consider them my friends, and like they have personalities. They're not just, text blocks, but so it's just, again, it's one of those things I'm super grateful for, and I never thought I would be grateful for Twitch, but yeah.
What about you, Stephen? Aside from living the life on the Cape with the Cape Cod potato chips, irritating
I like how
tourists
Cape Cod goes
coming in a few
twisted
months.
around like that.
Yeah. I don't have anything that I need to promote at the moment. Well, pretty quiet.
We love, we love Nick Valentine, and there is still an extremely active Nick Valentine Tumblr with tons of, and even we were talking earlier when Courtney was here about Death Shroud, that there's still like Death Shroud fan art of Nick Valentine, the radio play that we did last night. Yeah.
That was so fun.
That I am waiting until this is over, and we'll be able to finally do that, because people have been. That was the most money we've ever raised.
That was so good. That was so good. Oh my God. Yeah.
People want more of that.
Great fun to be involved in. Yeah.
And we want you in Fallout 5.
We want Fallout 5.
Yes, we
like,
do.
I mean, we all would. It would be amazing to be in it, but like, guys,
I'm ready for Fallout 5.
I'm ready for Fallout 5, especially after finishing Fallout 4. I'm ready for Fallout 5. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you nothing.
Yeah. It's the life of an actor.
What I know about it.
What about?
But should it ever happen, man, I'd be jumping at the bit too. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I got nothing going on really. Just kind of surviving and subsisting, but that's good enough for me. And doing things like this when they pop up, I'll try to be ready for action when action shows its pretty head.
We always appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. We all do. All of you mean the world to us. And we would do this for any of you. This isn't just something we would do for Wes.
God bless you.
Awesome.
with that, everyone, thank you very much for hanging out today. Our dear friend Wes Johnson, currently in the air on the way home, finally. And so begins the road to recovery.
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah.
well wishing him, let him know. He's still digging through the onslaught of messages, and God, I just hope they find out what the fuck is going on medically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you all for your time. Much love to
Thank
you
you,
all.
Ken.
Yeah. Thanks for putting this together, Ken.